We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah, yeah. That's what friends are for. show. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. They say life is not fair. Hey, not easy to share. So pray for all the things you've done, the little things you've done. Don't wanna show. Don't wanna show. Are you kind of my type? Fool, probably right. Confused by all the tiny lights and all the things you bought. Don't wanna show. Don't wanna show. Do, 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 do. Don't wanna show. Do, do, do. Don't wanna show. Don't wanna show. Do, do, do. Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. 'Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You feel like you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close. You close. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense and she feels the fire. And she's stealing your soul. Your soul. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. I don't need fast cars, limousines, hanging in the VIP. It's never really been my style. I don't need palm trees in the breeze, honey, I can guarantee it's something money just can't buy. All it takes is just one touch, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do, 'cause we got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. There's just no indication when the perfect combination is gonna come and change your life. You gotta be patient, 'cause sooner or later the sparks are really gonna fly. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do when you got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do. Chemistry. When you got that chemistry, there's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that we're never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. Yeah. Alright. Come on, come on.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live, BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Life is Marquee. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangsta, G-Rap, Ella, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, DITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side, lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water, please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 tech, 9 y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, I don't look back. With me, we stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go?
Could things be harder? Said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. But something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too. Look out my window and all I see are flowers blooming on empty streets. Sometime soon they'll be alive. Hope when they do, they sing with me. It'll be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that
some hard times, so tell me, brother, can we make it through the dark? Let's try to be there for one another, though the road seems very far. When the world just falls apart, we are fearless, we are lightning, breaking through the dark. We are fearless, we keep shining, let love be the spark. Look for the clear skies, it's getting better. Just believe it in your heart. Let's try to hold on, it's now or never. We can make a brand new start. When the world just falls apart, we are fearless, we are lightning, breaking through the dark. We are fearless, we keep shining, let love be the spark, let love be spark, let love be spark, let love be spark, let love be spark. We are fearless, we are lightning, breaking through the dark. We are fearless, we keep shining, let love be the spark, let love be the spark, let love be spark, let love be spark, let love be
I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love, 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 love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the last day of the LPL. We've come to this point. We have hit not even the penultimate, but the ultimate moment of the split. My name is Asterix, as you know. I'm going to turn myself down a little bit so I don't break your ears. Lyric is with me for the final day as well, before we cap up the rodeo that is the LPL 10-week split of 7 days a week. It is good to have you alongside me, Jordan, because this has just been another one of those splits that we will talk about and be like, that was full on.
Yeah. I gotta say though, because I didn't see the bow tie before we both show up on screen.
Sure did.
I love the bow tie. All the other regions right now, they have their theme days, which they could do because they're in studios and it looks cool. Me and you slightly more dressed up today, which does look kind of awkward in a bedroom setting, but we have a reason for that. But we'll get there. We'll get there eventually.
Hey,
love
for anyone that's appealing to you, Jordan, or you have likes towards, I don't know, dressing up nicely in a bedroom could be good. I will go get out of this hole before I dig us deeper. Yesterday was a day, right? Yesterday in the LPL standings, let's be real, a lot of tears shed. TT looked so good in one of the games. And then that, I think, just was the biggest clump we've ever seen. And now, out of playoffs.
I gotta be honest, I'm so heartbroken for this TT squad. They actually got it together. This would have been the first time since they've been known as TT that they would have been in playoffs. Like, this org going back to like Sino Dragon, that 2019 spring was the only time they ever made it. It's been so long, and RA crushed their dreams. But those were the only dreams crushed yesterday.
Agreed.
As anyone's legend only needed one game. So I needed one game, hysterics.
Dude, they couldn't even get one, but the second game was so close as well. It looked like we were going to a game 3. Anyone's legend to knock BLG out. But then Top Esports with a huge comeback, and that cements our top 10 for playoffs. If you are just tuning in for the first time, we have everyone locked in. ALTT have to wait till next year. And BLG Lyrics sit on the sideline, just gloating, being like, yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. I can't believe they made it in.
Yeah, I don't know. That one feels so weird. They have had a good run of form, as we can see, 2-win streak.
Yeah.
But looking at the top of the table, those 2nd through 4th still is not decided. Today's games will decide that, more specifically today's second series where RNG plays. And then we'll be done. We'll be at the end of the road.
That's it. The complete finisher. RNG, as Lyric said, decides who gets second. The V5 are out of that running. It's now just between JDG and RNG, depending, as he said, on the winner. And if that 2-0 can be achieved by RNG. So one worth sticking around for a little bit later while we kick things off with a match that might not have too many consequences apart from WE trying to go 0-16. But Lyric, we do have a nice little announcement here before we get into why we're dressed up. Of course, for the last day of broadcast, we can now finally announce that we will be going to playoffs in a couple of days. We'll bring this graphic up for you because, as everyone knows who's watched LPL in the past, playoffs is a full on. And now for the first time here this split, we can tell you that we're going to be starting off with OMG FPX. Dates still to be continued. But expect a couple of days there, Lyric, with 2 very powerhouse teams to kick off our bracket.
I mean, it's going to be exciting, right? OMG FPX, like thinking back to spring where these 2 teams were the last teams fighting for that playoff spot. We have LNG, BLG, 2 teams that have, pretty stacked rosters that haven't been able to make it. Just super excited for playoffs to start. And once again, it's so impossible to not say LPL playoffs is looking stacked when you just have so many teams in our league.
I think this is my favorite playoff format, Lyric. I know we're LPL casters, but looking at every other region, then looking at this, we go through a best-of-5 single elimination all the way up into our top 4. Then we introduce double elim. That lower bracket comes in clutch, and teams like EDG who went to Worlds last year, Lyric. I'm pretty sure, had to fight their way up. RNG doing a similar thing, if I'm not mistaken. I think you need to correct me on
RNG
one of
didn't
them.
even make it to top 4 like last year when they ended up going to Worlds, right? They ended up going to the regional gauntlet and had to get to Worlds that way.
Okay, there. Good correction there. I believe it was EDG then on the tip of my tongue. At the very least, hey, we're getting close towards playoffs, our last day of the regular season, and we get to do our awards ceremony. That's why we're dressed up like this. That's why I look like that guy from the boxing matches that almost got me copyright stroke last time I tried to say, let's get ready to rumble. And we introduce you to the Golden Ricks. Lyric, you get the credit for bringing up the name, I think, a split or two ago.
Yeah, I didn't even realize not even you had put it together why it's called the Golden Ricks. And
Yep.
you're Hysterics, I'm
Sure.
Lyric, here we are. Not Rick and Morty, though. It would be cool, if we could
Pickle
team
Rick.
up with them. But there we are, the Golden Ricks. And yeah, these are not LPL awards. These are awards given by me and Hysterics. Is there a
They're not
physical
official?
copy? No. But could there be, and would it be awesome? Of course.
True. I mean, we actually will have to get to the point where one year we make these awards. However, at the very least, maybe we just ask LPL really nicely to send it out. Because we kick this off, our first category for tonight, for everyone tuning into the awards show, is our strangest interaction in summer. And let's be real, Lyric, we've had so many. I feel like this was actually one of the hardest segments to pull out. Good on
Yeah,
Rob.
this one. There have been ones that have been strange. There have been
Yep.
ones that maybe not as strange and just catch us off guard. We can start going through the nominees right now. Brought to you by our proud sponsor in Dagda.
Yep.
And Poppy Skarner. This one was a weird one.
I've never seen this before, and I think I was casting with Orcs. Yeah, it was at the time. And Orcs was like, look for it, and we got it. On the other side as well, speaking of Orcs, that one triggers me a lot.
Yeah, Vi not being able to go once Gwen pops her W. Does seem a little bit ridiculous with how Viol works. And there we go. Gromp deciding he wants to be unleashed. It's his time on the Rift. Hysterics, I have an empty envelope here, but everyone knows
open-
what empty envelopes have.
Open it
is
up.
Dreams and answers. So the winner today of the strangest interaction of summer is, of course, the Gromp.
Hey,
Because what
let's
is the
go.
Gromp doing outside of his own jungle? I have no idea. I wasn't there.
There you go, new champion. I mean, that was the craziest interaction. Like, Gromp Herald, I think over the years, have had the strangest moments. So props to Gromp getting the award. We're going to send it out to him. If you know a Gromp, just give him a buzz. Let him know. We're trying to get that one over there on Amazon, but I'm not too sure if Gromp is got an address at the moment. So we'll work that out at the very least. On to the next category, because Lyric, this one kind of aligns with what we've seen, but instead of strangest interactions, this is the biggest question mark plays, right? The plays that have just not been weird, but have just been like, what are you doing?
And I love that all three of the ones we found, all brought to us by mid laners.
Yeah.
Where else could we start other than with Angel's Wall? I remember being here, tries to get away, does a great job,
Rough.
and then nothing. Nothing.
I've never seen that before either. I've never seen a Weaver's Wall go into the wall, but to be fair, I've never seen someone aim it into it. But Lyric, I was going to call this the go home quickly one, but I think Urgent Delivery titles it well.
Yeah, Xiaohu was done with this series, going all the way to 3 games. He wanted to go to bed, and then sadly, the greatest player in the world has some oversteps. Mo
The
doesn't
greatest
exactly
player.
know where he wants to go. Almost solo killed Cream, but doesn't always work out that way.
Let's be fair, if this was fake, Lyric, he wouldn't have the gumption to do what Mole did. So you're right, best player in the world, obviously. Now, do you want to present this one as well? You still have the envelope, and I want you to reach in.
Yeah, so the winner of this one
Okay.
definitely has to go to Xiaohu. Xiaohu wasn't having
Yeah.
any of that. Second series,
True.
3 games in, every game was going to 40 minutes. Could have maybe waited out that package. They weren't in a good position, but he said, no, screw that. We're getting through this game one way or the other.
I mean, that package has to go down. It's like, yeah, I think I was watching the Dom Co stream at the time. Cast was even saying the same thing. Actually, wait, I casted that one. And I was like, what was Xiaohu doing? Almost put myself in hot water. Let's finish off. We got one final category here as well. This one goes the complete opposite end, right? This one is the best Giga Chad moments of summer. And we know exactly what this one's going to be about.
Yeah, just some great plays overall. Some unexpected faces giving us some amazing plays so far in the spring split. And Abel. I mean, Abel kind of being the most unexpected player on that list. Honestly, Abel just stepping up overall and having a great summer split, which leads us to this clip where pulls off an insane play in a 4v5.
Wasn't it Spring where Abel was also the one that flashed in
Yes.
as a Felios? And then we get this, right? The complete dichotomy. Like, you were running me through this as well. Renata ult comes out, but then Abel just steps up on his Samira, and ever since has had like a 60% ban rate against it.
You know what's crazy? He won the best question mark play of spring, and now
Yep.
here he is in a pretty solid position to win the best Giga Chad play of summer. But you can't say Giga Chad without talking about 369. That Gnar ultimate was massive.
Oh, yeah, dude. Like, 369 on Gnar has forever been one of my favorites. And Lyric, and speak about another guy having a great split. 369 rolling nights.
I mean, 369's had an unbelievable split, which is why he's been towards the top of that MVP leaderboard. And then we were kind of, we're in a tough place with this play. Do we go with the Shy's 1v2? Do we go with Jackie Loves Penta or Jackie Loves Pentas? Because there have been a few of them.
True.
But the fact that the Shy gets through this 1v2, starts out at his own turret, gets all the way, starts out enemy turret, gets all the way back to his, and then decides to run them down. I mean, the Shy just completely feeling himself. And it's personal, right? Because it was against Rookie.
Yeah, his old brother, he said he'd never leave him. They'd never not play together. But the Shy beating V5 on top of that as well adds icing to the cake. The Shy is the person who invented Giga Chat as well, so I also felt like he had to be in there, Lyric. And for the final one, please open your envelope to show us our winner.
We don't even need the envelope for this.
Oh,
I'll
screw
even
the
let
envelope.
you do the honors because there can only be one winner.
And
for this
everyone's
play.
going to be like, oh, man, the Shy 369 dude, screw it. Abel deserves it on the Samira. That Samira play when he did nothing for the other parts of the game, when it was such a quiet game, to pull out that ulti, and then for the rest of the split, have Samira banned against him consistently. I think that deserves all the respect, for sure.
Yeah, again, Abel has been having a fantastic split so far. He's been one of the people on OMG to step up to where we talked about for OMG, where like Cream is kind of taking a step back. Other members stepping up, one of those people. And you know what? That's it. That's the end of the Golden Ricks. Awards need to be sent out. We'll get that done maybe the 17th.
Yeah.
We'd say. First we actually need something physical to send, but
I don't know. I'm looking for something, Lyric. As soon as I let you know, we'll work on something. So shout out to the LPL, who now apparently is going to be sending those out. Gromp again will be the hardest one to find, but hey, at the very least, congrats to our awards winner. That, as Lyric said, will end the segment. We are waiting for Ultra Prime and WE to kick off, right? You and I wanted to do an award ceremony because every split, we get into these matches that don't have any more playoff implications, that don't have any more split implications. Ultra Prime versus WE is about one thing here today, Lyric. You know what it's about? It's about WE seeing if they get to match V5's record of 0-16, only done twice in LPL history, both by them.
Yeah, two completely different rosters from V5 pulling it off, but the org is still able to get it done. So even if WE does manage to do it here, what's doing it once? We've seen that done before. We need something impressive. If WE are going to do it here today, they're going to end up losing and going on that amazing 0-16. I want to see it done next year, back-to-back splits, spring and summer. And to where for Ultra Prime, you're playing for your pride. You're playing for, a good show going into next year. All these other important things, but we're focused on WE.
Hey, look, at the very least for WE, what a hard split. I can't believe Beisheng is in the position to get 0-16. Like, this is a jungler who was in playoffs consistently, always made it. People are going to be wondering, like, why WE the worst team? And Lyric, even though we've had Demon in, even though we've had some roster changes, let's be real. You look at the players on this roster and you don't really think they are a 17th place team.
No, not at all. And like you said, those roster changes have come through, and they've come through pretty consistently.
Oh, yeah.
Heck, even for the side of Ultra Prime, right? Bringing in a sub support today, we even get to see them bringing in, we'll go with Harry up in the top side. Good lad up there, replacing Zoom for their final game, which again, since their split is over, I like the idea of trying out this LDL talent.
Yeah, absolutely. At the very least, you're looking to give him a run when for Ultra Prime. Like, I think Zoom's had a couple of rough series back-to-back, right? And it's so funny because Harry sounds like one of the players that used to cast in OCE. There's a Harry who, I'm sure he was on Legacy at some point, might have gone over to an Academy, but it's aside from the point. Run your new players, Lyric, because for Ultra Prime, it's just about what you can do in the next one.
Yeah, for Ultra Prime, it's just about, again, showing what you have for the org, figuring out what players you want to continue to build around going into next year. One player we've highlighted a lot has been Crying, just because of his average level throughout the split. Elk, of course, also had a phenomenal series last time around. The big player we expected to be watching on Ultra Prime this year, but just hasn't been able to show up consistently.
Now, on the other side, we can see, we're talking about some of those roster swaps. I feel like Demon's going to be the most interesting one we've seen consistently. Fuse coming in yet again, Shanks and Xing and Kadai at the bottom lane. So we do have a rather fresher roster, and it's weird of me to say that the most experienced one in this lineup right now is Shanks.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy to think of. And I mean, to Shanks' credit, right? He had an amazing glow up last year. He was a player that coming into WE, not a lot of us had like a ton of faith in. Like, he was all right. It's like, cool. He's able to hold his own against a lot of LPL mid laners. But once we got into that summer playoff run, he looked like an absolute beast that brought them, you know, all the way to regionals where they sadly weren't able to make it through.
I mean, it's sad because, you know, again, the development on this roster looked pretty solid, but for WE, it's been pretty harsh of a, not even just a split lyric, but a year. Right, when we're in spring and when, it was when Beishang couldn't join the roster, right? That was the first half of spring split.
I mean, they didn't have their full roster. They didn't have their main piece to work with. And that's why in spring, we kind of gave WE a bit of an excuse. Like, hey, you weren't able to perform too well, but you didn't have this, like, pillar of your roster that has been with this org for so long. That's why coming into summer, it really felt like they didn't have any excuses to why they couldn't at least be competing in the middle of the pack. But I mean, they haven't been able to do it right. SMLZ coming in didn't really work out. That's why they decided to go back to Xing. Xie versus Shanks. I feel like Shanks was finally really coming into his own, so the Xie move did also feel a little bit weird, even if Xie, you know, can still put up like a decent fight against a lot of the LPL mid laners. I like that WE kind of defaulted back to some of these guys, but it's still kind of weird to see Beishang out in WE sticking with View, who I think has shown better recent performances than what we were seeing from Beishang.
I mean, ex-Suning player as well. Never got to play in the LPL, but played a lot of their Demacia Cup, their Nest... I was going to say Nesty Cup. I've been casting PCS Lyric. You got to help. Casper... No, not Casper. Lyric. What's the other tournament?
Demacia?
No, outside of Demacia.
NEST?
Yeah, there we go. I said Nesty, so that's probably why I got confused. Mid laner over on Deep Cross Gaming at the PCS, if you're wondering. But hey, I'm going to bring up yet again WE016. That's what's on the line for them today. They're going to try and get their first series win. A lot of people are going to be guessing if they can go flawless, but in the other end, Ultra Prime, let's be real. You were big on this roster. You like this roster a lot. They had also pretty experienced names. And when you're looking at Ultra Prime, facing down the barrel of being 15th, 16th guaranteed, it's crazy to consider what happened.
I'm just so confused at how this roster played, because coming in with the build, we thought, okay, they're going to be playing a lot down towards the bottom half of the map. You know, Elk and Chelsea love to play aggressive. Zooms is going to be chilling and be fine up in top side, even if he does end up losing out a little bit in farm from having to play that weak side role. But this split, Ultra Prime actually put a lot of resources into trying to prop up Zoom, which kind of led their bot lane to getting exposed with how aggressively they were playing. And also Zoom not really on champions, or honestly not even really performing up to the caliber where he was able to carry games with the resources that he was getting. So I think Ultra Prime's game plan felt really weird coming in with the roster that they built, which is why we've started to see them changing out pieces like Xiaoxi being taken off the roster.
Well, we're going to see, at least for Meow Neil, again, it's so hard to pronounce. I think I'm going to go back to Meow New. What have you been saying, Larry?
I've been going with Meow New, Meow Nyo, which, you know, does sound like cat cow, which is hilarious, and I do love that, if that's what his name was based off of. But
True. Because I know Nyonai is milk, so Nyo. Yeah, okay. You're right. Good call. Good call out. Hey, we're in draft 12-14. At least today with this first series, we can kind of talk a little bit about what we're going to be expecting in playoffs. We have been told that playoffs will be in 12-15, so at least for LPL, there is going to be some adaptation coming through, which means today will be the last patch on 12-14 to see what we can see.
Yeah, now going to go last ban coming up. Things like the Wukong still left open, really being what jumps out. Poppy as well. Poppy's just banned so consistently, that one. frequently slips the mind. So
Oh, yeah.
Poppy is what you'd expect to be the ban here, right? I feel like we rarely see that pick let through, but WE instead going to opt into taking away the Renata. So for Ultra Prime, I feel like it's a pretty clear plan to just go for the Poppy, and then that obviously makes it hard for them to go things like Wukong, and then potentially WE would be looking at something like a Trundle, but Ultra Prime
Right,
not wanting to follow that route.
Kind of crazy, right? Because you look at what View's been playing. Trundle's been there, the Poppy also up there too, so willing to pick it out. As for WE, the bottom lane is something we've talked about quite a bit as well. Xing and Kadaya, the Aphelios, the Renatas, the Nautilus, the basic standard stuff. And when Xing has played 10 games this split of the Aphelios and 3 of everything else, you kind of saw this coming.
Aphelios, definitely the expected pickup. I still think they could just go for jungle here, whether they do want to go straight to the Poppy or if they'd rather pick up that Trundle, since View has, been leaning on that one quite a little bit. And then you could save support for later on. Considering I don't think there's really too much you have to worry about here. Now for Ultra Prime, I'm curious to see where they want to go. Sivir still left open. The Yuumi would be able to pair right alongside with it.
Meow New is, look, he's got Meow in the name. He's got Milk in the name. Oh, sorry, Cow. At the very least, for Ultra Prime's bottom lane, the option there, but maybe Lyric looking for something a bit more aggressive for Elk to pilot.
And you'd expect the Nami to be what comes out alongside it, which I think sets up WE really well to just go for Lulu on third if they want to just try and match that scaling. Even have a decent time in lane. If you think back to Worlds 2021, we saw this matchup specifically so many times, Lucian Nami versus the Aphelios Lulu.
Yep.
So this could actually potentially set us up for, maybe a bit of a stronger top side for WE if they want to end up getting that counter pick for top, which I think is where you want to lean, especially with the champion pools coming in mid. Shanks has been one of these players who's really liked to lean on the Azir so far. Honestly, both of these guys have really liked to lean on this Azir pick. So I wonder if WE banning out the LeBlanc is maybe a good sign for Ultra Prime to take away that Azir.
I'm kind of curious, though, because for Harry, what I have here is Spring, right? And Spring is when we saw Graves top. He was a Graves top player, Lyric, and through and through it consistently came out. Gwen, Cannon, that's what from our debut top laner on Ultra Prime. We could be looking at over on the blue side. While for Ultra Prime right now, they are just batting away some of those mid laners. Shanks has been pulling out the Azir left, right, and center. So is Crying, funnily enough. So I feel like we are getting some crossover bans.
And now I wonder what you go for. Things still left open the mid lane pool that are prominent, right? Ari still being there, Lissandra still being there. You could, I guess, ban out one as WE and take the other. Like, you could ban away the Lissandra, just go for that Ari. But if Ultra Prime ban that, then we're going to be getting down into some niche picks in the mid lane.
Ooh, I already like it. The Galio taken away from Cry. All right, some of the all-in. And how niche can you go? Because I feel like at this point, we're going to be talking a little bit about those extended champion pools of people like Demon, Fiora, Jax, Gwen. He's played Camille as well. Lyric, what else here as we approach our final?
I feel like for Ultra Prime, you ban out one of those champions, whichever one you have the biggest problem with, right? Ban out a top laner, because now if WE pick Ari, you left the Lissandra open, and Cryan has loved going towards it. We saw in their last series, he was picking first rotation red side, so I feel like Ultra Prime made the right move. Now WE gonna prevent that from happening, so it looks like they might actually take this away and either push Cryan into either the weaker side of the matchup, or you could try and match it with something else that can look to push lane, maybe like a Rise, or, we'll see where Cryan wants to go.
What do you think about Swain here in this scenario? Still open and available.
I feel like it's been such a while since we've seen it. You're going to be outranged kind of decently heavily coming in against the Aphelios if he's playing with that Calibrum, the movement speed coming out from Lulu to make sure he's not in range. And you even have things to worry about like the Trundle Pillar. So Rise is what I hit on of what I'd expect him to go if this was taken away. Looks like he's leaning that way, and you can set up to play, from mid down towards that bottom lane and trying to enable Elk and Yanu to find themselves in an advantageous position.
While Harry's looking for a safe line up in the top side with the Gwen we pulled out before. In his debut, I could think of no other champion that could give him a bit of a highlight reel as well. Harry taking over Zoom's place, and we do get the Gwen in the end, but we did talk about Demon's champion pool being something that could counter.
I'm curious if he'd feel comfortable bringing out something with AP into the composition that WE have, because they have a relatively short-range comp if they did want to opt into more teamfight and go for something like the Kennen. But you hit on it. This has been the other thing that Demon's been playing. Can look to do it, have a bit of a 1-4 composition, and at least you'll be able to outscale in sides. The thing you have to be careful about is that Realm Warp able to come out from mid. So Crying could potentially look to influence the matchup, before Demon can get going.
Dude, it's their last series of the split. Both teams are out of playoffs. If we didn't get something like the Fiora, if we got an Ornn or something, Lyric, I would be fuming. But your name's Demon. You literally drink blood. You know, that's what demons do. They worship Satan, they walk around, they do demonic things, and that's what we want to see in the top lane. That's what you're telling me. Get the side lanes rolling a little bit here and scale up.
I just want to say, unless you've actually met a demon, I feel like you are very, like, potentially mischaracterizing them, and I don't appreciate it. But you're right. We actually.
Do you know one? Are you friends with one?
I'm just saying, I might have a couple, in the caller ID, but I gotta say, both comps so far coming out, I say relatively standard, or not even relatively, like both very standard compositions for a series that, like you're saying, really has no impact. I guess for WE it does, right? Because no one wants to end the split with 0 wins on the board. So I like that they bring this out. Ultra Prime as well, trying to get some data. They come in, they have this comp that can play really aggressive, especially once we hit that level 6 mark, we get the Realm Warp online, and we're gonna see if they can go back to the style we thought that they'd succeed with this split, which is enabling their bottom lane.
It might not be Elk and Shousey, but it's Elk and Meownew on the bottom side. Let's elevate them, says Ultra Prime. While for WE, we're gonna see if they can hold on for dear life. To be fair, V5 went 0-16 last split and now are in the top 4. However, the data's not really relevant because V5 got a stacked roster and were first for the majority of the split because of it. We'll get into the Rift anyway and at least hope that for WE they can show us something. For Ultra Prime, the same deal. Lyric, you said they were going to be top 6, all right? You need to be called out like I get called out by IG.
Whoa, you're not
8?
calling out me correctly. I said top 8. Thank you.
Gee, well, that's a lot harder, isn't it? It's pretty close.
It actually makes it look worse, considering that qualifying for top 8 is much easier than qualifying for top 6.
That's true.
Oh no!
But it's okay. I know what you meant with Ultra Prime early in the split. I think we all did. You know, we had Zoom joining the roster, Hacker, Crying, Elk, Shousey, 4 names that we saw the development of. And a dark horse for the summer split that has fallen pretty flat. 3 series wins this split, I think, is the saddest part, considering that we saw them beat OMG, who are now a playoff team. Take 3 games against BLG. Lose the series, but still take a game. Doing the same against JDG, that's when we got our hopes up.
I feel like even if Ultra Prime don't have a star player on paper, they have enough. Pretty much their whole roster in my mind, like coming into the split, was like around middle of the pack, whether it's like towards the upper echelon, like how I probably would have viewed Elk coming into the split, or like on the lower end of the spectrum, like Zoom after the performance that he'd put up on Top Esports, and even like before when he was coming off of JDG in that 2021 year. So yeah, and the fact that they had a style on paper that worked, I feel like if you're a team that comes in as a clear identity in the LPL, that is good enough to net you enough wins to be a middle-of-the-pack team.
Sure.
So the fact that they just struggled so much, again, went against that style that these players had thrived in on previous rosters, is really one of the points that bit them.
Oh my god, already in the 2v2. Look at Ultra Prime, Shig and Kadaya. Aphelios just auto-attacks at level 1, yet it is enough to force Elk to cleanse away after an ignite from the Lulu.
Lucianami, not really a bot lane that comes online at level 1. You want to have your full combo ready to be able to burst them out, right? Your trade pattern's a lot more bursty, a lot more about the all-in and trying to get back out and just taking these short trades, to where Aphelios Lulu feel fine just going to a war of attrition with autos, especially at level 1, where, you know, as Aphelios, you start out with that Calibrum, so you have the range advantage on the Lucian.
So far good news then. We're getting closer to level 3 as Elk and Meownew get pushed back in lane. Fuse on the bottom side as well, so the ability to cover is he's actually pinging towards bottom lane Lyric, maybe looking to try and get something happening here.
For WE, I feel like you would need to get them a little bit lower before you'd feel comfortable going for this dive. We'll see. They still have quite a big wave stacked up. Maybe they can get a bit more trading in there. They've already blown the cleanse. But worst case, if you can even just take these crowds, right? Looks like he's going towards that route now, and you'll be able to get something. But no.
He was thinking about it. Pillar doesn't connect, and that might be the problem. Is taken under turret to flash away from Elk, buying time. Kadaya is just taken up. He won't die, though. Somehow the dive works out for first blood for View, and they want more. Shing's going to be shielded. He starts with the Gravitum as View's still under turret, but not taking the aggro. And WE, the dive, ends up being a great success.
I can't believe they juggled that so perfectly. I mean, we saw how close it was, right? Going for a dive like that when, I mean, both Elk and Meownew are both about like 80% HP is so risky this early on. but they're able to pull it off. Again, just great juggling of that turret aggro.
I mean, such a clean dive. Not expecting out of the 17th place team. As look at the replay again. And ambitious it was, but a successful ambition.
Yeah, and we'll see here. They're going under the turret to start off with. I think flashing away maybe a little bit premature before any real damage able to come through, but it looked like ultimately probably wouldn't have made a difference. Maybe Kadai goes down, but still, WE doing beautifully. Xing at the end being the one to pull that second bit of aggro because he is ranged, so a lot easier for him to get out of turret range as compared to View.
And didn't have to burn the flash or anything like that, where for Ultra Prime, Elk now with no summoners, the cleanse up shortly, but it's still going to be a CS advantage. It's still going to be a Noon Quiver to a longsword here as Elk runs forward very ambitiously so. And Xing just hits him back where it hurts. So a big CS lead in the bottom lane, Lyric I was mentioning before. A kill in the jungle now, despite losing CS himself too.
Yeah, just one of the things about a dive, right? It means you get the bounce back towards your side of the lane. So Xing going to be massive now. And when you look at these compositions, I think WE's like very clearly much more indexed into like the later stages of the game. Having a Fiora, having an Aphelios and a Trundle, kind of looking for that front to back or like 1-4 with Fiora as the game goes later on. So Ultra Prime, I think a bit more indexed into mid game. You have the Lucian, you have things like the Rise, and at that point with the Realm Warp, can really look to accelerate the game. So I think for Ultra Prime, still not down and out, but the fact that WE have already started to accelerate their big late game carry is quite terrifying.
We'll have to see, as you said, level 6, that Rise getting closer towards it. So Crying when he is able to move, see if he can manipulate bot a little bit. Because right now, as Xing is holding the wave, Elk and Meownu don't really have many opportunities, especially with Hacker not actually pathing towards bottom lane, going towards Dragon and into the river for the time being, Lyric. It doesn't look like this Wukong wants to be part of it, or maybe wants to find an interesting path.
Not going to go for it. I think, knowing that WE having that vision towards the bottom side in view, he's the one actually looking to double down. I'm curious how far overextended they are. So going to play near turret, but I mean, with the advantages they have, look where Shanks is on the map. They can do this. They can bully out Hacker, try and take away some of these camps. And I mean, more importantly, just keep getting more and more vision down, spot out where Ultra Prime are.
I mean, Hacker's still here in the wing. They don't care. In a 4 versus 3, we begin as under turret. Cleanse comes back up, but as Shin takes it up, he's got the flash still available as Crying joins in off the back burner. Well, Hacker's the only one left alive. WE are getting turned on, but they've still found the favorable trade as Crying now to thin out the wave. Has got low health bars on the enemy team, but buying his space won't be enough. WE are putting on a masterclass in their final series.
That was a 4-for-1 trade. Like, huge coming out for the side of WE. You can see how much they don't want to end the season without a series win. I mean, this just feels like such a hard obstacle to overcome for Ultra Prime at this point. We're going to see, I guess, what happens in mid lane with Crying. Kind of taking his time with roaming down, still needing to hit that level 6, so kind of hovering around the wave, is able to get here, but it just feels like too little too late. Finally gets in, it's close to bringing down Kadaya, Shanks, and View, able to take down members on the opposite side, and then sadly for Crying, left by his lonesome.
Dude, this team, I mean, WE looks so good. There was such good dives. With a 3k gold lead at 7 minutes into the game, View is 3-0-3 with 100% KP. And look at that Aphelios down in the bottom lane, almost doubling the CS here of Elk. And even as the wave is getting pushed in, he's almost got his first item here, Lyric, where Pickaxe, Noon Quiver, Boots sit in hand. Elk only traveling with the Noon Quiver for now, so walk me through a little bit how Ultra Prime can try and turn this around, because he talked about the level 6. That was a failure from Crying, and now Ultra Prime are suffering in this early game even more.
Yeah, I mean, like, asking that question at this point, it feels really hard, because the fact that you weren't able to find a positive impact with your Realm Warp, and now we're sitting at a 3k gold lead for WE. It feels like covering your bot lane is pretty much just impossible at this point. Even if WE can't find dives, they can even just, which they're going to find a dive again.
Again, the pillar, great. Elk still having the flash, has to burn it with all summoners being down off a cooldown, but Xing is just chasing down Calibrum with the crescendum, and Ultra Prime are getting out diffed at the moment, with WE having such a solid game plan, and Hacker not getting too much apart from the large gromp in his wake.
For WE, I feel like the game plan from here is pretty simple. Like, you can already see what they're doing. Rinse and repeat. Even if you can't find the kills, you can get pressure for them to be able to take plates. WE should be able to rotate and start up Dragon pretty much any time they want from the strength of their bot and jungle so far. So after resets come out, I'd assume Shing, I don't know how close, if he'll be on Mythic, but you would expect him to at least get that final component. And then now with Divine Sunder in hand for View is, maybe Shanks goes down? Nope.
Too far away.
Just fine. But yeah, as View now having this picked up, should be very easy time for WWE to look at these neutral objectives. But now at the 9-minute mark, it looks like it's going to be all about that Rift Herald.
Yeah, it is. You can see Hacker already moving up to the top side, but he doesn't have too much to work with, especially with Shanks coming back out on the map with Lost Chapter. Stopwatch in hand as well, and one piece of gold away from moving towards that Everfrost. View holding control of the River Lyric, and this level 6 Trundle is just looking for a pick before this neutral starts off, but you can tell that Ultra Prime aren't feeling too confident in looking for this early Herald, or at least contesting.
No, I feel like for Ultra Prime, you definitely have to look for a cross map. You can already see Hacker kind of hovering around mid, but I think head down towards your bot side, enable Elk and Meownu to safely get some of this plating. And if you can find an opportunity to find a pick down here, especially with Kadai coming back, that would be pretty big. But doesn't look like Ultra Prime are even going to do it. And I mean, right, they're in such a rough position, especially now that Shing has that Gale Force. Even if they did go for a play on bot side, having that added security, like we just saw right there, being able to get out from the culling, just makes it even harder to look for these cross maps.
Gale Force picked up at like 8 minutes, by the way. That's how far ahead Shing is. As you mentioned, a good dodge, and at the very least with Kadaya showing himself back on the bottom lane, Elk and Meownu have to be careful once again. They've got no summoners available apart from the cleanse, while Shing is getting close towards his flash. Kadaya with both of his as well. And View just walking down after picking up the Herald. The Dragon sitting there, Lyric, and I don't know if Ultra Prime can win here in a 2v2. Shank's not going in, View not going in. They're very sus on the pixel brush and are still paying respect.
I'm surprised at WE not more willing to opt into a fight here.
Oh,
I mean, they can buy time. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, there it is. There's the blade stand. It's the Gravitum with the pillar. Shanks doesn't even need to come in. It's Shing who picks up kill number 3. And just like that, when we thought WE were being scared, they pick a different angle.
For Ultra Prime, all you can look to do is cross map. You seriously have to give up on this bottom half of the map. Sadly, you pretty much have to give up wherever View is going to be. Try and get some deep wards down in that top side jungle. And just play around those timers where you see him pathing to buy. Demon so far has done a nice job of kind of dodging out on the windows where they can look for this, but here they come.
Okay, Realm Warp to the top side. You bring the party over. Demon has no ghost as he's just popped it. The grand challenge onto Hacker to try and buy time. He's built the space, and Ultra Prime's gank not successful. Demon zoned off the wave, but at the very least for WE getting bottom lane turret with the ward spotting out top means there is no trade for now.
Great job by Demon to be able to get away, right? Because for the fact that you're so strong on bot, you don't spot any of them coming down, and you can see their bot lane move to mid. It signals what Ultra Prime are going to do. So now WE can just look to double down even further with this Rift Herald. Might even be able to get this last charge. Reset comes out now, and here we are. 11 minutes, 5K gold lead.
Oh, God, it's so rough. Harry with the needlework up in the top side. One more charge to come through as they just aims it towards the wave. And Demon still staying alive, all amidst through the blues up in the top lane. 5K gold lead, Lyric. I can't believe I'm watching WE. And I'm thinking, man, this team is slick. Like, it might be their 16th series, but so far, so good. And this is definitely their best game of the split if it continues in this direction.
I think it will. I think it's very hard for Ultra Prime to contest. And now we saw Ultra Prime kind of follow the steps that we said they probably would want to look for. Get that vision in top side, look to cross map. But now they probably have to change it up. Now play down towards the bot side. Try and find the picks on the Fiora. You can try to just drop waves mid and try to answer whatever topside play that WE are looking for. But that would just open up even more opportunities for WE to punish.
And trying to get Elk on the back wing here in front of our screens. That Trundle is such a nuisance as they have to walk in and go, are they there? Are they there or not? Still don't know where View is, and Elk and Meownu are just not going to be doing it. While Shing and Kadaya are getting placed. The value of almost 2. And that gold lead is going to expand even further. 50 CS lead in the bottom lane, Lyric. And right now, the map getting pretty expanded here by WE in the first 14 minutes of the game.
And for WE at this point, I mean, even one overstep that happens, WE can just burst you out, right? If Elk walks a little bit too far forward, that could be a Gale Force into a Moonlight Vigil coming out from Shing. And you can see WE still knowing what they want to look for, wanting to play up towards his top side. They should look to start rotating Shanks over, and then they could potentially even go for another dive.
Elk just doesn't get to play the game. I love it. I mean, View is unrelenting. Up for the plate, in for a penny, in for a pound. Elk lucky to be moving up here as View just goes back into Fog of War. Shanks moving up and doing the same. And imagine being the Lucian this game.
I don't want to imagine it. I don't wish anyone to imagine what Elk's going through this game. And a lot of this is we're going to see what we missed here.
Oh, yeah, the fear ward. Okay, I get it. It's a control ward on the side because you're trying to get to the brush lyric, but you're scared. You don't want to. I'll put it there. That's okay. I'll put it there. It'd be nice if there was a champion in the game that could move wards. You know? I'm not sure what use it would have, but maybe as an ally.
I was going to say.
Maybe as an ally, it would fix errors.
I feel like that ability would need like a second part to maybe make it a little bit more worthwhile. I gotta say though, you saying the fear ward just reminds me of MSI, where you know every game we had the scare prize, and I remember messing up Medic doing it once as he was doing the scare prize, and I interrupted him, and he's like, "Hey,
you can't
I gotta do this. Shut up."
Yeah, that's right.
He didn't say that, but I kind of wish he would have.
You know, we've got a scare prize emote here. I'm just trying to think of what we'd give away. You know, what emote would we give away for LPL? Maybe the FPX logo. Pause that thought. Shank's going to be knocked up. He's in a tomb for now, but at least for Ultra Prime, there should be a kill as he's buying lots of time so that WE can make a trade towards mid. They're making it pretty hard, but Ultra Prime do get the kill. Down goes the 7-1 scoreboard, while for WE now, full access to mid with 2 top.
WE feel fine doing this because they can spot Gwen pushing down the wave and bot, so no even worst case, it wouldn't really turn into a 5v4. The time it would take her to TP mid, they would be able to back off to their own turret, so go for the siege, get back up towards this top side. They're trying to keep a vision because Herald's going to spawn in 20 seconds.
Okay, with the Herald coming in, just look at those items. Serrated Dirk, almost a collector for Xing. Gale Force now picked up for Elk, but apart from that, only one other mythic on his team as Crying's been found out. He's got the flash available. He have to burn it as Demon charges him under turret, but with the TP coming through, here comes Harry Potter onto Demon. He starts it off. It's like Voldemort in the final battle. He takes him out. What a spoiler as Harry gets the kill. This Gwen now seems to be a beacon of hope for Ultra Prime.
I gotta say, though, how dare you? LPL's not a place of spoilers, and how dare WE? I feel like WE were in a pretty fine position to just try and get the setup for the Herald, clear out the vision, and play with the strength of their bot lane, indexing a little bit too far into the pick for Crying, especially Demon. I think diving that turret was, just a little bit too much. But WE, doesn't matter if they're a man down. With the lead that they have, they still feel confident going for this. And now Ultra Prime, they're just going to play, try and get vision down on bot side. They're not even fast enough with the resets coming out from base, where I think they really feel comfortable starting up Drake, but Hacker's still going to go for it.
There you go, yeah. Meow Meow on a ward. They know they're walking over towards it. Shanks makes the first move with ultimate backup and available. Shanks. They know. They do know. There are pings coming down. Shanks is thinking about it, Lyric. He's like, oh, I'm just going to wait.
And it looks like they finally do want to commit in the end. Like you said, Shanks does have his ult if he wants to buy time and lock Hacker down. But Hacker still has the W.
Yes, Smitey should be able to get over the wall. The Glacial Path not going to be taken as Tidal Wave was a good holding factor. So at least for Ultra Prime, getting the Dragon Lyric in a game that felt like it should have been over in the next 10 minutes.
To be fair to Ultra Prime, W haven't really been able to escalate their gold lead too much. They might finally be able to get this down.
They can't get
No,
mid.
Ultra Prime going to be able to clear the wave, but for W, right, they have the Herald. So realistically, they can guarantee the structure when they want, especially if they were willing to even just commit Demon towards the mid after he pushes one wave, overwhelm them with numbers, give you the ability to drop that Herald safely, take that down. But it seems like they don't want to waste that considering how low the turret already is, which I think is a reasonable play to make for WE. Try and just get that one with the pressure you've been able to keep up if you can force a pick, and then use Herald on one of those tier 2s.
So quick step back, even if WE though, don't find anything with it. It's not a proactive mid-game for them. You did talk about scaling quite a lot. You talked about how this functions, sidelining for the Fiora. Even if WE are slowed down a little bit by Ultra Prime, it's still good news, right?
W will always be in a position where they can win the game, like with the amount of damage and the scaling that they have.
Right.
The one thing where I will say we shouldn't count Ultra Prime out is I feel like Ultra Prime's composition holistically brings more to a 5v5. Like Gwen, Wukong gonna be tremendous frontliners. Rise, like you bring a bit of AoE damage, you bring some CC to where Fiora not really gonna be able to bring too much. So I feel like as WE, there's always going to be windows. If you leave yourself open to a huge Cyclone and just the big damage coming out from Ultra Prime, you could definitely still lose this game.
Okay, well, an important note, because at this point it's kind of counting them out still, with the goal being slowed down a little bit, but Herald opening up mid for WE at least is part of the proactivity we wanted to see. Now for Demon versus Harry, up in the top lane, Needlework begins grand challenge. All about those angles as he tries to counter it out. Harry with one more vital left remaining, and he's facing against it. The rest of WE are bringing up the cavalry as Needlework to clear out the meteor wave. Harry knows he's going to die at some point, but will he take down Demon with him with the Glacial Path, the tomb down, and Demon to pick up the kill? There will be no trade, and for WE, the gold trade this time around ends up being better.
WE keeping down Ultra Prime's only hope is going to buy them a bit of a refresher as well. Pick up the camps they already have in the jungle, go for those resets, because with them pushing, a lot of standing gold kind of still left in their jungle to be picked up. But now no neutral objectives on the map, so I'm curious to see where WE look to get their vision. With Baron coming up in 30 seconds, I think it'd be a pretty solid move for WE to look there. And I think Ultra Prime are banking on that, which is why they're committing so many resources down towards this bottom side.
It's going to be an opening turret here for Cryin as well, who kind of desperately needs part of that gold value. We get the turret down. Ultra Prime are able to move up to gold to about 4,000 is the discrepancy. And remember, Ultra Prime were down almost 6, so the fact that gold hasn't really extended past that point, Lyric, it's also a good sign of how Ultra Prime are trying to stagnate this game. And, excuse me, I seem to be dying because I haven't bought a bow tie in about 2 years. So, you know, as a person with an Adam's apple, it gets really tight there. You know what I'm talking about? Like,
I can't believe you didn't take it off right after the Golden Ricks.
I kind of committed to it, and I realized that I can't find the clip for it. So it is stuck there for the time being. I have been trying. It's not for lack of it.
Well, hopefully we have a huge play and you get to test, you know, your lungs, your Adam's apple to its fullest with a huge call. And you know what? We can predict maybe an Ultra Prime team fight comeback could be what's in the books. But I gotta say, I don't want WE to end 0-16. I feel like the novelty of 0-16 is cool, but I also feel like it is more depressing than it is like, haha, that team was able to go 0-16. So hopefully WE can keep it up. Looks like they're going to now get onto the map, try and clear out some of the vision that Ultra Prime have gotten up towards the top side. And this also allows Ultra Prime to push down towards that bottom side, try and get some of their own vision for Dragon, because Dragon going to be coming up in 45 seconds. That
Infernal Soul and a Dragon already taken here by Ultra Prime as well to stagnate WE, who pulled up the first neutral. We're just looking at that ward up in the top side that stays on the Baron for now. So Ultra Prime feeling no fear of WE threatening with a ward that has been able to get through all the lenses used. 25 seconds there, Lyric. Cryin with no TP, but a Realm Warp, but he's very far from home.
Still, he has Harry waiting in the wings. Both teams posturing up towards his top side just in case that pick comes through. And I want to go back to items real quick just to highlight that Harry actually being up on items over Demon, which is surprising just with how large the gold lead for WE has been. But it really just drives home the point you made about Gwen really being the saving grace for this side of Ultra Prime. So once again, going to dodge out on where WE are, try and find a pick onto Demon, and potentially get the top lane turret.
Cryin tries to set Harry up into the turret, picking an angle onto Demon, but he doesn't take it.
WE actually don't go for Dragon. They're now committing on a play to mid, so they will pick that up. Ultra Prime don't look like they'll be able to trade for this top lane turret with the wave not in tow, but...
Oh, it's a pincer.
Yeah, instead trying to get the kill so they can turn for a Baron.
I mean, Xing, it needs to heal up and does so onto the Krugs. At the very least, Raptors, excuse me, as Ultra Prime bring their bottom lane in to help them stop that maneuver, and WE cancel it out. So yeah, Dragon just going to be given over at least the freedom for now. As it's interesting to see, both teams not even looking at it, instead just looking at each other, hoping someone messes up.
For WE, they don't have a lot of engage, right? So they need to be playing on these objectives. They need to be forcing Ultra Prime to come into them. And even the whole thing about us talking about sides isn't really coming to fruition just with how much Demon has lost out. 224 CS for the Gwen compared to 167 for the Fiora. And Ultra Prime still not feeling comfortable to opt into those 5v5s, to not walk into an area where they have no vision into, you know, the waiting arms of an Aphelios and a Lissandra. Have been making the right call of just dodging out and trying to find these picks. Since they were able to get one of the Dragons, they don't even have to worry about a soul point at this point in time.
It feels like Soul Point with the Infernal as well would have been one that could just blast and end the game, especially with 12-14 new Dragons, extra damage, and with an Aphelios that will soon be 3 items. So you're right on that degree. Ultra Prime being able to stagnate a little bit, and I think coming back to it, you know, we knew Xing was going to be a big condition. I want to mention that he's so close to that Infinity Edge. There's 50 CS up Aphelios. who has dominated through the lane thanks to the help of you, is such a core carry at the moment. It feels like Ultra Prime need to kill him if this turns into a fight.
And Ultra Prime might have the opportunity. They've actually committed 5 members towards mid. They can try and hard force into River here. And they do have engaged tools, right? They have the Wukong ready to go. If Meownu can find a huge ulti as well, that can very easily turn into a pick.
Over the wall, Shank's going to be spotted out. Hacker's setting up for the engage as View just walks in. Collection Puff's going to be taking Shank with the 2-man Rude, and the Everfrost not connecting might not be good as Culling on the return. WE in the full 5-on-5 Lyric. He talked about this as Demon comes on in and Hacker joins. Harry's already used the needlework though as the double kill ends up going to Xing, and Demon continues going forward. Crying's going to be the triple here as Xing's Penta's out of reach. But for WE, we're back to square one. We're back to that Aphelios being huge.
I feel like we saw the difference as well of WE just having more items, having the more damage like in their arms compared to Ultra Prime, who do have the setup and we're trying to find that pick. But ultimately, WE able to find the kills. This is going to lead to a Baron. And honestly, I feel like this opens all the opportunities that WE have needed to really force their gold lead ahead.
As we talked about, for WE, 7k gold lead. Game 1 looking pretty good, guys, as we look at this full 5-on-5 in the mid lane once again.
And I was surprised that Shanks was willing to follow this one through. He does get on top of Elk and locks down Meownu as well. But Elk, not really taking a whole lot of damage, was able to get away. And then we see Hacker trying to set up, but sadly the damage not really there from the side of Ultra Prime. And we see Xing firing on all forces, was able to follow through with that flash as well to guarantee one of the kills and just keep the momentum going forward.
Lyric, you know I love Crime. When he was on RNG, I think he was really underrated, great roaming player. I watched that fight, I watched the rise. Didn't really hit anything apart from an E. That was not a minion, so really unfortunate to watch back. As for that mid laner not getting any of the damage out, you said the item advantage is huge, but just makes it so much more in comparison. And now with the Baron on the map, now with the Infinity Edge there as well, close to a Rabadon's here for Shanks. I'm ready to watch WE's Siege as they've got Inner in the top side and only inhibitor turrets left standing on the rest of the map.
And luckily for Xing, actually just lost the Calibron. I was going to say if he has the Calibron, can even bully them out from out of arm's reach. Still going to be able to do so with the Baroned up minions. They can just constantly do this with the threat that they have. And look in the mid lane. Demon split pushing, trying to pull them apart. And my God, full HP Moonlight Vigil. That's what happens to them.
If that's Harry Potter, then that has to be Draco Malfoy on Xing on the other side for sure. But WE pushing into the base has never looked so easy as Ultra Prime bring a Realm Warp to the mid lane. And Demon just presses Q to get out. This is such a big diff right now. And WE are making it look easy as they look for their first game win. Xing is frontlining, he's that confident, but the tidal wave might change things as Harry is sending it down the line. View's taking it. The needlework, I knew! It was Hogwarts all over again. Getting that big kill onto View. Now they're scattered, running for their lives. They flash forward. Elk gets the kill. Shank's there too. Ultra Prime committed the roll up before. It looked horrible, but now all of a sudden, it gets back to even as Crying hits from over the wall. Demon's dead too. WE, where did it all go wrong?
For Ultra Prime, we know where it all went right. It was for the Gwen. The Gwen getting in there. Needlework Pop has the W. Not having that same ability to take him down from, him being within the Shroud. And then members of WE already missing some tools, like we'd seen the Moonlight Vigil already previously thrown out. Demon, for some reason, kind of decided to just run it down once the play was already over. But we'll see here. Ultra Prime wanting to try and make a stand. And it's all going to start with Meownu being forced out. But Harry sees the opportunity to go in, throws down the W. Xing not able to put any damage down onto him. And they find the initial pick onto View. Luckily, they do have the ability to run these targets down with the flashes that are up. And even though the DPS might not be there, Ultra Prime's composition still has a ton of burst to be able to finish off these kills. And here's where we talked about Demon, I guess, wanting to be one of the boys.
True.
Saying my friends are dead. Why, me too?
Lyric, what's his name? What's his name? You gotta play the character, dude. He's Demon. WE's Demon. Now, whether that's a good or a bad thing, people can make up their mind, but we're going to come back because Dragon's live again. Ultra Prime just won a fight, stopped the Baron push. Still scared of WE, however, with the item advantage we talked about. But, hey, at the very least, the gold has thinned out a little bit, and Ultra Prime are finally coming out of their base once again.
So with WE now going to be on Soul Point, I have a question for you. Coming into today's series, did you think WE would win?
No, I thought it was 0-16 for sure.
So, if WE win, will you do the Australian honor of doing a shoey for them?
I can. Is it off broadcast? It depends what is in the shoe. We got a professional integrity, you know what I mean? So
I mean, if it is off broadcast, it at least has to be somewhere public, whether Twitter or any other space that hysterics is at. But
if WE lose or win,
I feel like if they win, they deserve the celebratory shoe.
Okay, I'll give them a shoey. I don't know. I'm not doing it out of any of the nice boots. My fiance and I went and got nice boots, so we're not doing that. She would be furious at me. But if I can find something like a thong or maybe like a gumboot or something, I'll do a shoey, and it'll be with a good Australian ale as well. All right, Warden the bottom side lyric. For now, we're gonna hold off on the shoey thought because let's be real. It's only game number 1, and things are too tense for my liking. WE have looked good, but that last throw, I don't know, it made me feel uneasy.
I guess that's why we're getting here. We're talking about the series because this game is tense. This feels like a Game 3 final and like a 1-1 series of who is going to be able to pull through.
This is World Finals. This is
There we go. Hysterics calling it here first. This is the actual World Finals. And looking across the board at some of the things we need to pay attention to in the fight is both AD carries not having flash up could be key. If either of them get picked off, it is just done. But one of the differences is Xing now having a stopwatch in his inventory, so we'll be able to buy time if the Wukong is able to get on top of him, hopefully buy enough time for a Wild Growth to come through and for other members like Shanks to get in the middle of the fray and buy a lot of space with his ulti. For Ultra Prime, they're still looking for the same thing, bursting out one member before a fight really starts and before that DPS from the Aphelios is able to show through.
Well, Demon almost bursted out to start off. You can see the lens came in value there for the top laner of WE as we look for this brawl in our 20-kill game. We're grouping up, Hacker over the wall, but Shirelia's is great from Kadai. Gets them out, now ready to re-engage. As Lyric, it's just going to be a pure fight. WE want to try and get a Game 1 win. We're staring at each other, but Shanks' angle is what's got me petrified. I feel like if he gets into the backside, it's all going to be over as Krine steps on up. Great Everfrost onto view. He flashes away. They head forward. And Ultra Prime have just taken away the threat from WE to kick it off.
And this is what's awkward for WE, is the fact that they don't really have that engage other than Shanks. Shanks can't really just run forward, right? He's looking to come off on an angle to get on the Lucian. And Ultra Prime now setting up for the Baron, but look at Hacker's positioning. Ultra Prime really just want to find the fight.
And look at the wave crashing into the base as well.
Oh, Hacker's got this.
WE trying it, and you're right onto Xing. He goes golden, but he's still exposed. Into the middle, Harry's here as well. Xing is destroyed by the needlework. Harry Potter always wins in the end, and once again, Hogwarts is looking victorious as WE are having this win cleaned out from under their feet. Swept up, taken down. Ultra Prime now in control, and WE, it stings all too well.
And Ultra Prime now have some pretty nice step timers to work with. At the very least, going to be able to push down an inhib. I'm curious to see if they're willing to go for more.
Well, Lyric, look, they're confident they're heading forward. WE heads in hand, surely. A Game 1, a diving game in the bottom side that looks so clean. But Ultra Prime now with 5 members turn it on its head. Kadaya trying to buy his own sense of justice, but WE have dropped it. And Ultra Prime snatch it right back with one more game, threatening the undisputable anti-dream of any LPL team.
I feel like if I'm Ultra Prime, I'm so confused here at how we won this game. I mean, the lack of engage looking like it really bit WE, and the fact that they weren't able to find those angles with Krine, right? It felt like they more had to be on these neutrals first, pulling WE in, but they look kind of scared, they look kind of apprehensive, which is the thought of Wukong being able to get on top of them. And I think the thing that sealed their fate the most is it's like, okay, you don't have like a ton of engage, you really only have this Lissandra, but you're already winning, you're super strong, you're already playing for these neutrals, setting up these Drakes, but your Fiora has also fallen so massively far behind. It's like, you know she's already useless in a team fight, and heck, it could be hard to team fight with Fiora even if you're massively ahead, let alone if you're the one who's behind, you're not influencing team fights, you're not really winning out in sides, as we saw the Gwen doing incredibly well, and then it left them in this like really awkward position of having these stare downs with Ultra Prime trying to find ways to get Krine in the middle of the back line, and Ultra Prime are doing a nice job of keeping those angles warded out, and then, I mean, they finally just pulled the trigger decisively on that Baron, and a beautiful flank coming out from Hacker to set it up.
Again, one was all's needed. You talked about it quite a lot in that game, and I know we also talked a little bit about the Gwen up in the top side, Harry's debut, and we did get, a great Gwen game. Like I said before, it is the champion at the moment to really bring out the montage. as we look at some of the stats across the board. Like, this was a WE win through and through, Lyric. I don't know how much more secure it could be. 8,500 in the lead. They had an Aphelios with so much protection. I mean, Xing had the game in the palm of his hands, but it just hurts
Ultra
to
Prime.
see.
Ultra Prime finished this game with a 300 gold lead. I think that tells the whole story. I mean, we can see there the damage numbers coming out from Xing, not too surprising. But, I mean, looking at the side of Ultra Prime, we said it was the story of Gwen. Elk also still putting up relatively good numbers. A lot of that, I think, coming down from those callings that he was pretty much constantly throwing out in mid-game. That, like, sure, they might not be always turning into a pick, but still getting some damage down, forcing them off. And, I mean, this was WE's game to lose. And sadly, I mean, it looks like maybe you won't be doing a shoey today.
Well, you know, there's always another time for a cold one. So we'll have to see. Look, I always thought this series could go to 3 games. And let's be real, a lot of people out there expecting it to do the same. But we have to wait and see. We'll go to a break and find out if Ultra Prime are willing to give WE the big old summer split L. Previously on Speakin' LPL, we've already learned 2 words. 我们是冠军. Sha! Pentakill. Let's learn some new words. 一波 translated into English is like go, 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 go. In the LPL, players will yell 一波, 一波 as they push to finish the Nexus. 一波 is usually accompanied by words like 没山, no flash, right? Go, go, go. They don't have flash. Or 打龙, Baron, right? Go Baron. It is used in very critical stages of the game where tempo is a massive deal. This week, our LPL Fun Fact has 2 words for you. 东部 and 西部. In the LPL, only 10 teams can go to the playoffs. These 10 teams will usually be displayed on the left. That is 西部, the upper standings. The team that missed the playoffs will be shown on the right-hand side. And that is 东部. With this, LPL fans can easily remember who made playoffs and who missed out. That's all for today's episode in Speakin' LPL, and we'll see you for the next one in the coming weeks.
We won't take no shit from anyone. No superhero fighters for the world. We're living it up. You want it, you can have it. We're living it up. Still running on automatic. Game is on. Can't you see we are unstoppable? We won't sympathize with anyone.
Yo, I'm unstoppable. Like hip hop rappers not getting proper dough. Got my foot in the dough, time to rock the boat. Till I'm knocking straight jackets at the hospital. It's the juggernaut. Yo, you got to go or get knocked through a brick wall, all she wrote. Yo, listen, your mission's impossible. Concocting evil plots like Dr. No. But I'm Sean Corn with the magma flow. The magnificent man, I'm inflammable. In fact, you can't lay hands upon my coat. Cannibals can't bite, folks, bombing those. You're on the ropes. My momentum grows. I'ma choke out your throat with these hand that goes. Everybody else broke, so identical. I'm abominable, so contemptible. Yo,
We won't sympathize with
like holding on to 6 infinity gems. George Perez with nasal congest, just get sick with the pen. And even impressed at the way we getting it in. That's what she said, yes, thunder mixing the shit. Keep you sitting on your biscuit, wouldn't wanna risk it. This is a mission on a small time thing. Attend special ed classes, but you get no pass, kid. Ass kick, take the L, simple as that. Unknown Rama, straight from hell, boy, don't catch. On fire, a pie, gasoline in a match. Wouldn't help you, best move 10 feet back off a 2-foot pier. No tears detached for your rest to the ref cruise. Let's use that as direct news at you and set new stats. It's 10 more, less than just dudes. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
We're living it up. You want it, you can have it. We're living it up. Still running on automatic. The game is on. Can't you see we are unstoppable? The game is on. Can't you see we are unstoppable?
A dream you never want to end, a memory that you won't forget. We'll stay up all night, awake till morning light. We'll stay up all night again. Life is all a dream. Can't take this from me. I can feel it all my life. I can feel it all tonight. Life is but a dream. A place where you belong again. This is in the now, that was then. We'll stay up all night, awake till morning.
下一场我们要面对 UB， 因为他们下路也打的对线期打得挺凶的，所以我觉得我们只要把对线期前3局对线细节做好一点就好了。这赛季一开始我有很多想法没跟队友表达好嘛，然后挺遗憾的，打得不怎么好。我们赛季中队伍也做了很多调整，到后面我回来，我的想法也能跟队友表达清楚了，有时候在游戏里做得更好。虽然有时候也很难赢，但感觉我们会越来越好。
Feels like there's been a lot of changes, Lyric, in the season for WE. A lot of adaptation. It feels like for WE, this has just been a moving split where they're like, hey, well, forget it. You know, we're looking at getting ourselves into our form for 2023.
Yeah, and you know, with how rough it's been, with how it ended up, how early they were out, I think it makes sense for WE, right? Just retool, try and look at what you're able to do next year. I mean, we've seen WE bounce back from rough splits and make cool runs before, like thinking about, you know, when they came into like 2020 and like we started to see the semblance of that roster that had like Morgan and we teach him on mid lane. And then once again, kind of having to rebuild after that with a new mid laner and Shanks and, you know, up towards the top side with Breathe. So WE, I think, trying to experiment, see what pieces you want to keep up for next year. VU obviously had a solid game, but they lost. So we got to talk about Ultra Prime and our MVP, the new lad on the board, Harry, picking it up with the Gwen. I mean, overall, right, he was the big damage dealer. He was the one making sure they were able to find those picks and honestly keep the game alive with team fights, with hard pushing those side lanes.
I think it was such a good Greg game and always so stable. You know, coming through to the top side, there's certain magic about this boy. And all I could say, Lyric, is that for Harry in those last couple of fights, We saw the reason why this Gwen was just picked up blind, and so many times before we've said it, Lyric, but the new ultimate does a lot of damage.
Yeah. I mean, we know the damage numbers Gwen's able to put up, but the fact of him getting involved in these fights, able to tank a lot of this damage, and like you're saying, dish the damage out. I'm sad we didn't get to see how much he absorbed when he was the one to engage down on bot inhib, because I feel like that was when the game really started to feel like, okay, this is now a bit more up in the air. Ultra Prime potentially able to take this, and they did. WE sadly not managing to close it out. They will get another chance. And again, if they don't want to finish winless this split, they need to put a win on the board right now.
Can they do that? That's been the story for this whole series. Like, WE facing down the barrel of the 0-16. Lyric, maybe they want it because for V5, it was an epiphany. They changed the next split. They're like, we need rookie. And it was so. They looked at the top lane and they said, let's see what we can bring in. And Rich appeared. For V5, it's worked out well. Maybe for WE, that's what they want as well. But let's be realistic. As you said before, no team wants to be 0-16. Every team needs a win. It's just, motivationally speaking, how do you come off the back of 0-16 for even your next year? How do you find motivation? For WE, you got to just hope for something.
I do got to say, even though in like this context of, whether the 0-16 or 1-15, it doesn't matter. But I will say, I think failing is better than like, if you're a team who is comfortable and like, let's say you're consistently like edging into like 10th or something, many splits in a row, and that never pushes you to change, and you try and build off of that. So when you do have these massive failure splits, right, the org really has to take an intrinsic look and potentially go for those full rebuilds like we saw V5 do if they want to find better success next year. So I actually think there's some truth in what you're saying.
Somewhat, it's very blanket, but
philosophically there's some truth there.
That's right. That's a good way to put it. At least for Ultra Prime, especially from what we've seen, Ultra Prime are a team we're kind of expecting that they might be running the same roster again. They've stuck their guns out through the year. They've run with Elk and Shalsi for the majority of the split, and Meowny has come in for the later portion. But we know that this roster has some pretty big names. It's got an MSI champion on it. It had a domestic champion up in the top side, an ex-super team jungler in Hacker, and
an ex-MSI like attendee in Chelsea.
Yep, that's right. Over in the LMS, like there is so much experience in this roster, and it's amazing for me that Ultra Prime didn't do better this split. So again, shows you the depth of talent in the LPLs. We're getting to pick and ban for our second and possibly last game. We'll have to find out as WE are now on the blue side.
And changing it up, right, since they have moved over, not feeling like they need to ban out things like the Zeri, so they are going to actually take away the Poppy this time around. Ultra Prime, I'm curious to see what they do, banning away 2 AD carries themselves. Could look to index into 3, or they could even potentially look to keep that Silas ban that they did have on blue side. But right now, Ultra Prime seem to be holding all the cards.
Yep.
Curious where WE will want to go with this third ban.
That respect over to Xing wholeheartedly, though. Third ban towards the Xin Zhao, apparently, here for Hacker. But we saw last game around, the Wukong first pick Lyric was a priority for Ultra Prime. We have to see with the Zeri banned away if WE do the same thing.
I feel like for WE, you either look for the Wukong, or you could even potentially look to just go for a Silas with the fact that the Tilly is off the table. I think Silas is a lot harder for either of these teams to just blind, with the fact that the other one does play the Azir. And like we've seen people pick Silas into Azir many times, but again, that could be very rough in the early lane. You know it's going to outscale you later on in terms of the amount of DPS it's going to put out. So Ultra Prime now thinking about bot laners. And hey, even if this did get punished in terms of jungle involvement in game 1, they still were able to pull out the win. If this time around they could get, on the better end of jungle attention, maybe we'll see a lot better performance coming out from Elk and Meownu.
I mean, there's no Trundle on the side of View as well, but let's see what the response is. So that bottom lane locked in here, Lyric. Aphelios taken away this time. What is the follow-up for Xing and Kadaya?
WE have actually been one of the bot laners that have felt comfortable even just going back to things like the Jinx, but no! Actually gonna pull out the Varus. Man, I don't know the last time we've seen a Varus in LPL.
We have had no Varuses this split for sure. So, Varus, last time we saw him, Lyric, probably, I mean, we were getting a little bit of on-hit Varus, let's be real. Not this split, but last split there was like a couple. However, You know, we haven't had old school Varus with lethality, which, let's be real, probably won't be. But it's just been a hell of a long time, you said.
I mean, especially when you know it's being paired alongside a Lulu, right? Should be more about that on hit coming through and being able to play that big DPS role on the opposing side. Is some potential kill pressure there at level 6 if they can get you involved with the chains of corruption that are able to come through from Shing. So I love it. Once again, WE, I think signaling maybe going to play down towards that bot side again, but Hacker getting his hands on his signature pick. The Lee Sin, always been what he's gravitated towards throughout his career. Could potentially set up for a really strong mid-jungle setup. And Ultra Prime already looking to take away the Silas from Shanks.
Because they do get themselves the strong mid-pick, right? You talked a little bit about the Azir, both teams playing it. For Cryin as well, Lyric, anything else that steps up is, hang on, Azir not going to be taken, instead just banned away.
For Ultra Prime now, I wonder if they just go for the blind pick Lissandra. Because, right, Lissandra, Ahri still the two, I'd say, big name picks left open that I'd expect. And, I mean, you might as well go for the better end of that matchup, the FCC, to set up for the Lee Sin itself. And WE, I think, now in a bit of an awkward position in terms of what they can look to ban in mid lane. So, maybe once again, give one ban up to the top side, and they do. Good call, taking away Harry's Gwen.
Absolutely. Mention the blind Lissandra. You also mentioned the Ahri. Cry now has the option for both, and for Ultra Prime, they'll give their counterpick to their top side then, Lyric, which gets me a little bit excited as mid just keeps getting hovered over. I'm pretty excited because, I mean, for Harry last game, blind Gwen comes up, does well in the laning phase against Demon. This time around, he has the counterpick angle, and there's a lot of top laners open.
Still, I feel like Ultra Prime going to need some engage in that top side, so I wouldn't be too surprised if we see like a Sejuani or an Ornn what comes out. But it's going to depend on what WE go for here. I mean, this time around, we also do have things like the Jax. If they did want to get Demon once again on a comfortable pick that we've seen him play this split, that you feel decently fine in blinding, unless Harry would be willing to pull out something along the lines of a Rumble, which we have seen this split. Shanks going for the expected Lissandra since Cry didn't pick that one up. Again, a matchup we've seen many times. And I mean, I'll just guess the Jax for Demon, unless they want to go for something he hasn't really played much of. The Gnar, a much safer blind, but we've only seen him play it once so far.
Yeah, true. I mean, last game wasn't great on the Fiora where he took the matchup. This time, he's going to be in deeper water. You did say, though, Ultra Prime need more engagement, Lyric. How much do they care about that?
I'd love to see them just go towards the Sejuani if they want to round out the comp nicely and bring some of that engaged towards top side. With the smiles, with the jovial laughter. I mean, if they did decide to lock in something like the Yasuo and go for one of those, like, older, more tried and true counters that we have seen, like, here or there, you know, globally, or even, like, thinking back to internationals. And no, surprisingly deciding to bring out the Gangplank. Gangplank is something we've seen a lot less of since the changes have come through.
True. Crit chance changed away, and Lyric now no engage. So for Ultra Prime, what is your game plan? Just hoping that WE go in and you just hit them as they try and get out?
I think Ultra Prime's comp to me has to play a lot more around picks, right? You have the single target burst coming out through mid jungle. You have the single target lockdown coming from your Ahri, and trying to play through that mid jungle squad, mostly enabling your bot lane and trying to make sure that they don't get punished the same way they did in game 1. You also know at level 6 you're gonna have the cannon brush to be able to enable that. For WE this time, I actually think they're sitting in a pretty solid position if they can make it out through that early game, because this time around they have a ton of engage. They still have a lot of DPS coming down from that 80 carry role, and unlike Ultra Prime, who not only don't have really much engaged, they don't have a front line either. WE having the Gnar and the Wukong on top of the Wild Growth will give them a lot to work with if the game goes late. We just need them to be more decisive than they were in game 1.
Well, for WE in game 1, the laning phase was where they went well. But you're right, the indecisiveness came into the mid game, and that lead didn't mean too much. Ultra Prime took a game 1 that should have been theirs and sent them to match point, which is where we are now. If WE lose this game, or let's just say lose the series in any capacity, they will end 0-16, which is a record that only V5 have been able to set in LPL history. Even when we had East and West conferences, there was no team that went flawless in defeat. It is something you don't really want to hold against your name, but also something that, you know, a lot of fans have been looking forward to. Let's be real, because Ultra Prime as well looked good in game number 1, and in game 2, you did talk about this comp building up a bit of an early game here as we head into Summoner's Rift.
I think especially when, again, just talking about the lack of front line, the real lack of lockdown coming through from their side, that's why I look at them to need to be the ones to accelerate. But WE might even once again have another way of finding an early game advantage, trying to settle. As we see what happened here on the bottom right-hand corner, nothing. Yeah, very close, but didn't even need to burn a flash. Just manages to walk away.
Yeah, View not I don't think he started W either, so I believe he's still got a relevant summoner spell as Cryan's walking in. They're in that brush to the left-hand side of your screen, between Cryan, between Elk. WE not walking in yet as we pan to the top side. I'm more interested in bot side. Get away from this barbecue lover. I don't care. I want to know how this invade goes, Luke, because it is actually going to be a blue side start. And View, once again, says, hey, bot lane, I got you.
WE, once again, just finding small advantages. We'll see if Ultra Prime do sniff this out from the way that they're walking the lane. I mean, Ultra Prime should know now that an invade was able to come through from the side of WE. And once again, we saw them able to take advantage of the level 1 difference last time around.
Yep.
Going to be even more true coming into this game.
I mean, you pointed out last game, didn't even think of it. The level 1 of Lucian Nami. We always talk about level 3, but the level 1 not adding too much means Xing and Kadai yet again walk into this lane and do some really good poke damage. Mianu has started with the ebb and flow, though, so Elk gets healed up, but Kadai and Xing still moving forward aggressively, with View now heading back towards his own side of the jungle. Not spotted on that ward, I believe, so they still don't know that this Wukong's here.
Still, Hacker now being the top side again. I think they were able to sniff it out from the way that the bot lane duo did, come to lane. So he will look to steal away some of these camps on top side.
Oh, there you go.
And now kind of having a bit of the split map situation coming through. And yeah, now seeing their bot lane come through, check what camps are left open just to confirm that this was able to come through. And at the very least, looks like Hacker should be able to get 2 camps away from View. So we'll end up an even trade in terms of jungle camps.
And just quickly, before we go any further, is Ward again not spotting him out. I like that you mentioned the bottom lane moving across because we were just looking at Varus down on the bottom side. Last one to pick it out was Gala on the 13th of April. So spring split, it came through. It's been 123 days since, and Xing is breaking that on the very last day of the regular season of LPL. Has a big CS lead here, Lyric, is 17-3 right now with a massive wave pushing in. All eyes on bot lane once again as this wave sets up for what we know.
I also just love how View re-invades just to take the final camp.
Yep.
Takes 2 camps, leaves, comes back, and now, like you said, trying to angle for this play, but Ultra Prime know it. They've learned from game 1.
Yeah, Hacker being here as well. Elk with a good trade as the heal comes out, but Hacker to save the day, and he's got Safeguard with the Sonic Wave as well. Look at that early game damage. View struggling as he's already burnt the flash. The ward to get him in focus, and View is punished. Hacker learns, and that's going to be first blood to Ultra Prime.
Great adaptation coming out from Ultra Prime. This is why we love best of series. So you can take what went wrong in game 1 and figure it out going into game 2. So Ultra Prime this time around, I mean, actually being the ones to come out with an early game lead. Their bot lane still behind in CS from what we've seen in terms of the trading coming through, but now going to be able to find themselves a bit of an advantage in terms of kills, in terms of the jungle that is coming into play.
True, Hacker stealing away some of the Raptors, so that's when you get a KFC coupon and use it to your full advantage. Hacker's also up on CS with that first blood picked up for himself and equalizes the map status quo a little bit more, Lyric. As we look here on the bottom side, still didn't spot him out, but as you said so nicely before, they knew, due to the bot lane movement towards their own camps, they knew as well they had a suspicion with how Xing and Kadai moved into lane. And that was enough for Hacker to fully commit and make themselves better for it with Ultra Prime having a 1k gold lead here at the 4-minute mark. And bot lane going back to a nice bit of neutral despite the ACS difference at the moment.
I think it's, you can read it off the fact that, the invade came through, they're stacking a wave, they're looking for these heavy trades, everything's just telegraphing that they're going to look for that same dive again. So let's try with a good read. Mid lane so far, been a bit of a wash. Cryan actually being the one to be up in this matchup so far, and maybe even looking to combo with Hacker. And we said, right, mid-jungle is one of the places where Ultra Prime can potentially look to find an advantage. Top, we kind of expected to be a wash. Harry been doing fine on this Gangplank. And even to, revisit the Gangplank changes on this patch, pretty much to TLDR is, they took away a lot of his, base stats and, nerfed some of his base damage, but tried to up the base damage, with more levels and durability. So trying to make it so his late game's still good, adding crit to the passive as well. But still doing so fine in this matchup. But that matchup apparently doesn't matter because View has a one-track mind, and it is still all about this bottom lane.
Where's my buff? My blue buff's coming up, he says. He's waiting for it, and Shing and Kadai doing that well against Elk as the piercing arrow, which is so good. The damage enough to threaten them off as Shanks is now moving over a ward as well. He's level 6 Lyric. And with a 4 versus 2, Cryin needs to come down pronto.
Look at Hacker.
Hackers, yeah, again, in the right path. Aqua Prison not connecting, though, will mean WE hold a bit of flexibility. Sonic Wave is there as Glacier Path taken. Hacker into the backline, not having 6. He flashes out from the prison, but look at Ultra Prime's damage as Hacker runs for his life. Elk survives. They're still under the turret as Cryin is getting reset. A triple kill at 6 minutes into the game. Kadaya has to watch as the map burns down. This time around, the revenge comes from Ultra Prime's bot side.
And it's so sad for Team WE. Everything they were able to do right in Game 1 is just going wrong here. A great read by Ultra Prime. Once again, like knowing that this play is coming through, bringing Hacker down in time, Cryin huge now, 3-0-1 on the Ahri. And heck, we already saw Ultra Prime had a really solid mid-game last time around. It's only going to be better this game.
I can't believe Hacker has just flipped a switch and is so aware at this point. A 3K gold lead at the 7-minute mark will look again because almost turned into a quadra off the back of WE setting this up.
And they were so close to getting onto Meownu, flashing away right before the ult comes out. And even there, Shane's kind of delayed on getting the ult on the Lee Sin, so he doesn't go down. And the whole time, damage coming from Elk and Cryin onto Shanks is able to turn the numbers so quickly. And once the resets come through, everything is just going positively for Ultra Prime.
Triple kill over to Cryin. 3-0-1. Ladies and gentlemen, it ain't looking good. For WE, the team that is trying to avert the, I guess, the miracle, anti-miracle run, we should call it. This early game is not what you want if you're a WE fan out there. 2-0-3 on the Lee Sin as well. Hacker now has 6 and more of that gank potential, Lyric. And I guess my question to you now should be, how do you avert disaster? How do we start talking about these level 6s for WE when the gold lead looks so imbalanced?
I really wish you would ask me these questions before the gold lead starts to snowball.
I didn't know we're going to get a dive at level 6. I mean, I didn't know we're going to get 4 people. Everywhere else, they're like, oh, durability. Okay, take a little bit away. They're still a bit scared to dive. LPL's like, yeah, I need my dose of diving. Let's go. Into a 6v6 here as Hacker jumps on in view with the Cyclone. But guess who's back in action? Elk giving over the kill is Cryin out max range with a flash available. He's got a charm, and that wasn't angled too well. But at the very least, WE's jungler now 0 for 3. That's one way to get a good view of this second game.
And this is where we're coming into where like item advantages are going to start to make the difference, right? Cryin, having that lost chapter in mid, able to get the push, able to make his way down towards bot side first. I mean, if you want to talk about maybe ways WE can try to change their plan of attack, is maybe instead of attacking bot lane directly, which is what it looks like they're trying to set up now with Shanks moving over, getting vision in enemy jungle, maybe with the since your bot lane can get prio, playing more to trying to find picks onto Hacker in enemy jungle rather than committing to bot lane, to where again stacking these waves, going for these heavy trades can just telegraph these plays so easily.
I mean, Hacker like clears red buff, probably going to be heading down bot. Shing has himself the Chains of Corruption, going to be used onto Elk, who flashes it. Now pressuring underneath the turret. View is back again. You got to give credit to LPL Lyric. They will always double, triple down.
And heck, they have been getting plates, right? They're very close to being able to take down this turret, despite the fact that they're the ones giving up kills in this lane. Elk and Meownu haven't even touched a turret plate on WE side down in that bot lane.
There's a 30 CS lead as well, so for everything that's gone wrong for WE, at the very least, their bottom lane is still thriving in some regard. Shank's not falling too far behind as he continues moving against this mid, and View still keeping up with CS. So you look at the wards in the bottom side, Lyric, and you can kind of see that WE won't be giving up. They've got a ward down here, another control ward there on the side of Gromp as well. But look, sorry, that was Ultra Primes. I was going to say, look at WE's vision in River. Look at the commitment.
I mean, like you said, LPL teams just know to quadruple down, but I feel like we're done with bottom lane for now because it's 10 minutes. Rift Herald has been up for a whole 2 minutes, Hysterics, and no one has even looked at it. How dare they?
Too busy
Gromp,
looking at bot, I guess.
Gromp has a nice outfit on. They've done hair. They've bought some nice wine. They're just ready. They were just ready for someone to come, wine and dine them, have a good evening.
Yep.
And even now, Ultra Prime actually make their way towards top first, but they try and find a pick onto mid, and looks like it wasn't successful.
We're going towards Dragon instead. into the enemy jungle for WE. Shanks and Gandaya spotted out here as Meownu has the tidal wave. He's going to launch it into River. Shanks has to flash without a glacial path available. And Ultra Prime now forcing them out. 4 members here of WE Lyric, but threatened for the time being, as it just will be an Everflow moving into River in response.
It's kind of, that was so close, but also not close at the same time as WE. I like that they stick to their guns at bot side because that's where they had all their vision, and they're even still trying to all in on this pick.
Yeah, onto Hacker. He's got the ultimate available. He's just caught out. His flash is available. He knew they were still hovering there as Kryan was coming in, trying to find the angle. Culling is in the mix of it as Kryan's Spirit Rush is still available, but that's just greedy from Hacker.
And, I mean, for WE, I mean, kudos to them, right? They didn't fall in the trap of going for that Herald because of all the vision that you highlighted on the bottom side. They stuck to their guns. They pushed out that lane. And it seems like Ultra Prime felt like they were under too much threat to just start up the Herald themselves. It's like, hey, if we do this, we're giving over bot turret to the side of WE. They still have vision. They might be able to pivot that into a Dragon. So they tried to come back bot side to defend and make sure that this didn't go through. But WE, with the patience, able to find that pick on the Hacker was quite nice.
Our cameraman just having an easy time. Doesn't want to go anywhere else. Looking constantly at the 2v2. Lyric, I don't even get time to blow my nose in LPL, you know. Hey, look, we're looking at top side. Do you remember this lane? Oh, those were the days.
Yeah. And, you know, surprisingly enough, looking at the map holistically and looking at gold, like, I think Ultra Prime got up to, like, 3K gold at one point. Now it's just under a 2. So WE... Sure, again, giving over those kills, but the fact that they're able to keep these lanes going even in mid and top and actually be up in the bot lane has been keeping them in it just fine, especially when we hit on, right? Them being the ones that have frontline, them being the ones that have, you know, this AoE CC coming out in the jungle, having the ability to lock people down from Shanks as well, should set them up quite well if we get to the stage where we are going into full-on 5v5s.
Yeah, we talked about it, you know, for Ultra Prime as well. The ability to find picks has been good, but at the very least, we know they've just been responding off bottom side for now. Starting up the Herald, better late than never, Lyric, but it is very late as Elk's trying to take away the blue buff on a ward for now. But View and Kadaya aren't willing to commit with Meownu around the corner, and I guess with Kryan sitting in the mid lane. So blue buff just taken, denying away some of the camps. Well, Shanks gets caught out a little bit in the mid lane, but that's about it.
Shanks having to hover down towards that bot side because WE wanting to use Kadaya and View to hover around and zone Elk out, but Ultra Prime actually moving to mid.
Okay, well, Shanks avoiding that. There's going to be a bit of plating taken at the very least, and so the Herald's not going to be a complete waste. This will actually go down, Lyric. I mean, you look at the damage with all 4 members. WE are going to lose their first turret through mid, and Ultra Prime have just cracked this map wide open.
Ultra Prime, great job of moving their bot lane over because WE were expecting to commit them bot, which is why they brought View down towards that bot side, hoping to find a pick. But they just 4-man mid, circumvent that, accept that turret's going to go down, but are able to find, you know, not even an even trade, right? They're trading up considering they're also able to get this inner turret so low, as we saw. Team in all-inning Harry, forcing him to flash. Rough.
Yeah, a little bit rough. Harry with no summoners available, Demon with both. Harry's going to try and stop the back here as a good bit of damage coming down. Unleash Teleport, of course, we can all see as Demon will have that up and available if there is any shenanigans around Dragon. But for now, it has been a very slow neutral game. It has been a game where Ultra Prime have not really been pulling the trigger around these neutrals, Lyric. It's been all about the blood and responses bot, while Dragon, Herald even only taking it 13 minutes of the game is a new one for me.
Yeah, very surprising that it wasn't able to come out sooner, but still a lot of that coming from WE's own aggression towards that bot lane tower. But now, with no Herald on the map, with Dragon still up, I would expect teams to more willingly look to fight for this. Bot laners in mid to try to contest that prio. WE should be able to keep it up like we just saw. But actually, WE maybe even going to try and find a pick onto Harry, considering that he doesn't have that flash up on the table anymore.
What is on the top side, though, and Harry close to the cannon barrage. So does WE spot this one out? This GP is just going to back all the way back as Kryan now sits on bottom side against Demon. And you can see that Elk feels a little bit safer with some of that vision control placed up towards the top side. Hacker now moving down though, Lyric, and I'm not sure what he can find. It's going to depend on a charm.
And they're first waiting for that Mega Nard to time out, right? So trying to get that wave in as slowly as possible. Still have a bit of time, so Demon might be able to get this cleared out a decent bit, but Demon goes in.
Okay, Demon, you're a bit crazy. Charm connects in the end. You know what? For a 0-16 or 15 team, I respect that from Demon. That's a good way to die.
So Demon is thinking, Oh god, there's a jungler. I don't want to 1v2, so he tries to commit for the 1v1. Sadly doesn't have the damage, but I need to stop Zell. Might get caught out by Shanks.
Yeah, Shanksy with the Glacial Path, but nothing happens of it as Kadaya takes one too many turret shots. And so WE trying to get a response through mid after the bottom side dive, but turret stays standing. Ultra Prime now have full access to bot, to top. They use so much Lyric, and Ultra Prime just had to commit 2 ultis.
Rough for WE. I mean, right, they try to create the man advantage playing mid, which wouldn't be too bad if Demon hadn't gotten dove, because then it's like, fine, you're only leaving up pressure top, and theoretically you're banking on finding those kills mid to even out the score. But it's like, okay, Demon gets dove, you don't find a play mid, so you're not able to equal out the advantage anywhere, and suddenly, Ultra Prime's gold lead finally balloons once again. We're up to 4K!
But it's not like the first
everyone
game.
loves 4K.
Everyone does. 4K is good. There is actually 8K out now, though, which is kind of a mega pog. We'll pause once again. No television talk when Harry's on the screen. He's dead. Ladies and gentlemen, they got him. WE get their kill. They break that 7-1 again. But, Lyric, you know what I was going to say before. At least in last game, WE started with the laning phase. The non-proactivity really hurt them in mid-game. It's so funny we get a reverse where they tried to be proactive early. They got stomped. They had to quell it out a little bit. Now they're trying to be proactive again in a mid-game that last time around they couldn't really handle.
No, and like, for WE, right, it seemed like their takeaway from game 1 was like, that's fine, let's just keep going with this game plan. And again, I feel like them having more hard engage, them having a frontline this time around, definitely is a step in the right direction, but the fact that those weren't able to work out really hurts for them. I will say, though, we are in a position to see the reverse of what happened last game, which is maybe what WE wants. Lose in the early game, rely on the other bottom-tier team in the league to have an advantage that they will throw. It is very possible, but you can see WE been really afraid of trying to match numbers with numbers against Ultra Prime, have mostly been going towards where they haven't been, and it's giving a lot of freedom to the side of Ultra Prime. I mean, look, once again, getting some deep vision down in top side that could potentially give them those picks that they've been looking for.
Look, the trading's been huge, and on top of that, the CS difference as well. Good ward from WE, but Ultra Prime, as they move through River, are still angling for the pick. I was going to say, Lyric, you know, look at mid while we play this fishing game. 11 Magi stack, 30 CS lead. Crine is the one as well, looking for the charm. Kadai almost walking into it, but Crine, my God, word is hard today. I even said that the sentence to explain that words were hard today wasn't good as well. Lyric, big Ari. The Shanks are going to be getting out of the nick of time. Ultra Prime just gathering around River. Nothing up for another 35 seconds with the Herald up in his top side, and Ultra Prime do have control for the time being.
Ultra Prime just trying to maintain control of topside River because Herald coming up, 25 seconds. You can already see them kind of leaning Harry up towards his top side. It even decides to stay down a bot to catch the wave that Demon is pushing, and now has the cannon barrage available just in case any fighting breaks out in this top side.
Yoink, thanks so much for the leash. Level 11 here for Hacker. He's got a big CS lead as well. The vision still being threatened out as Crine moves into Fog of War, but I believe was spotted on a ward in the interim. As for WE's bottom lane being towards mid right now, not the greatest place to be, as Culling comes at an angle with the tidal wave as well. Crine here with the Everfrost, but he's so deep now. Crine's Magi's will almost be forfeited. He's lucky to be alive. Glacial Path taken. Hacker now here on the rise, and I can't believe they got Xing and Crine didn't die. That was almost a disaster.
I think you put it perfectly. Cryin, lucky to be alive. I mean, had Shanks been there, ultimate ready and waiting, that definitely would have been a 1-for-1. But still, Ultra Prime find the kill. They're going to be able to turn it into a Herald. Cryin also has TP, so can look to join in mid.
Good threat in here from L.
Don't even need to.
No, I guess not. All right, well, there you go. Second Herald, just give it over 5K gold lead. And, you know, we are going to get a replay here, Lyric. Of course, there it is. This was just so gung-ho and thinking he could burst Xing.
And Shane trying to predict him to continue going forward, Chains of Corruption miss. And sadly, I mean, no real lockdown here. Demon, maybe had he ulted him upwards towards that wall. Maybe, you know, they get the CC down, they're able to find the pick. Shanks nowhere nearby. But like you said, Cryin, extremely lucky to be able to manage to get away from there, but maybe not lucky right now.
No, over the wall, he's going to spot Shanks. No, Shanks backs away. There was no ward, no lens. And Cryin, I'm not going to say lucky to be alive. Yes, I am. Spirit Rush, he lenses them and gets out immediately, but still with those ultimates available as he continues to rush forward. Look at the angle on Hacker. They could be in a bit of trouble as Herald just gets dropped down in front of 3 WE members, Lyric. I guess Hacker really wanted to pursue the issue.
Yeah, and really awkward place. They don't even have a wave with them, so they're going to have to escort this themselves, trying to get a charge, and it looks like it's not even going to happen.
That is we've already had the golden Ricks. Hacker, we can't get you in, but maybe next split. That Herald being one of the worst of the split is Ultra Prime just back away.
Look, Hacker is keeping up with his, Ultraman moniker from the Chinese community of first 15 minutes, look at what this guy can do. Post 15 minutes, maybe we wind back the clock.
Yeah, somewhat. Lyric, I still got to blow my nose. I just don't have time. You can take the game for a bit, because, for me, can't sit here being snotty all night. So, hang on.
Oh, wait. Okay, no, I'll take it. Charm comes through. Everfrost in view sadly gets caught out. Hacker crying. Right place, right time. I hope Hysterics has blown his nose. It's Ultra Prime now.
Oh, yeah.
Gonna look for this, but Shanks is here.
Shanks' angle good as well. Glacial Path not to be taken. The Aqua Prison Charm was waiting for him. And look, that was kind of like blowing the nose, Lyric. A little bit messy, but successful in the end. Ultra Prime still with the gold lead. Almost mid-turret going down as well. You just look at them advancing this lead. And with how sketchy things have looked, it still ends up being Ultra Prime favored. 17 sacks on the Jais now as well, by the way.
Even just looking across items, I mean, like Demon, a little bit behind in terms of second item coming through. Harry already sitting on that collector. We have 2 completed items for Hacker. Like, feels like they're so strong right now. I can't believe we're going this far back. Kryne spotting them out with the sweeper. I love the urgency to instantly get the hell out there because he would have been locked down by the ultimate. And then here, waiting in the wings for Hacker, for View to come through. Hacker, they're able to get the kick off and sets up for Kryne to come in and finish it off.
Oh boy, we are developing. WE, is this it? Is this really going to be how the split ends? This game has looked rough from the minute go, from the triple kill to Kryne at 4 or 5 minutes into the game. Maybe it was more like 9, right? But it was still a big old doozy to give over. He now has Rabadon's death cap, and Lyric, let's roll through again. There's Engage on WE, but being this far behind, I don't think it'll matter that much unless Ultra Prime throw hell to the wall.
Luckily, Ultra Prime have also been the ones getting like all the dragons.
Yeah.
They have been stacking up these neutrals, and they seem like they're very confident in trying to force these aggressive plays that, again, if you're taking control of all this area with Vision, it puts WE in the spot where they have to come into you, and is it all as bad that you don't really have any set engage?
Like
apart from Charm, apart from Everfrost, right? You have the Nami ultimate. Like, there's ways there. It is all just skill shots or conditional. Is Demon gonna look for the solo kill?
Yeah, Harry is flashing into stun after stun. Demon flashes and avoids everything and gets the kill. There you go, WE's top laner. Even if he dies, he goes out in style. It's a good ulti from Elk to poke them down. And now to deal with the rest of the wave as Ultra Prime have made it a top lane trade. WE bringing in Xing, but look at Hacker's angle. With the Sonic Wave, he threatens to make WE go 0-16 as inner turret goes down, Kryne with no ulti. I am waiting for that base-breaking team fight that will render WE into that moment as flashing into a charm by Shake. Oh dear lord. He tried as now forward onto Kadaya. WE are setting up their engage loop, but no one's here. The kick finally comes through, and guess what? Even with the kill onto Kryne, Elk is still alive, trying his heart out as Xing. Maybe I didn't give him enough credit as Hacker flashes in. Sonic Wave doesn't connect. Oh, you gotta give him something now as Kadaya flashes too. Demon's back in. These are our bottom of the barrel teams, but hey, Xing on the Varus as Meowth is back here as well with a great Aqua Prison. That will not matter. We get our bloodbath, we get our scraps, and we get WE fighting to stay off the bottom of hell.
Demon even managed to dodge out on the barrel damage by just hopping right through the brush. And now Meowth looks like he should be able to survive, and he will. But WE finding the fight they needed. It looked like everything was going to go heads up for Ultra Prime. And I'm curious to see in the replay here how the Lucian does end up going down. We're going to go all the way back to the 1v1. Demon just having confidence in running him down with the fact that his ulti's coming through. Is able to get him knocked into that while Orange has to come out, and then managing to finish him off with the flash auto. Demon knows he's going to go down here, and Kryne Great read that the Flash is going to come through with how aggressively Shanks is angling forward. So they get all this damage down onto him. And again, this is where it looks like for Ultra Prime, things are going to be going smoothly. They get a ton of damage onto View. They get Kadaya out of the fight. But it's right here. L trying to continue to go forward. Shing just left untouched this whole time to where he turns and just with that Ginsu stacking up with the amount of DPS he has in pocket, able to take him down. And then I love that top laners rejoin the fight, especially for Harry here. Probably feels like he's locked in his own personal hell once the guy who just solo killed him rejoins the fight, able to dodge out on the barrel, and then it doesn't matter that the bubble does come through. Because then Demon able to get up once again, gets the buff from the Lulu, getting some of that attack speed and finishes him off.
And here we are yet again. Shanks over the wall, WE. This game is comebackable as we're starting to see that engage coming to fruition. And Lyric from that last fight as we approach Dragon in 50 seconds. Before so, I have to apologize to two people. Demon, because I think he's had a pretty rough split, but he's on a rough team. That was his best team fight I've ever seen. Those mechanics were also sick with the predict on the W, but Shing played the fight so well on this Varus. WE have hope, folks. Can they go to Worlds? No. But can they survive here? That's going to be the next question as Elk starts with the culling. I was just complimenting Shing. He's taken up his HP, but at least he's got a Lulu to help him if the fight progresses as Shang's going to be poked out, but View's angle! WE's jungler! That's a triple Cyclone knockup with Meownu being the first to drop down. Demon as well, healthy enough as Cryin jumps on in. Shing is toggled though, and he's down! That's not a good thing as Cryin wants more resets with the charm connecting. And just as we look at WE fighting off the bottom from a 0-16 split, Ultra Prime know that the opposite of down has to be up.
And it looked like everything was working out so well for WE in terms of the angle that View found. View finding a huge Cyclone, but Cryin being the hero for the side of Ultra Prime, getting straight onto the back line. This is going to instantly turn into a Baron for up. And, I mean, we saw last time around Baron could be the thing that finally starts to push the game to where Ultra Prime can look for a close.
Look at the replay again. This is just so sad. It's like game one all over again, Lyric. The hope is not being restored.
And it's right here, right? View gets onto multiple members, but look at the angle that Cryin comes onto. Gets right onto Shing. Shing has to go golden immediately, but Hacker sitting right there waiting in the wings. They're able to take him down. That's the big source of damage for Team WE. Now without that, they're able to manage, continue running the rest of the members down. Of course, the three who did get initially ulted by View were just able to kite it down, take him out. And I feel like that had to be the final nail in the coffin. Yeah. You could see for Ultra Prime even managing to get on the Rift fast enough to be able to get themselves some soul points.
Lyric, I will not accept it. I'll not accept that WE are dead, right? When they fell out of playoffs, okay. You know, I went to the cemetery, I grieved with the rest of the fans. But for WE, I will not accept that, I don't know how darker we can get here, that this carcass is still rotting out. But WE, they can still win, Lyric. I don't want your analysis. I don't want any of your brain, your intellect, your composition. I just want the magic. And when you're running a demon versus Harry Potter, I believe in the demon, I have to say.
I gotta say, though, I feel like dead is too strong a word. I feel like last time we cast, we talked about Marvel as well, but I feel like this is WE's Thor when he goes through that, like, fat phase where he just sits on the couch playing video games. That's what WE are doing right now. Exactly, they can come back.
Good ulti onto Cryin. He has to flash away with the Spirit Rush still available, but look at the Aqua Prison on the turnaround. Maybe it was Ultra Prime that were Thor, Lyric. I don't believe you. You set me up for failure as WE now set up for the unthinkable. 2 members dead, Inhibitor getting taken down with Baron buff as well. Ultra Prime have the method as Hacker comes in for the kick flash, and Shing won't get his outplay yet again. Ultra Prime slap him in the face, and for WE, they align with history. Not only the fight will go 0-16 in multiple splits, but for WE, moving to that club, the 0-16 anti-dream has been achieved.
I gotta say, I lied. WE was not like Thor in that final sequence. Kudos to Ultra Prime, though. You know, the 0-16 storyline was really the only stakes that this match had, which we ran with it. But still, for Ultra Prime to end the season off on a high note, the fact that they've used LDL talent, Meownu, and now Harry coming into this series, and, you know, now having this data, now having these prospects that they can work on, Cryin, ending off the split how he started it in a very strong fashion. Feels like he has been the best player on this Ultra Prime roster consistently, to where like Elk maybe has had higher highs, but has also had way more lower lows consistently throughout this split. Just, again, nice to see for Ultra Prime, to where hopefully they can, make the small adjustments, retool for next year, and then when I predict them once again to be a playoff team, I'll be correct.
Well, I mean, to be fair, like, it's not like a WE situation, right? Ultra Prime are not that far away from the middle of the standings. What we talked about a lot in the standings, like that 7th all the way to 17th. Maybe with WE being the exception here. 3-4 wins versus 7-8. There's only a couple of series where Ultra Prime, they win, and we could be talking about them being on the outskirts like a TT.
Not even series, right? You think about games. You think about
Oh, yeah.
their series that went to 3 games. They just needed potentially 3 games to go differently. Bam,
Yeah.
they're now at that 7 record.
God, I can't believe it, though. For WE 0-16, it's a milestone, We go back and we look at things like, the car invented, right? People driving around in automobiles. People are flying in the skies. Astronauts land on the moon. The 1969 lyric. And then V5 goes 0-16. We can't believe it. Then they do it in another split. And then finally, when we get down to it, when we think there's not going to be an important moment in our lives, in history anymore, WE goes 0-16 and show us that miracles and maybe somewhat magic is still in the air and still happens.
I feel like you are way too excited about this. If this was the first time, I'd be right there with you, but you know
why? Because WE now are going to Worlds next year. Because when you 0-16,
No,
Yeah.
V5 had to do it 2 years in a row.
Okay.
V5 just didn't happen like spring split then summer. No, V5 did it in 2020 and then 2021.
Yeah.
So you're kind of wishing this again on WE. And even then, I'm not impressed, because if it's done
Look.
twice, it's already been done twice. It would need to be done 3 times for me to be impressed.
Look, WE have, they went to Worlds 2017. We all remember. Like, that was the biggest moment for WE. And like LGD, maybe they have to wait a substantial amount of years before returning back. So they had to go through this lyric in order to sprout, right? You don't go out to your back garden and you don't plant flowers over the top of the dead plants. You got to get in there. You got to realize what you're working with. And then if you pull it all out, then you can replant.
Surprisingly, the only takeaway I have from that is like when you said, 2017, that's like what we think of WE for. The thing I actually think of WE for is that 2015 IEM, which is where they like first brought in Chie, and then they beat the GE Tigers and went on to face TSM in that final, which if I remember correctly, I'm 99% sure they lost. But they beat the Tigers, which was super hype at the time, because that's when LCK dominance was at its height. So great job, Season 5 Team WE, and great job, Ultra Prime today.
Look, Ultra Prime are an organization that even I thought they were a bit of a dark horse. They haven't been too great this split, but it is a nice note to end on when we highlighted their players having a wealth of experience, especially within the league. Harry is someone who came through and replaced Zoom and did an okay job here, Lyric. Like, second game was outclassed a little bit by Demon in the 1v1 as we saw, but game number 1 had a really good laning phase, so maybe there's some strength there, maybe there's some hope, especially when Zoom wasn't having a good split. But hey, at the very least for Ultra Prime, I'm curious about how this develops for next year, because there are so many good players in this roster, but if it's not gelling, maybe it implodes, maybe it moves apart, and maybe there's a big roster change to be had coming up.
I feel like there's at least like moves like I wouldn't be surprised if Ultra Prime make roster moves next year, just because like you said, I feel like this roster was filled with a lot of good players, but the fact that it didn't work out, it feels like maybe some moving parts are needed. There's a lot of rosters like that, right? I mean, like LNG, BLG not performing to expectation. They both might be in playoffs, but it feels like those players should have done better. I feel somewhat similar to Ultra Prime here with this roster. Like, again, I'm not saying they should be like a top 5 team in the LPL, but this looks like a roster that should have been in that race for one of those last 2 playoff spots. So, like you're saying, I'm curious to see what they retool around next year, or if they do decide like, hey, we do have the talent, this can work, we just need to change the formula a little bit. I wish you would have seen more out from Ultra Prime like we saw in this game too, which was like playing more for that bot side. And sure, in this series, it felt like the plan was more to counter WE rather than their own proactive plan coming into this game. But again, when you have the spot lane duo, or at least the previous bot lane duo when we Chelsea, not as much with Meownu on the roster. That again, is so bot lane oriented that likes to pick these aggressive lane matchups like the Lucian. It feels like you need to enable it. You can't be putting as much focus on top side as they were doing early on in the split, or even just enabling Cryan more. Because Cryan had a great split, and he really did a lot of that all on his own. Wasn't playing too much with like Hacker or Chelsea or anyone Meownu roaming to the mid lane. A lot of it was just off the back of like him laning well and him making these rotations and having like crazy good Azir and Talia games this split.
I think it was our focus on player, right? When we all casters got together and started talking about what makes Ultra Prime tick. I think, you especially were saying like Cryan was the biggest part of the success, and we knew the strength in the 2v2, but we also knew that Cryan with a lot of these mid roamers came back to like RNG where he was able to influence the map, but here he's in a much more dominant position where you don't have as reliable laners in reliable form.
And it just goes to one of those things of like Cryan on a top team, like a team full of like star players is gonna feel like the weak link or the lesser part of the role player. But you move Cryan down to either a middle pack team or like a lower tier team here, and it's always felt like Cryan was gonna be one of the big driving factors. We even just think back to when E-Star came into the league, and Cryan was one of the big forces, right? A lot of it was him and Wei making their way down towards that bottom half of the map for E-Star to be able to work. And back then, he was showing a very diverse champion pool. The Rumble, the LeBlanc, the Cassiopeia, all picks. I remember E-Star playing back then from the mid lane. So,
True.
I mean, overall, great to see. And heck, our conversation's even relevant because, to no surprise, Cryan gonna be the one to pick up the MVP. He did a lot of the heavy lifting in these team fights. His roams down towards bot side were great, and he was landing some spectacular charms. Even if he was lucky to be alive in that one play.
Well, and he's also Ari, right? That's part of the game. You want to play the champ, and you got to be a little bit ballsy. So I feel like for Cryan, 3 MVPs doesn't justify here. But remember that Ultra Prime have only picked up 4 series wins, so. Feels like right now, as we look through the early game lyric, this is where it all went wrong for WE. The same game plan, but Ultra Prime with a better read.
And like we said, this is the beautiful thing about having the best of series, right? It really tests the team and shows what they're made of. In game 1, we can maybe say Ultra Prime got lucky that WE weren't able to close out. But in game 2, like there's no argument that Ultra Prime like were and are the better team, right? They were able to adapt, they were able to come out stronger. And once they found a lead, they actually were able to run it home. And some beautiful team fighting. Because in that last fight, I mean, View found his way onto the back line. It's a great Cyclone, but it's Cryan and it's Hacker who managed to get on top of the Varus and make sure that he can't find an impact himself.
Yeah, Hacker getting an honorable mention for the Lee Sin for sure, right? As we've just been told, Harry's standing by for an interview. So you know what? Let's throw it over because this guy is now a legend in my book.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now we have Harry from UP with us. Congratulations on today's win, and this is your first matchup in LPL, and you got the MVP for Game 1, so how do you feel? 那首先恭喜你们，今天不但是2-0拿下了比赛的胜利，这也是 Harry 选手第一场 LPL 的比赛嘛。然后你特别是在第一局也斩获了 MVP，所以说现在感觉怎么样？心情如何？
挺开心的嘛，因为也是 LPL 最后一场比赛嘛，赢了可以放个好假。
I'm very happy about today's game, and also this is my first LPL, but also is my last game for this summer. So after today's win, we can have a very good rest. So I'm very happy about this part. And let's talk a bit more about game 1. In game 1 started with WE, they were able to get a very huge advantage, but we can see UP, you guys really seek so many opportunities and engage lots of amazing team fight to make that comeback. So what's your strategy and what's your focus when you guys in a disadvantage in game 1? 那其实说到第一局的时候，我们感觉 WE 其实在前期是有比较大的一个优势的嘛，但是你们一直在不断的找机会，然后通过几波非常漂亮的团战，然后最后拿下了一个游戏，完成了翻盘。所以说，可能在稍微劣势的情况之下，你们关注的重点或者说一些战术是怎么样的呢？
因为其实当时我边路是赢那个剑姬的，然后我们中路就一直靠着我打，然后我发育也挺好的，就慢慢找机会，然后我打出来就发挥出自己的作用，应该是就挺容易赢的。
although the team we were in a disadvantage in game one, but in the side lane, I feels like I got more leads than the opponent's Fiora. So and also our other teammates, they would like to play around me a bit. And I feels like if I were able to perform so good in all the team fights, we are still very easy to get the win for game one, and this is our focus for game one. And definitely you're going really get the MVP level of performance in game one. And let's move on to game two. Game two started with WE. They would like to make a bot tower dive, and four of them would like to make the tower dive to turret on your bot. But this ended up with you guys were able to get 4 kills. So how did the team communicate after realizing WE's attempt in game two?那其实来到第二局的话，WE 他们是有在前期想要进行一波下路的越塔，但是呢，那一波你们是处理的非常漂亮，反而是4颗人头在手，所以说当时你们是有意识到 WE 的一个企图之后，是怎么样来很好的沟通、很好的处理的呢？
我们就其实很早就知道他要月下了，然后我当时那波船长还有6级，我们大家就说了，如果他们这波月下了，他们就会爆炸。
To be honest, before the team fight, we have already realized that WE were going to make an attempt to make a bot tower dive, and because I have already reached the level 6, so with my Gunblank's ultimate, I have said to my teammates, if they would like to make a bot tower dive, definitely we will going to win the game, they're going to throw the game. And yeah, definitely the game 2 is a very smooth game for you guys. And this is your first LPL matchup, and you have shown the really impressive performance. So what kind of player do you want to be on the stage of LPL in the future? 那今天毫无疑问，Harry 选手也是让人眼前一亮，也有非常多亮眼的一个发挥。所以说呢，这也是你第一场的 LPL 的旅程。那你觉得可能在未来在 LPL 舞台上，你想成为一个什么样的选手呢？
我想成为 King 那样的选手，就是什么英雄都能玩，然后比较全面吧，然后可以压制住对面上单的同时，然后也可以抗压，就是。
The player that we're really looking forward to is Kin. I feels like I want to be the top lane player that can have a very well-rounded. I can play all the champions. I can do the laning phase so well, and I can help my teammates as well. I would like to be this kind of player, and definitely we're all looking forward to this. And congratulations again. 那再一次恭喜你们，也希望你未来都能加油。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you to Wendy, thank you to Harry. Congratulations on his first win of the split and his debut as well, of course. Wants to be the best player. I mean, he's just humble, lyric. He just wants to be good.
I mean, I feel like this is one of the answers we always get right about. You just want to be a good player, just want to perform your best. I'm excited to see him if we do get to see more of him next year, right? Again, Zoom clearly didn't work out, and just getting more of these LDL prospects I think is always cool, and seeing where they end up in the league, where it feels like we do have so many that just come up and are able to work out. People like Wayward, even for like IG, like Zika performing well, like just numerous players across the league, right? So we'll see how he goes in the future. I'm sure you guys will get more Harry Potter references from Hysterics, and he will keep spoiling it, which it is 11 years old. So
that's right.
It's not, it's
get
fair.
over it. I mean, dude, I've spoiled Game of the Thrones. I spoiled Hold the Door in one of the broadcasts as well, and the reason was because it's like 3-4 years old. I think as soon as it gets close to 5, you're justified.
You said your limit was 5. 3 to 4, you're breaking your own rule.
I mean, I'm too compassionate in that sense. Maybe 3 to 4 is borderline. Anyway. LGD RNG is coming up next. Our final series of the split. You've witnessed WE go 0-16, but will you witness RNG lock in their top 2 spot? We'll explain how right after the break.
Specifically as a result, I'm not sure if we'd see nearly as much bot pressure if it's still...
Whoa, Strife! Just gets deleted!
One-shot him!
The heavy reliant on Clint, who is still flashless to get some of these great plays off.
Just look at top. I mean, it keeps happening. Grand Challenge close to getting through. I want to see that fight as he goes in under turret the side. 4 members against Breed, who's trying to hit level 6. I'm kind of curious because Breed needs 6 ASAP, now has the needlework, launches it out as anyone's legend, are making the dive, but in his little circle, ZDZ having to flash away, he's dead for first blood. It's a double under the turret. Chocho also almost next.
The crown is gone from Rookie. Oh, there goes onto the backline. Bin onto Photic. They can't get the damage follow-up, though, because of that Keeper's Verdict on the Weiwei. The final chapter across, though. Rookie has the lightning crash. As the Ultra Shock laser comes out from Doggo. Doggo step it up here. Rookie can go over the wall as the lightning crash uses it. Tries to go back in on the Weiwei. Doggo has to get out. He's almost out of mana at this point. You've got to be really careful. That's already Weiwei down 2. Doggo, you got to find a way to carry. Icon, somebody. Doggo's got 1. Can Doggo clean it up? Doggo's got 2. He's trying to find the miracle play. He's got him. No. Chris goes down, and a triple kill is not enough. And V5 slammed the door on BLG.
They just dive. Ansem is gone. See you later, LGDers. Top Esports happy to tank this tower up. Jaculov just free firing, untouched the entire play as he finishes them all off. A quadra kill on top of a dominant game. And I think Top Esports is just going to end.
2 quadra kills in a row in 2 different Sivir games. And Hai Chao having a tough job ahead of him of stopping this push.
There's no way they don't dive the fountain. Hai Chao gives it on over. The pentakill for Jaculov.
I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. 'Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. So afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. Friction. Friction.
We're free. Don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. We're free, in love with life. With me, perfect night. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me.
因为下一场对阵老干爹，就是比赛间隔也比较久吧，然后我们也可能需要注意好自己的状态。虽然，对面是排名比较末尾的队伍，但是我们也不能掉以轻心。下一赛这个常规赛的话，我觉得我的状态是一直由低往高的稳定的生长的吧，然后也希望在季后赛可以打得更好。
I mean, Xiaohu's still a bit of class act, I would say. So being critical on himself, where RNG are now facing up the barrel of more than just locking in playoffs, as they've already done. So, Lyric, welcome back. This is our last series of the LPL 2022 summer and of the LPL for 2022. The next time, as we come back from broadcast, we'll be into playoffs, and then eventually LPL teams go to Worlds, and then we come back for spring in 2023. So, that's and then after that, it'll be the next year. And you know, time goes on. Right?
Time moves on. When one split ends, the next starts. Hysterics is taught all you guys.
It's so wise.
But you know what? Teach him about RNG, my dude. You wanted to talk about RNG. Talk about RNG.
I will, you know, because as time moves on, so do RNG. RNG, who just came off the back of winning MSI. RNG, who are now looking at a top 2 finish. We're going to talk about this a little bit because a lot of you wondering how RNG can do it. Now, right now, V5 Lyric are out of the running. Top Esports made that possible after locking in first. But RNG with a 2-0 here today can overtake JDG.
Yeah, RNG's fate, it's still up in the air. If they win 2-0, they surpass JDG. If they win 2-1, they stay third. And actually, if they lose, they'll even fall under V5 because of game difference. So
True.
RNG can finish second, third, or fourth still depending on this match. They were able to get that head-to-head against JDG at the end of July. So RNG, I mean, they are the creators of their own destiny. It is all up to them today And also, it's up to LGD and how they're feeling, how jacked they
True.
are. You know,
When you're out of
maybe they
playoffs,
woke up,
maybe you don't care.
they went to the gym. They got their pump on. They were listening to Electric Callboy, Pump It. And,
yeah.
But important thing is, RNG needs a 2-0. RNG fans want the 2-0, and we are not biased, so we have nothing to say on this matter.
As Lyric said, second, third, or fourth, remember, it has to be a 2-0, and as we look through the split, that is RNG. A lot of highlights here, Lyric. I feel like we start with Gala in every conversation because unlike previous splits where Ming has been the driving force, it feels like Gala is just kind of having a split of his life too.
I mean, it's just so hard to separate them, right? It's like when one gets an MVP, it feels like the other one deserves it. When one pops off, the other's right there alongside him. But like you said, Gala still able to keep up with pentakills this split. Ming performing right alongside of him and actually has been able to pick up MVPs, which has been, a hero story for supports everywhere. And Xiaohu's still been I'll say the focal point, like the lifeblood of this team, especially earlier in the split, where it felt like they still relied on him a lot to be able to get things going when he was put on more control mage-esque picks. Back when we had like Corki still, keeping his fangs in the meta, which we didn't like. And even Breathe. I feel like Breathe has performed well, not having like amazing, best top laner split, but I feel like he fits this RNG roster really well, has given them a lot of flexibility in terms of being able to play out through that mid-jungle and then really enable their bot lane.
I mean, strength through that lane. I feel like Breathe is someone who was underrated coming into the roster swap when Bin went out, but a lot of us casters were saying that this looked really good. Breathe on Gwen. Yeah, what's new, really? It's been previous splits of that. And just looking at RNG holistically, Lyric, their mid-games this split have been the most impressive throughout. Like, they're insane turnaround games.
RNG from behind are to me, if I'm ever the team I'm most afraid of in playoffs is RNG. Because of what RNG is able to do in mid-game when they are even or when they are behind. Like, it's so crazy. They're such a scary team. You could really never count them out from the comebacks that they're able to make. And that's part of the reason why they're in this position to put themselves in top 2.
That's why it's interesting to kind of look at RNG again from an outside view. Lyric, today, I want to ask you your verdict on RNG. And you were going to tell me that RNG are guilty, right?
I mean, to be fair, you did just randomly out of nowhere ask me, hey, what's your verdict on RNG? And I think guilty or not guilty.
You said guilty.
They are guilty. They're guilty of being amazing. You could see there. I had the RNG jersey at MSI. Maybe a bit of bias there. I've kind of done my tier list of teams.
That's okay.
But point is, RNG with the Breathe move, we've talked about it many times, right? Maybe Bin had those games where he himself could just solo carry, which we're not really seeing out from Breathe this split.
Sure.
But he gives them that stability in top lane. They know nothing's going to go wrong. He can just chill. And it could be more about their superb team fighting or their great decisions around the map, which is where it feels like RNG especially excel.
Being better, though. Guilty of being better. I like that a lot. Still, I'll take that with every grain because for RNG, the upgrade up in the top side, whether it is solo kill level Breathe or not, still gives me hope when RNG was still able to do it with Bin up there for MSI, where Bin was having a rougher performance, I would say, than most of the other members. We look forward and we look at RNG and their development through the split, but not only that, their development towards the run at Worlds, because they've already won MSI, Lyric. We know they won Spring. As we bring up championship points here, we've got 4 teams currently locked into regionals, but you and I were having a discussion here. RNG very much set up to look at those championship points that might just net them a world's position, let alone as we get into that top 4, that top 2.
I mean, there's so many different scenarios we can have in terms of like where people end, right? But I mean, as a good example, like as long as TS don't finish second, like RNG can realistically finish third and V5 finish second to split, and RNG will be the team that goes to Worlds based off points. And there's quite a few like little mixes and matches like that where RNG don't have to be as high as these other teams because of those championship points that they were able to earn in Spring. So RNG, I feel like, are in a fantastic position. There's almost no way in my mind that they don't make it to Worlds just off of what they were able to do. And heck, if they get up to second, then they're locking in 60 championship points. So I feel like RNG overall just RNG are going to Worlds. There we go. I'll be the first to break the news. RNG are going to Worlds. Those Spring points just set them up so well.
And again, it's not a G2 situation, right? Where G2 are locked in from getting into playoffs with a bare minimum of 4th. But with how the LPL format works, with top esports also being guaranteed 60, the chances of RNG either not being in the finals or being up against a team that's able to match them in points is going to be quite rare, Lyric. So I feel like it's worth mentioning that RNG, yet again, are set up to succeed and could be returning to the world stage, which is a big deal, while the rest of our teams up in the top 4 are looking likely as well to join them. But hey, that's the roundabout, the 101 of how our championship points work too. Well, for RNG to top it all out, let's be real. Top 2 also looking likely, Lyric, against LGD.
Yep.
Not just the fact of the form, but RNG, this is not the first time they've finished in the top 2 either.
No, I mean, RNG now have finished top 2 8 times.
Oh,
That's a
geez.
lot. But RNG being like one of these, again, let's use a buzzword, being one of these like dynasty orgs in the LPL, them and EDG, just constantly, taking championships, competing for those top spots, and RNG just positioned to do it once again. They've done it with so many different iterations of their roster, all of them kind of being built around, or not built around, but having Xiaohu as the cornerstone, and now able to do it once again with another different roster, right? Because it's not the same roster that was able to do it in spring, not the same roster that was able to do it last year when they had Xiaohu top. So just the way RNG are always able to maneuver this is brilliant.
And what's kind of crazy as well is something we didn't get to talk about in our rehearsal, that for RNG, let's say, they go to Worlds. What I'm more looking at is like domestic performance. If RNG are able to win Summer and then go to Worlds, then for Royal Never Give Up, that golden road that was denied in 2018, that was also denied against SKT as well, is once again coming into question. No team in competitive esports history, well, in League of Legends, right? I don't know other esports, have been able to win Spring, win MSI, win Summer, and then win Worlds all within 1 year, Lyric. It's something that is naturally got to happen at some point.
Yeah, within 1 calendar year of like, being able to... I guess no team has, right? I guess Kenju technically has in 2 years in terms of like being able to take Worlds, Summer, Worlds, Spring, MSI. But yeah, that one's a little bit dicey of an argument. But point is, right, RNG in a phenomenal position. And going against LGD today, I mean, they're heavy favorites. And talking about LGD a little bit, kind of surprised in my mind that they're bringing Shadow and Yeji back on stage. Because before this, they have actually been running Quay and Hai Chao. They were able to take a win off RA with that roster, but they did also then end up losing to IG, which, to be fair, IG are no slouches.
No, they're not, but I don't think they stand up straight either. Yeah, I would say with IG, they're a team that have been crooked for the past 6 weeks or so. So, to be fair, that in the conversation is always just going to make me question a little bit, Lyric. You know how I feel, but you know how I feel about RNG. Speaking of IG, by the way, that series probably one of the best of the split. That was just pure insanity.
Wait, the IG LGD one?
The IG RNG one. Did you see that series?
Yes. I mean, yes, I have some feelings about that game one. I'm just gonna throw that out there. But RNG, but hey, that game one also, a good demonstration of RNG's, capacity to stay in the game no matter what. I mean, they were the ones that had the lead early and almost through, but still able to keep their composure, able to clean out that game. It's one of the reasons why they are so feared. That LGD, like we talked about, have been running Quay and Hai Chao in their recent series, but today it will be Shadow and Yeji coming back onto the Rift, which to me is a slightly different pairing. I think of Quay as someone, again, likes to go towards that grave, so more willing to put out some of those big damage numbers, and Hai Chao plays more champions that it's maybe not necessarily carries, but the Aries, the LeBlancs, these things that can also put damage numbers on the board, the Azir, to where when it comes to Yeji, it's all about push and move. I mean, when you think of Yeji, you think of Galio.
True. You think of things that can move across the map. That's a good point. You think Yeji and who was it on IG, Lyric? Uekai. Had some similarities for me as well.
Both
Champion
played
pool.
set.
Yeah, they did. Champion pool goes out the ocean as well. And just quickly coming back to LGD, look, positivity on their faces, smiles as well. A real good vibe from LGD. They're out of playoffs, but they can be a nuisance to RNG today. They can look for their 4th win, just like Ultra Prime did moments ago against WE. And they can end the split, actually, they can end it above Rare Adam and Ultra Prime if they're able to get a series win here, Lyric. So that's a big deal as well, being able to finish just under IG. for a team that has also quite struggled when, yeah, we talked a lot about their roster movements and their change-ups, considering that we've had people like, you know, Eric come through, Asim and yeah, like Shadow and Quay in and out, Hai Chao, yeah, G, and like this is a big roster-moving team.
It's been musical chairs for them all split long. It feels like they finally cemented on having like duos again, being like Quay and Hai Chao, and then Shadow and Yeji.
Yeah.
But still, when your roster's that many moving parts, it feels really hard to find and like sustain a formula for success. And now today, my only question for LGD is, who do they like more? Is it JDG or is it RNG?
Oh, that's true. I don't know. Where's the similarities? I'm going to go through the rosters, Lyric, and think about which players would they like more. Well, looking at JDG, has anyone been on LGD before?
Look, the question is, the long-standing player on LGD, like the player that's been around the longest, is Jin Zhao. Who is Jin Zhao good friends with?
BLG members, maybe? I don't know.
Well, I guess no matter what, that Jin Zhao's feeling fine because BLG already locked into playoffs. And maybe that's why. Maybe Jin Zhao and LGD aren't friends with anyone, and they actually do not care whatsoever which of these teams gets second. They are here today focused on their own performance.
I reckon it would be to do with like 2020, like Worlds Mad Lions, right? We remember they didn't get past groups. What I was going to ask you is, do you remember the group pairing? What LPL team were they with?
2020, wasn't that LGD?
Was it actually LGD? Oh, wait,
yeah,
hang on.
2020, our fourth seed was LGD.
Oh, well,
that was the Longxing Xie roster.
It was too. I'm trying to go through now, Lyric, because it's important that I look at this. You know, we're not missing out on anything else.
Okay, if you want the connection, so Shadow played against that LGD roster where Longxing was, who is a former player on RNG, and he holds the grudge and he wants to take them down profusely for that.
Okay, there you go. A Mad Lions had to play a tiebreaker as well. Then we got to elimination. It's actually super massive.
Why are we going through the Mad Lions history?
It doesn't. It matters because Shadow's playing, and he has a grudge against Turkey because Supermassive Esports knocked them out. But I don't know. RNG and LGD are both not Turkish teams, so it seems to be neutral, Lyric.
You know what? Poppy banned on the board. Wukong also taken on the table. We're getting rid of these junglers. And people might think, hey, Viban. RNG have actually been the team that have gravitated towards this Vi pick more than anyone else. It's actually Wei's second most played champion, only behind Viego, to where it's only one game behind. So not even going to be given the chance to make it their most played champion here today. But something's jumping out. Zeri still being left open. Talia as well, another big one on the table.
Okay, well, Talia's been banned every blue side so far. Surprised to see it come this far. Zeri Talia, what is the bigger priority to give away, especially since RNG have had Xiaohu being one of the biggest Talias, the Draven instead? They're like, hey, just take Zeri, I guess.
I think they want to trade. I think they're fine if LGD take... I mean, if they're leaving both open, right, they're fine with either one. But I think they were banking on, if they take Zeri, they are fine giving that up and going the Talia route. But it is going to be the opposite. Xiaohu not going to get his hands on the Talia that you've been heralding, but does set up for them if they do want to go for the Zeri. And heck, even the Yuumi being open if they just want to go for that tried and true combination.
Sure.
Surprisingly, though, Ming has not pulled the Yuumi out yet this split.
And he's already played like 12 unique champions. So we're gearing up the barrel for a 13th as Wei wants to bring out the Viego yet again. A lot of people shied away from this, Lyric, and looks like Wei won't be one of them.
I feel like we've got two junglers that are fine going back to this if other things are banned out, which is Wei and Tien.
Yeah.
I think other junglers here might be like, hey, maybe a Xin Zhao, maybe a Trundle comes out, but RNG gonna go to their tried and true Viego pick. And Fearness, like, I remember when we got first pick Fiora on blue side coming out from LGD, they were able to win that game, and it looks like gonna put the same confidence here once again. And for LGD, I mean, I feel like something like a Xin Zhao can set them up for better team fighting. But it is their last series, Shadow. If you want to go towards that Lee Sin pick, which you're famous for, it's the time.
It would be the time, wouldn't it? But no, we get Xin Zhao instead. So Bit of setup for the top side, Lyric. While for RNG, you mentioned things like the Yumi, but they're not even looking at Ming's champion pool. Instead, getting Xiaohu on something that can bully out the lane. And, you know, Xiaohu, this is one of his more played Lyric, but hasn't been as successful as things like the Ari, the Lissandra, and the Talia. This, on the other hand, would be something that we've seen him on. Something that can move across the map and, yeah, dunk down with the Galio hello.
Very interested to see how they maneuver this one so far. Not really having any engage or anything. That could too well bring in the Galio. Of course, again, you just have options, like, depending on what he goes rune-wise. If he does want to opt into something like the Predator or even go in Sealed Spellbook and have the Ghost, you know, at his whim. So we'll kind of see what setup Xiaohu does go for. I like the takeaway of the Sivir, considering you already have the Zeri, not wanting to go for that trade, enabling champions like Xin Zhao be able to run in and just frontline for someone that has so much AoE shred coming through. And even Sivir really good against champions like Galio with the spell shield. He's low range, and it doesn't really impact you having that 500 range. RNG, though, I'm interested to see what they go for support, because considering that they didn't really value that Yuumi coming through and that Ming hasn't pulled it out just yet, might signal that, you know, it's not a champion that RNG really care about. Is Neela taken off the board.
Well, that's the first, isn't it? We haven't even seen Neela picked up in the LPL yet, so...
We saw it hovered last series, and I feel like that's the most that we've gotten.
That's true. I mean, hey, even the Belveth came through when it came out on release, but people have been even less adamant to pick that one up. But at the very least, for RNG with that ban away, means they're targeting something that isn't the Aphelios Lyric. I'm curious to see what happens for LGD's bottom lane. But further to your point, you said for RNG, they haven't been adamant on the support. Ming is someone who played Alistar, Nautilus a lot of the time. Are we going to get something super aggressive top in the meanwhile with the support counter?
I mean, they're trying to find an answer to the Fiora, right? So kind of already hovering some things that can do decently into her, like they showed the Quinn, now showing the Renekton, and now they're just going to go for this, try and find that early game lead, providing a bit more of a frontliner and a skirmisher than what Fiora could be. We also know later on in the game, you will just be... you will struggle very hard to find an impact. I was going to say be absolutely useless, but you know what? I like to give Renekton the benefit of the doubt now. So going through the options, this is one of the things we saw coming out quite a bit when Zeri first got introduced into the LPL. I don't feel like it was finding great success. Like, maybe you can come out and find that cheeky kill at level 1 where you can use your Q, like sneak up on them and find that advantageous trade, especially when you have more summoner spells available, with the fact that you're taking that Yuumi, who typically does go, you know, double combat summoner spells. Now for RNG, I mean, you have the Lulu. I don't feel like you have really too much available unless you wanted to go for like a tank engage support and just try to perma play with your jungle down bot side. But honestly, for RNG, I feel like they're going to lock this in. I'm interested to see how they play this one out. Once again, not really having too much engage brought in. A lot of it's going to be just on either Xiaohu running in himself or like Breathe coming off on flanks to make things happen. But definitely for the side of RNG, if they don't get ahead early, they're going to be putting all their eggs in the Gala basket later on.
I mean, risky business, right? Because RNG needing a 2-0 to lock in second feels like this is a comp that is going to be, again, using the word risky, especially, as you said, if they don't get ahead early. Run me through LGD a little bit more, because there's a lot of options here, a lot of scaling, a lot of side lane presence with the Talia added in mid.
For LGD, I mean, I feel like they have kind of numerous ways they can play the map, depending on how the early game goes against RNG, right? They can rely on those sides. They have the Fiora, she's going to outscale. You have the Weaver's Wall to look to impact. And even Twitch, one of the better AD carries is that if we're in a lane allocation where he's just catching waves mid, because of your Q, you can very easily like sneak over to a side lane and also provide that cover. Their team fight, also pretty decent, right? AoE coming out mid lane. You have the AoE from the ult that Twitch has. You have a frontliner in the Xin Zhao who can become like undying with the heals from Yuumi. So LGD actually, I think, having a few different ways they can play out the map depending on what RNG are able to do. We said it, RNG kind of feels like they need to find a bit of a lead early on, or this Galio and Renekton can just find it hard to find an impact, and then it will be all about what Gala's able to do on this Zeri.
There's a lot of regions that consider Zeri given over, even in 12-14, is still a death sentence. That 1,000 movement speed champion, I think it was Jamada's tweet recently coming out. Like, this is just, there's been ridiculous pentakills. People saying, we don't feel hyped for Zeri getting a penta anymore. And
72% win rate on 12-14 in the LPL. 72%.
God, that's it's ridiculous, right? And look, Zeri not given over many times, so RNG took it at the trade of the Talia. Xiao's Talia was gorgeous in past games. He's on the Galio, something he can match there as well, as we can talk about as they get 6. But Lyric, it's a 2-0 for RNG, or it is a 3rd/4th place finish. A 2-0 against LGD is what they need in the Hangzhou Arena. Otherwise, LGD will be able to push them down, support JDG, who will take that place from them, and make sure RNG have no lifeline in playoffs with their round 3 start. It's so important if you don't know about LPL playoff schedule/format. Top 2 gets locked into double elimination, which in the past for teams like EDG in the previous year heading towards Worlds was what got them through and got that domestic championship. So it is a pretty important part here for RNG as they try that climb starting off this series.
And we can see Xiaohu's rune choice, right? We kind of talked about some of the options that he had, not going for the Predator, not going for the Unsealed Spellbook, actually just opts into the Aftershock, knowing he is going to be the one absorbing a lot of the damage when he does go in, as we saw.
Good
I mean,
replay.
we saw that live. I don't know why the observers had to show that one twice, but also to play the role of being able to give them the option to go in, right? Also having the Ghost available. Yep. So I like that RNG at least trying to cover some of their bases so that they will have options later on if this game does get into the weeds.
I was going to ask you a little bit more about the early game, though, as we'll pause because Assam is going into the crush. Gala and Ming are going to be found out as Exhaust goes down at level 1. The strong duo as the poison fully stacks up, but it's the Ignite on the return path as Assam cleanses away. Gala moves back in. The 2v2 is still happening out as Ming is just face first with the Glitter Lance, doing a good job, but you can say that about Jin Zhao and assume RNG taking the worst trade, and at level 1, a close 2v2.
We've actually seen this numerous times come out when the Twitch happens. We talked about it in draft, right? Just popping that Q at level 1, being able to get the sneaky trade coming out. You have an advantage with combat summoners because you do have the Yumi. Now I need to see if they can do something with this advantage. I can't remember who FPX were facing, but I remember FPX level 1 found a kill in this exact matchup.
True.
And then sadly weren't able to do anything off of that pressure alone. So LGD now having control of the wave. They do have push down towards that bottom side. They will have to be a bit careful though because Wei has pat down and it can open for a cheeky gank to come through.
That's a good point. The bottom side is where jungler's going to be at. I like the ward from RNG towards the entrance towards. Pixel Brush has breathed the all in towards top side. Good little slice and dice in and out there as well. Lyric, before we start talking about bot again, I wanted to ask you a bit about this top matchup and where jungle would be affecting it or looking to affect, I should say.
For the 1v1, it's all about if Fearness can repost the W, right? If he could repost that, he will be able to win out some of these shorter trades, get through the laning phase, and we know as he gets more items under his belt, he will be fine. But for Breathe, it's just about weaving in and out the short trades with your Q and slowly whittling Fearness down. But not going to have the opportunity to try to impact this matchup. Breathe doing a great job of keeping pressure up. And RNG already going on the attack so early with Xiaohu waiting in the wings.
He's lost part of his reign of anger here. His fury in his back pocket. So just leaving a little bit further as Xiaohu's angle. Looking good here. Yeah, G might have to burn a summoner. It's the Ghost just straight out as the Justice Punch. Past the seismic shove means Xiaohu doesn't get caught. And it's cheeky from RNG to set up as Xiaohu would take a trade on the exit.
I feel like RNG are one of the only teams we still see consistently look for opportunities mid. We have so many champions that can set up ganks so well, but I feel like a lot of times teams not looking for those opportunities, just allowing whatever champion can get prio, by itself in that matchup, and then looking for roams towards sides. But I like that RNG still have these opportunities in mind, because even if you don't kill Yeji, if you can get that flash out, it's going to be a lot harder for him to start making these roaming plays on the map, especially as we're enclosing towards that level 6 point with Yeji already at level 5.
We did talk about the level 6 point. I'm glad as well you brought it back up because we said for RNG was the lack of the engage. It might have to depend on Breathe or Xiaohu going in himself. So walk me through angles again. Is bot just simple or... Hang on, Gala and Ming. We're going to get this once again. Never mind my question, Lyric. Hold the thought as Ignite just came back up and they're all inning. But Assam hasn't been able to get too much damage off it as Ming and Gala try and run them down with the Glitter Lance slowing down. He might be in a bit of trouble. Jin Zhao trying to save his life and will do so. But this time around, RNG get the better of it.
I also don't feel like this play has the same potency, like, once you get a few levels under your belt at level 1, where things like an Exhaust and Ignite can really make a big difference if RNG just overtrade a little bit. You can see there, shield comes out from Ming, they kite it back. Once those summoners come out, they're just able to get the better end of the trade just fine. But Shadow now...
Yeah, Gala going forward. They know Shadow's nearby, but they're like, hang on a minute. Surely he's not in the lane, right? Wei's coming down as well, Lyric.
Okay, so potentially going to get a 3v3. Wei has a level lead on Shadow as well.
Look at that lens. It spotted him out. Wei might have the angle now as Asim and Jinjiao have to be careful. Shadow sends out Wind, becomes Lightning, but still it's that Glitter Lance, that Polymorph combo with Ignite just about available. The jungler going to move in. They know it's control warded, but LGD as Asim goes invisible. It's all about timing. They tag onto Ming, but Wei now moves on in as well as LGD go deep for this one. Exhaust is onto Garlic Cleanse on Asim again. They commit to Ming. They get first blood, but now under turret Asim. The trade is good enough. A double kill onto the Twitch AD. Asim starts 2 for 1 as Gala will get the return, but that's a good trade back from LGD.
I can't believe the damage coming out from Asim in that play. Able to find 2 as Wei. Still gonna manage to get the scuttle, but I mean, huge early start for LGD. 2 kills now on your Twitch.
That's a big deal. Pickaxe picked up, Cull stacked up as well. That bounty on the bottom laner, as we look at a replay here, Lyric, and all I could say is that this anticipation build-up was worth it.
And we see damage coming through and Asim running forward. Great exhaust onto Gala to prevent some of that damage from being able to come across. Once the E comes through, that guarantees the kill itself. And the whole time as well, Shadow getting a bit of damage onto Gala before he did retreat. And Shadow not able to managing to get that ultimate soon enough to make it down. I wish words weren't so hard, but they are.
But look, hey, level 6 is available, as you were mentioning before. RNG surprisingly going to be on the map first to get this dragon, but I want to go forward into that discussion because for Yeji, with Herald coming up in about 50 seconds, it was like the LGD Lyric and the mobility we know on a Twitch Yumi lane. Maybe this Herald gets a bit easier for LGD.
I mean, it definitely is. For LGD, I feel like they're in such a solid spot with the spot lane matchup, especially now, again, highlighting those item differences, able to constantly keep looking for those trades. And I wouldn't be surprised if LGD take a page out of WE's book in terms of the game plan. Just keep heading down towards that bot side. Fearness, being self-sufficient. He's falling behind, Breathe doing well, you know, with the early power that Arnectin offers. And it looks like been kind of constantly holding the wave towards his side, threatening Fearness with these trades so he can't come through. So he'll be fine up in top. LGD probably going to keep angling down towards spot, but with Rift Herald coming up in 10 seconds, I'm curious to see if LGD start to roam the spot lane up.
Well, the wave gets pushed out here, Lyric, and Asim and Jinjiao are going to threaten it at the very least. Twitch is a mischievous rat, though. And we all know that he'd rather go for the blood as we look towards mid with Shadow now joining in for the push. That means that they're going to be able to move over. But look, Wei's already started up, Lyric. It's a 3K already. That was very fast.
So RNG using the pressure that Breathe has gotten on top side, it was actually a great job to coordinate his wave with when he would start Herald up.
Okay, Justice Punch comes through though. Shadow with the quick ulti, but has to flash away from Wei with the Heartbreaker up and available. Herald goes down, Summoner's down, and that's an RNG win through and through.
And LGD didn't put themselves in a position to look to cross map, to look to get vision down enemy jungle, or peek their head and see if any camps are available. So I think a bit of a missed opportunity. Shadow will still make his way down there now. Should be able to secure himself a bot side scuttle. And with Gala being all alone in this lane, could be a potential point of pressure to play off of.
At the very least, it feels like for now LGD going to breathe a sigh of relief with full camps up and available. Is this bad, Lyric? Is this bad?
They're gonna breathe an aggressive sigh straight onto RNG, and in COVID times you're not supposed to do that.
True.
But it didn't happen. They actually back away, and Wei will not have to deal with the smell of LGD's breath.
You know, the people that go over the top and don't want to breathe on photos in case they get COVID as well.
You know, even just going back in the day of people just being rude in general and like coughing, and you know, like even go back 10 years, you know, get on a flight and people coughing right next to you, like, what are you doing, man?
True.
Have some manners.
That's right. And now it's even worse. Now I feel like the people that do that are even worse. There's all in potential up at the top side. Look for that Ruthless Predator as he's waiting for the Grand Challenge. Dominus now popped as well. Breeze still has Flash available and that full Fury bar. All it takes is a W with this Conqueror, and Fearness will die, but not going to go for it. Instead, Cultivate comes in, and Breathe is just going to set the wave up.
So not a lot happening in topside, despite the fact that ultis were traded and they were, you know, peering at each other aggressively. RNG want to try and find some more momentum for their bot lane. I think that's the right call, right? You need to give gold down to your Zeri because Zeri is going to be pretty much your only damage dealer as this game progresses. But LGD don't fall for it. LGD realize their wave's in a bit of a bad spot. You can see where Shadow is on the mini-map, and to prevent themselves from getting punished, they just end up going for a recall.
Can I just say quickly before we continue on, I think the most ridiculous one so far has been blowing out candles on a birthday cake. People use the knife. You know, they swing the knife like a fan. As we are going to get this gank onto Asum in the bottom side, Lyric. Think on that one for a little bit, because I think it's ridiculous, as he knows something's up. There's no vision. Oh, brush spotted. Lens runs out control ward. There is only a ward in there as Wei now spotted out, but the Tyrant's already pushed out, and RNG have set up the Herald as we get the final chapter in, but Xiaohu here for a defense. Ming has the wild growth himself, but he's still dead. Asum's damage is 3-for-1. Twitch with Blade of the Real King has kite this out as his flash saves him again. Yeji now in the flash, predicted by the Talia. All hail the President Twitch, who's now set up for a game-changing 80 carry experience.
I mean, he's just huge at this point in time. Team fights are going to become so rough. He already has the Blade of the Rune King in pocket. He's close to finishing off his core. He's going to have so much gold to make his way towards that next item. And, I mean, this is RNG's chance to finish second. This is where you thought it'd be all business. Like, they'd treat this like a playoff match, come in and just stomp LGD, but LGD are not letting that happen.
I mean, this is a great performance, where LGD's carry, this Twitch, is so set up, Lyric, that he's already got Blade of the Ruin King, now has 2 more kills under his belt. That Cull is about to be finished in another full wave. And I think we're only seeing the beginning here with a good ulti from Yeji, which we were waiting for with this comp.
I'm just curious to see what he backs with now. Has Zeal. That's it. But again, even close to finishing off that call, we'll be able to make his way maybe potentially towards something like tier 2 boots after he gets a few more waves with that as well.
Yep.
And we've already seen just how strong he was in that last skirmish, but we'll see it here. He knows they're all angling around, right? Dropping the Herald, great usage of the ult to lock down Ming. They know he's so squishy, and he's just able to burn him down, Ignite ticking as well. And Xiaohu doesn't manage to connect the taunt, goes in even deeper after the taunt misses, which puts him in this place where he goes down to the seismic shove. So, oh wait.
Shadow going all in. Hang on a minute. We turn again. RNG, thank you for your donation as Wei goes full throttle. He might die here, but no. The Twitch gets shut down and it goes to Gala. Uh-oh, Zeri got a double kill, and Lyric with the wild growth and the ability to get a triple. Let's give all the money back.
I mean, this is such a rough place for LGD. Everything was going so well. Fearness will be able to get a ton done in this top side, so it's not all for nothing, but giving over those kills, it looks like while we were in that replay as well, RNG picked up the Dragon, so RNG keeping their hopes alive.
A 4-1 Zeri versus a 4-2 Twitch. I don't know which one I prefer. Well, actually, I probably do. As we look at this Gendler, who's over the Dragon, and a Shadow was out.
LGD were trying to pincer them. You could see that Asum and Jijao and Yeji were all towards the bottom half of the play, so it allows him to get soloed out. Asum still has the damage to be able to make sure they take down Wei. He already committed in such a bad position. Breathe not showing on top side. Your jungler already down. And the fact that they still committed to play just feels rough for LGD. I'm surprised they were going for that pincer movement. I'm guessing that RNG probably guaranteed prio through mid, which is why most of the LGD members were trying to come through bot, and they were hoping to bring Shadow in on the flank, but that just exposes you for RNG to be able to pick off one side of the fight.
And they got double Dragon as well, Lyric. Like, they've got the neutrals. We talked a lot about them, you know, kind of bridging the gap from this early game with a big lead. It's only 1,000, but you can see now Tempo's bringing up as Breathe gets himself the Ruthless Predator. That's everything against the Fiora, as that riposte won't do anything. Wei gets himself a free champion, and this is just the beginning, Lyric. The tempo builds up, and top side now a mess.
Look, let's be real. You know, thinking about RNG and how they're coming back in and now finding this lead. I'll pause on my thought is Wei actually going to go in on the Shadow.
I mean, Shadow going to get 1v1 here. Maybe not with the ulti. He flashes away. All it takes is a smite to heal up, but both junglers not having it available as Breathe takes the blast cone. Wei gets a bit close for comfort as Breathe makes it a risky play with Yeji running on into the rescue. Blast cone there as he won't get on the right side of it at the very least, and Breathe is just going to wait out to see what he gets while we look back at the bottom lane here. Rat-a-tat-tat, the lightning crash down. Ain't going to be the burst. Gala is dead. Asum is a pain in the bum, Lyric. This Twitch wants RNG to fail, as LGD are going to find another pick towards mid lane. A good win to become lightning as Xiaohu has to bail himself out. But LGD, despite the throw before Lyric, are still rock hard in this game.
Oh no, and they can look to dive Bing as well.
But there's the Galio ulti. Asim's under turret, and it's a mistake. Oopsie poopsie. As Wei now joins in, the blood's going to rain from the skies. He needs a blast going to get out, but Jin Zhao taking a heavy trade as he runs. The Yuumi looking to reattach onto Yeji. That's the plan. But RNG now in a choke themselves against a Talia Xiaohu with some good fancy movement, but has to rely on the Ming shielding as LGD still ambitious to go forward, Lyric, but look who's here. It's a Dinosaur Croc because they've got the mid laner in a choke meanwhile. And LGD must have been having some fast food because this has become greasy as hell in the past 5 minutes.
This is just so much non-stop action. Both teams endlessly forcing plays. This time, I mean, LGD, I don't know why you're looking for this once the Twitch is already gone and off the board, and they keep ignoring the fact that Breathe isn't showing on the wave, and since they've gotten top lane turret, it opens up Breathe so much more access to roam. Sure, potentially Fearless could try and set up things like a freeze, but I feel like RNG are fine since they're picking up these kills. We'll see here, going for the dive, I can understand it. Maybe thinking that Xiaohu backed after the gank from mid came through. Yeah. Didn't happen, he's able to join up. And then here, they're trying to chase down RNG. They don't really have a lot of great lockdown. It feels like they're hoping to bait them in with Shadow waiting in the wings. But Breathe's not showing on top wave. So Breathe makes his way down after a reset. Opens up for RNG to index into the bottom half of the fight with numbers advantage. And Breathe strong enough to solo kill Shadow at this point in time. But he's a jungler. Breathe having a 2 level advantage on him. Now all the way up to a 3. So yeah, overall, I think LGD just looking for a little bit too much.
And I love how you haven't had a real chance to talk about what's been happening and like the effects, right? Because we're in a 4K gold lead all of a sudden for RNG. We've talked up their mid game time and time again. And despite
Dragons in 12 seconds of Sterix, we don't have time to talk about things.
Oh, dude.
Get those slugs ready to call the fight.
Okay, well, on to Asim then, because that's where it's going to start. On to Garlet, well, he's over the wall, baited in. Shadow moving into a choke, though. That's what I'm worried about, is he goes all in onto Xiaohu. The rest of RNG here with Wei holding a grudge in his left hand. Garlet's going to clear out this wave, Lyric. Maybe you do have 5 seconds to tell me the setup.
I feel like the most important thing actually is the fact that Gala just got his flashback, because that could have been a window where LGD could have indexed in onto the Zeri and taken him out. But that Summoner spell up now, Dominus for Breathe. I mean, we know the goal for RNG. It's getting Breathe onto Assam and bringing Xiaohu in as well. Gala just trying to kite out around that. For LGD, it's enabling the switch, having the front line, and letting him open his ultimate onto numerous targets.
As Breathe tries to build up his fury, everyone from LGD targeting him. That means they've given up Dragon. It'll be third here for RNG's. Breathe just flashes away. LGD now looking for a steal. Shadow goes on in, doesn't find it. But now he's separated as Breathe is still in dominance with no flash available. He's tearing LGD between the fight, between himself, but it's a Renekton with one item now, assuming that Assam gonna flash forward, get the Venom, almost kills Breathe. The turnaround from Xiaohu. It's a swamp. LGD have walked into certain death as it all looks so good, but RNG outplayed them again.
The fact that RNG can just play on the edges of these fights is so insane. RNG had already gotten everything that they were here to get, but Breathe a little bit too far forward. Guess what, LGD? No, he isn't, because Xiaohu can join with his ulti, Gala can traverse walls, and now it looks like RNG are setting themselves up to take both side lane inner turrets.
Dude, Asim has got this big vibe about him, Lyric. Like, there's so much energy there of this crazy 80 carry, but sometimes, or at least in the last couple of plays, it's been a bit much. As we look at the replay again, and you have to respect, however crazy, that Asim was willing to see this to the end.
I kind of thought that Breathe was ending here. He'd already blown his flash off screen. It looked like he was going to go down. But Asim, like you said, having that energy to flash in, just, I mean, that's what gives it over to RNG, right? Flashes in, hoping to find the kill and Breathe. Even had he found it, though, it still would have set up RNG to be able to clean up and take this fight. Breathe's not a part of it. He's recalling this whole time. So the pincer movement comes out with members like Wei and Ming coming from around River. And RNG now out of nowhere. 7,000 gold up on Soul Point. Let's remember how this game started with LGD being the team to consistently pick up kills.
True. And the early game looks so clean. Like, this Twitch was set up for success. Because we're not over in the fighting. He'll come through. I believe here with the movement speed is Ming and Xiaohu now looking for an angle. This Twitch still without flashes. Xiaohu has been so good at these traps. The 12 kill participation. Galio is over the wall. My God. Zeri with terrain scaling, Lyric. You love to see it.
Yeah, and they're going to also try to run down Fearness. They have enough members here. Fearness just gone.
Yeah, Gala's just taking him by himself. Look at the damage out of Zeri. Can't do anything as Xiao steals away the kill. RNG using the map movement well, but LGD at least getting a trade through the mid lane and trying to get some gold back on their side after this.
This is a Baron, though, for RNG. I think RNG just turn on the Baron, try and force LGD back into River. Okay. If not, they're going to pick up Baron. That's what's going to happen.
Well, Assam has his ult available. No flash. That Twitch needs a solid straight line as Yeji without the Weaver's Wall, but still with the seismic shove. Baron going down real quick as they look to flip it, but you have to be careful. Shadow runs in early with the Crescent Guard. Miga's going to be the target, but Assam has now exposed himself. Gala is laughing because no one cares about him, but it's Zeri in 2022, and RNG get all the pickoffs to make this Baron even easier than before.
And as Assam, I don't feel like you can be looking for these types of angles. I feel like the way you want to be fighting RNG is having Shadow, having Fearness kind of right there in front of you. Obviously, Fearness was down, but buying you that space to be able to utilize your ulti effectively, find these picks. Tries to go in. They're trying to make a hero play with the best that they have since that pick went over. But, I mean, this now is just RNG's. We were questioning RNG and their path to that top 2 when the game started. But now it just looks all but inevitable to at least take this game 1. And now we're going to see how this all goes down. I mean, they all come from different angles, right? Yeji's staying over the wall, Shadow goes in, but Assam kind of all off to his lonesome. I mean, he has Jin Zhao, but it gives the angle for Wei to be able to just jump right on top of him.
Whoopsie. Well, Yeji could stun away from Wei. As Gala runs in forward, a seismic shove to get him out. He used the Ghost here, but with no summoners left remaining, a Weaver's Wall, he's not going to be pulled on off. Goes for a little mission, and Yeji lucky to survive. But Lyric, it's a 10k gold lead. I can't believe it is a 10k gold lead. This felt close up to a point, but all of a blink of an eye, as you were saying, RNG make it so that this game 1 is an absolute at 22 minutes in the game, and now with all the resources available, an Infernal Soul in 40 seconds, that Baron is going to get value.
It's even a double-edged sword for LGD, considering that all of their resources are on one member, because, like, cool, Assam's accelerated, but he's the only one that RNG need to focus. Like, they all have item advantages literally in every other role.
Yeah. That's a Galio with Magi's as well. So count that as a third item versus 1.5 from Yeji. Even that top lane Breathe, who's gone for, let's call it like the Belveth adaptation Yone build, right? Blade of the Ruin King, Sunfire here, Lyric. Breathe is still 2 levels ahead and is maintaining such a big CS lead while the rest of RNG are pressuring down mid.
Yeah, you know, going back to Breathe, right? Indexing into more of that frontline role. This is something you see a bit in solo queue these days. A lot of times you do see the Frostfire Gauntlet is what comes out, but still, they got ahead. He had more money under his belt, so wanted to just go straight up for the Sunfire, try and get that more damage off, and, you know, 10 more armor and 10 more MR than what Frostfire would give. So RNG now that they have Soul, now that they have Baron, it's just time to see them tunnel down mid lane and give us these exciting fights.
As a 5-man unit, Breeze is even joining in. Close to 16 is there's going to be pure force. Good seismic
Ghost
shove,
pop.
but here we go. Xiaohu into the backside, and guess who's dead again? Assam now the target of every Birdman in the mid lane as Breeze joins in, forced the flash from Shadow. Venus getting a reset as Xiaohu was stuck in no man's land, but it is still a 2-for-1. It is still an RNG big trade. I was going to say something ginormous, Lyric, probably the better word.
I mean, for RNG, they might even just be able to end here. Like 20 seconds on Yeji, 15 seconds on Assam. They still have Baron. They still have Infernal Soul.
Why
they
not?
can just look to take the game.
And Gala's the 80 carry, right? He's going to shred these turrets as LGD trying to create the upset, but RNG not letting them here in this game. One step away as Nexus starts getting chipped down, but look at the death time as Assam's back up. Yeji with his ulti in 5 seconds as well. RNG have to turn tail as Shadow tries to buy time, but now just give it a free kill over to Breathe as Venus jumps in. Wei wants to go all in, but he's going to be shut down too. Spray and pray continues as Yeji TP'd in for the angle. RNG now choked out as it's another shutdown, but that damage from Gala insane as Venus chases this up. The flash forward, the triple kill. RNG tried to end. They're going to pay for it with a quadra over to Fairness, and the game will go on.
Huge for the side of LGD. They buy themselves some more time. I don't know how much this changes the dynamic of the game, though. I'm interested in seeing how much gold Fearness has to back on. Maybe get like another item under his belt, but still, their base exposed in the mid lane. I gotta say, if RNG could have found a kill when they were looking for the end, right? And it looks like that's what they were hoping to do. Earlier, before the replay started, they tried to all-in on Fearness. If they could find that kill, they could probably go for the end. They couldn't. They still are able to find Shadow. Once Wei tries to get on top of Assam, they're able to keep running the members of LGD down, and most importantly, Yeji cutting off their escape route with the wall. And now with Yuumi on top of Fearness, you're getting that movement speed. You have that Q as still has it, and this time it'll help him get away.
Well, he's the most strong member. You know, we've got a Fiora now with a 5-3-0 scoreline, so props to Fearness up again. That quadra kill. It looks like we're going to have to put a little bit more threat in the side lane, Lyric, and let's come back to it. Even though I know RNG have the Infernal Soul, as you said, mid's open, like, there's a lot
all
of
the gold, item advantages, more trophies.
But LGD are only 6k gold behind now. And you did say this composition has a lot of windows into late and how it scales out with the Fiora side lane. That is a 3-item Fiora if they can hold on.
I mean, it'll be hard for them. It'll be incredibly hard. It is still possible, though, right? Obviously, we saw RNG overstep. I feel like RNG have always been a team that does overstep or over-index into trying to find kills. Like, they don't shy away from the action, even if they aren't one of the teams we maybe think of as more bloodthirsty in the LPL. If they see, you know, a potential pick, they will always go for it. So for RNG, we'll see if they open themselves up to being punished more, or if Fearness can just keep all-inning down the side lane. We still have Elder up for 2.5 minutes, so you definitely have a bit of time to play with for LGD.
And it's objective bounty as well. 5k now, the difference is Gala's damage is something that you did talk about still scaling, as he's ready to head forward into Shadow, into Assam with Yuumi. Yeah, G on the backside as well, as that Fiora just waiting for a teleport angle. But as Gala clears out the wave, Assam's going to go full throttle. Is this a mistake, though, if he gets spotted out? Gala, there he goes, just over the wall, and Wei not going to pounce with Xiaohu at his side. So a tense moment here for RNG as they look to put the finishing touches yet again, and they go for the all-in. Wei, meanwhile, onto Assam. He goes golden to buy time, but Gala is stepping up with the electroshock laser. He's charged up, ready to go. And now Assam in the worst position possible. Justice punch, a slap to the face, and just as LGD were gearing up to surprise us, RNG strike back.
I thought Wei was crazy because Wei just instantly flashed in by himself onto Assam. Breathe now. Might be punished.
16. He's got the ulti. He can survive this, Lyric, and the rest of RNG are on their way through. Fearness under turret, buying time, but he's taking a lot of damage. Still with the grand challenge, heals up as RNG still on the chase path, and never mind. Breathe going down, no trade-off as they still want more.
I think RNG are smart to back off there, right? Because if you have Xiaohu trying to cut off the escape route, you could actually open up a scenario where Fearness can just try and like quickly burst down and take out Xiaohu, and then leave Gala in a bit of an exposed position. But man, the Fiora with this Yuumi now having the Death Stance, it feels like he's just becoming too much of a handful to deal with.
Look at the gold given over 405 each as Demolish helps take it down and Wei with the chase, but Fearness having the movement speed and Fearness also having enough mana to get away with one more dash, Lyric. That's so much gold given over as LGD now only 4,000 behind. This game's looking shaky, and I like shaky games with Elder spawning in 45 seconds.
I'm not misremembering, right? At its height, this game was a 10k gold lead for RNG.
A little bit more than that, that's right.
And now here we are. And just crazy that the member to claw it back was not the Fed Twitch. It's all coming from the top lane. And honestly, also just showing how much of an annoyance, how much of a nuisance this Yuumi is being as well. The endless healing coming through for Fearness. And for RG, kind of seeing the deficiencies in their composition. We'll see if they can make this work again, but it's constantly been Wei kind of jumping in solo, trying to set Xiaohu up to come in. It works, but Shadow.
That's a flash from Shadow for the engage. The ulti comes out. Shadow, over ambitious, as now he's Xiaohu with the flash shielded around. They turn onto Fearness, but look at Wei yet again. Going into GA with the jungler down. That engage from Shadow may have cost them the game. LGD trying to be friendly with JDG to knock RNG's spot off that podium, but they're not going to be able to do it. Gala's got the movement speed of a BMW running 10 different engines. That's going to be 3 dead, Lyric, and the base is going to be dead.
In the past few fights they've won have been off RNG engaging, RNG making mistakes. Shadow feeling too pressured, RNG just gonna look for the end here.
Venus gonna try at the very least here. He's got flash available, but everyone launching into him, there's nothing you can do. Jin Zhao has to watch as this 39 kill game comes to its close. This was a fiesta, but it was an enjoyable one to say the least.
I gotta say, if these are the types of games that are going to qualify RNG for top 2 over JDG, I gotta say it feels wrong. Still though, RNG, they did have a rough early game. They did manage to come back. We can, for the sake of our mentals, we could ignore the fact that they almost threw it right back to LGD. But hey, they came out with a comp that, again, in my mind, kind of looked rough to be able to play and be able to close out the game with. Having Renekton, Viego, Galio, Lulu, kind of this core, you're really setting no one up for this Galio to be able to go in. It's just really rough. Not a lot of damage if the game goes late. But they made it work. They made it work. You're laughing.
I don't know. I don't know if it's like RNG, we're like, oh, we don't really care, or...
They care, dude. They care. It's a buy into double elim. They care.
Of course they should care. But maybe overconfident. I don't know. Hey, let's be real, though. For LGD, the bloodthirsty nature to come out of this team, the strength of some of these engagers, not the last one from Shadow, which kind of hurt Lyric, the Asum flashing in, that game had a lot of frills and frolics, I will say, for a team that is currently sitting 16th.
Look, if we had a best Giga Chad Moments award in the Golden Ricks, but it's best Giga Chad Moments that didn't work out, that Asum one can be in there. The flash was cool. And that's one thing to respect coming out from LGD this game, and both teams, right? A lot of proactivity, both teams constantly trying to make things happen. There was that span from 8 to 15 minutes where every time we came out of a replay, there was still a fight happening. So I kind of hope we get the same thing going into game 2. And for RNG, I mean, we saw why they were able to close it out. Gala with a great performance. And RNG overall in the mid-game, we're just trading up on so many of the rotations. But I will give, the kudos and the special shout-out to Fearness for once again showing why so many teams opt to ban this Fiora away from LGD.
Yeah, look, this was second rotation, Lyric, on blue side, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
second rotation, first phase.
Blind is insane. Fearness had his moment in the sun there for sure. His stats obviously highlighted at the end too with Jinji by his side, but let's be real. Early game belonged to LGD. Early game was about this Twitch Yuumi in the bottom lane, which Gala and Ming somehow ended up getting a triple kill a round after the Dragon Lyric and getting back in themselves. So I guess props to that 2v2 for surviving the onslaught.
Look, I gotta say, RNG now one game away from locking in top 2. If they can win next game, they're top 2. I don't know how well their chances are because Hysterics, I feel like me and you have never had a 4-game day this year. I feel like it doesn't happen. So, if that could be used as a metric to decide who will win next game, which is a horrible metric to use, not looking good for RNG.
Well, look, at the very least, with all the 3 games we've had this year, with all the 3 games we've had in this split, maybe RNG give us something a little bit cleaner. Maybe Kenju behind stage gonna put them in line like he did in the IG series.
Bring out the belt early.
Okay, no, we're not going to a game 3, but we are going to a break, ladies and gentlemen, where we find out if RNG are going to be able to lock in second place in this split.
迷雾中找光线，谁甘愿在沉默中妥协？困住翅膀，也要飞得更远。尝过现实中的锤炼，嘲笑声也不过是雨点。勇者的入场券，拒绝最廉价的怨言。剩多少次吹了过，人都心总有一天会被看见。想升高全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，阳光之间穿透这片黑夜。才耀眼，被他血液还来胆怯，心中永远燃着炽烈的火。 总有一天会被看见，想宣告全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，太耀眼，沸腾血液，何来胆怯？心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。有多苦有多痛也不怨，流的泪受过的伤都会终结。被否定被拒绝多少遍，挡不住勇气疯狂蔓延。一颗心一双脚都疲惫，这条路不走到尾绝不停歇。每个你每个我很渺小，却有生而无畏的信念，战胜一切，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，才耀眼，展翅闪电，点亮世界，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。
接下来对阵 RNG 的话，小明呢是个非常老道的辅助吧，然后对阵他的话，我还是希望就是能在他身上多学习到一些就是辅助的那些运营怎么去做吧。然后对阵 Gala 加明的话，感觉我跟阿萨姆的话就是我们还是就是打好自己的吧，因为跟他们交手的话还是以学习的姿态去打吧。
Well, learning from Gala and Ming is the right way to take it, I feel, Lyric, as LGD go down 0-1 to RNG in the first game. It was a bashful first game with almost 40 kills in 20-something minutes. But hey, RNG won. They're still on track towards getting top 2. And I think it needs to be mentioned that that was such a swing of a game.
Yeah, that was an action-packed game, right? Again, we said like non-stop fighting, both teams constantly looking for the action. LGD finding some avenues. Bot lane started out well. Fearness came into the game later on, but ultimately, thanks to the efforts of the man in the mid lane, Xiaohu, he picks up the MVP. RNG able to find their win, and again, he hovered the Azir at the last second. He realized, hey, we're playing for top 2. I need to pick a champion that can actually impact the map, because you always know RNG wants something like that when they're looking at their best. Locks in the Galio, and they made it work.
Well, 11 MVPs ties him first with Shun. If Xiaohu is able to have a stellar game in either Game 2 or if we go the distance to Game 3, Xiaohu will have the most MVPs of the split, if assuming as well he has a performance like this, Lyric, because RNG's mid laner on Galio, when we're like, hey, where's he engaged? How does he get in? Was always on the counter.
Right. I mean, went the Aftershock knowing, hey, I'm probably going to be the one having to absorb a lot of this damage. Goes the Ghost as well to make sure he can close the distance. And he did so phenomenally. So we're going to see in Game 2 if RNG stick to their guns, which I feel like they will, taking like comfort champions like the Galio in the mid lane. But now for LGD, I assume probably moving over to the red side of what it's going to look like for them. I mean, stable champions like the Fiora fell behind in lane, kind of like you expected probably should. Bree doing a great job in that laning phase, but he was able to find an impact later on. So I'm curious to see if LGD try and stick to their guns as well. Or heck, maybe as LGD, you take away the Galio. Not necessarily because it's a strong pick that you need to take away, but again, that is Yeji's champion. If you've watched a lot of LGD, it's like the pick that he's consistently gone towards since his time as a starter for LGD, you know, over the past few splits. And yeah, maybe then, sure, you want to have the same like strength and laning phase, but maybe a bit more comfort. You would have to ban out the Talia though, because you definitely cannot give that pick over to Xiaohu.
I mean, I was going to say like, oh, ban away the Galio, but then if Talia's left, that's going to be a different problem. We saw Zeri being a problem, despite Asum and Jinjiao having a good laning phase with a surprise level 1 tactics. It does feel like for RNG, there are a lot of these don't give away picks, which has always been a problem. Yeah.
I don't even know what ban they would change, right? They're taking away the Vi because Wei's really been like prevalent on going towards that pick and like the amount of lockdown it brings. The Lissandra, another Xiaohu staple, the Poppy, like there's so many things that LGD have to be concerned with in terms of draft phase. So yeah, it doesn't look like there's going to be a lot of flexibility going into Game 2.
Yeah, I think as well, we're kind of just highlighting the flexibility of RNG as a unit this split. Why are RNG fighting for a top 2 position? Why do they look like they're going to achieve it? Not just because it's against LGD, right? Because we know that RNG is the strongest mid-game team in the league. Hell, maybe one in the world, as we will probably get to prove that in the coming worlds, are a team that have shown so many flexible drafts, Lyric. And coming into this next game, I'm pretty excited because RNG just need this simple win. They just need this next game win. They need a 2-0 LGD. They lock themselves into double elim. They guarantee 60 points. They sit up with top esports. And they guarantee to show us at least 2 best of 5s in our coming playoffs. It'll start in a couple of days.
Yeah, you know, already at least guaranteed to like that bottom side of the bracket. So kind of funny enough right now. I mean, if they win this game, they guarantee top 2 and take that away from J2G. I mean, them and J2G are still going to end up on the same side of the bracket. So whichever way it goes, I guess RG technically could still finish down in 4th if they end up just outright losing this series.
True.
But yeah, it could be rough in terms of them having to like meet up with JD Gaming. So we're gonna see how this one pans out. And for RG, man, I don't know what else there is to say. We talked about their mid game. We talked about Xiaohu. We talked about Breathe.
You know what? It's time to talk about Wendy because it's Wendy's birthday, and we didn't
is
know
Wendy's birthday.
until she put it on Twitter. So happy birthday to Wendy. We'll give another shout out as she interviews after this game as well. Always respect people who work on their birthdays. I think cannot be gone. As Lyric's birthday's coming up as well, ladies and gentlemen. Also on the 20th of August, where we go into playoffs, Lyric will also be broadcasting on his birthday. How about that? Honestly, you're also a trooper.
Yeah, working on the day that you were conceived. Let's go. Is sides did swap. RNG now are going to show respect to the big Fearness pickup. And this time around, LGD going to change some of these bans around. They don't want to leave open that Talia since RNG, of course, probably would look to first pick the champion. We highlighted the impact that Xiao has been able to find on that pick so far this split. Now for RNG, I wonder if you look towards taking away the Draven like they did in Game 1, or maybe if they don't care about that Wukong first pick, could potentially ban that one away. It would then leave the ball in LGD's court to take away that Zeri. But in that world, then you're kind of left in a place where not really an OP to take as first pick. So I like that they keep the Draven ban instead, because now if LGD do opt into banning away the Zeri, there's no trade. But they don't. So one team you would expect could look for something like a Wukong. One team could get the Zeri. RNG, Zeri.
You know what I was going to say to you? I was going to be like, RNG in the past, the first pick Vi. That has happened. I'm surprised not to see it this time around, but I just felt like I had to drop that in. Maybe for LGD could be a response here, as you mentioned the Zeri left open and available for Asim and Jin Zhao if they want to set up that 2v2 like Gala did last game.
And it makes me curious about if LGD do decide to go with the Zeri, of if RNG go the same route in terms of the Twitch, which we really saw fall off as, you know, the quote-unquote answer to the pick lately, or if they have something else that they want to show down there in that bottom lane. LGD starting off, though, by picking up this Viego. We also highlighted potentially something like the Galio as something that Yeji's really leaned on, but no, instead, it's going to go and take away the Ahri and, you know, try and guarantee themselves a strong mid lane matchup. But this could also just set up a Lissandra pick for Xiaohu.
Yeah, and the Zeri picked up anyway here for Gala. Had such a great game on it. Way's cheering. They look pretty happy with it. And look, Gala never smiles. And to be fair, that was a smirk. So probably feeling good right now, RNG, as Lyric, you hit the nail on the head. Look at those 3 strong meta picks.
I mean, this would work as well, right?
Yeah.
Like LeBlanc and Lissandra, both champions that are picked into the Ahri quite a bit. Lissandra just being typically what Xiaohu leans on, so they do go with it. And like you said, we have probably the highest priority AD carry. We have, you know, probably the highest priority, I guess not highest priority jungler because Poppy does exist. And now a strong mid lane matchup in the thing that Xiaohu has loved is, oh, we got the Neela.
Oh my God, we've been waiting. The first LPL Neela. Is it going to be on the last game of the LPL is the only question. But hey, Lyric, I don't care. We get the new champion, dude, and I'm all ready.
I mean, this one's going to be really interesting, right? I think the way that Joe would always describe it was like a Jax that Silas ulted and Orianna, which
Samira.
Again, I don't know. I don't know why he didn't just say, you know, a Jax with Orianna ult. I guess he's talking about like the pull in, which is a lot more like Rel's ult to me than Orianna's. But I see what he's going for, right? Being able to pull in your allies. But point is, you know, a champion who wants to get into the thick of battle. It's all about going all in. So you are, you know, a very short range champion. You have those dashes available to you. One of the reasons we don't really see it is because of the weaknesses that it does have in the laning phase, but LGD don't care. It's potentially their last game, and they want to go out in style.
And Asim already built up the Twitch in game 1. Of course he does the Neela in game number 2 now. Lyric, here's what I know. Yumi's a great combo pairing. People have been testing with things like Zillion as well. Double EXP lane in the bottom side. Apart from that, good enchanters that can help her with her mobility of going in, going out, and just running away. I'm curious about RNG because they still don't have themselves a support either. Taking away some from Jin Zhao is going to limit the pool quite a bit, as maybe it is about taking away what he can pair with Asim, just waiting those 5 seconds. Lyric?
I think it makes sense, right? Because you highlighted typically being paired with enchanters because of the buff that comes of being like heal or shield when you are paired with a Neela. But gonna save support, it looks like. Gwen still being left open. Makes sense as a blind pick going towards the highest priority blind pick top laner you can go with. Now for the side of RNG, having to lock in a support themselves. I wonder if they'd want to look towards something like a Lulu and like potentially go with that, not only to pair with the Zeri, but also as a bit of a takeaway, or if they go the standard route, which is what they're going to go with, locking the Nautilus.
I'm going to be worried about this Neela here, Lyric. A lot of engage coming through, a lot of gap close so far from RNG. We just need to see Breeze top laner where are the options to take on him. You mentioned Jax. Anything else you want to throw in?
Jax kind of being the standout in my mind. The Akali, which they've already hovered, is something that we've seen a little bit this split, and of course is one of the big counter picks a lot when we first had Gwen come out onto the Rift. And I remember Breathe was someone who would pilot this champion as well, and they're just going to go with it. So having a lot of backline threat coming out on the side of RNG could make it very awkward for a champion like Neela to look to go in. We have to worry about this Akali throwing down her shroud. Where is she going to be at? And if she can get on top of you and just assassinate you outright.
Ginger, I was thinking about it. You can all see the smirk on his face. Like, get the Pyke on in. Leona's boring. Pyke is not Lyric, and that is someone who can bring you a hug, or at least bring Neela a hug from an enemy champion in his bottom lane.
So very all-in style coming out from LGD. It could potentially be a rough first few levels. I'm very interested to see how this goes, right? Like I said, first time we're getting this champion here in the LPL. But LGD overall having like strong tools to set up pick, whether it's from the Pyke, the Ahri as well, to be able to get in there, lock people down with the Charm. So for RNG, very strong team fighting coming through, but also having a lot of backline threat. I mean, Breathe able to get in there with flanks. The E from Shahu that can get right in the middle of things. Ult the Neela, Ult himself cause a bunch of chaos with how short range the LGD composition is.
I'm gonna keep a close eye on the. I'm gonna keep a bottom eye. I'm gonna keep a close eye on the bottom lane, at the very least with the debut of Neela. But let's not forget what's up for stake, ladies and gentlemen. LGD want this win, not for themselves because they're already out of playoffs, but they want it for JDG. If they're able to take a single game off of RNG, JDG will lock in second. And it'll be like 2020 summer and spring all over again, Lyric. It'll be the top esports and JDG dynasties revisited. But if RNG 2-0 this, if they end the LPL regular season right here, they'll lock in second for themselves. They'll guarantee top 4 with that double elimination. And their chances of going to Worlds will be even greater. You've seen RNG at MSI, but LPL fans want to see RNG continue that golden road. Not even towards just the finals of the LPL, but towards the world stage to see if they can do what's never been done before. It doesn't start here, Lyric, but it definitely starts. You start thinking about it at the very least for one of our oldest organizations of the LPL.
Oh, of course. For RNG, I mean, just always having those big aspirations on the board. To LGD, they already said it in the pre-match interview coming into this one. Ginger talking about how it's a learning mentality down there when going up against Gala and Ming. And who knows, maybe for Gala and Ming, it'll be a learning opportunity as well, having to go up against this Neela and Pyke lane. We're gonna see how this one does pan out. I would expect a lot of action down towards that bottom side, considering that it could be such a fragile affair when you have a champion like Neela, who we can see not even running the flash, actually going with both Exhaust and Ghost. If you can find that kill on her and just look to punish, I mean, there's gonna be no coming back.
Now remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't seen Neela so far, it's all about CSing in the lane. She has to kill the minion to grant the additional experience, but you're going to expect a level 2 here first on the bottom lane. So, Lyric, I love the kill threat that we can start talking about. And also, we know that the healing and shielding power from her team is going to be substantial as Venus runs into enemy jungle, but Breathe is waiting there. While Venus now runs back to wave with half his health bar. That's going to be a nice start for Breathe on this Akali.
He's going to be feeling fine up there, but also when you hit back down in that bottom lane, you hit on the experience thing coming through, which, again, can give you level advantages stronger earlier than the other bot lane, is Ming now being punished. Assam also will have up to 2 dashes on it. Neela's E is a dash, can stack up to 2 times, so that's why maybe feeling confident in not having to take that flash, but he really is all-inning on being able to find this early aggression with, indexing in towards that exhaust.
That Formless Blade as well. The passive with the armor pen, let's not forget. Going to be nice here against this team too. But there's a lot right now that the Q's going to be seen as they already hit level 2. It's kind of crazy. Jinjiao, love the emote usage as well as Assam continues to push. But you can see Jungler also heading towards the bottom side of the map right now, Lyric. And Jinjiao with a nice little trade off the backside too.
not much to be exploited in topside in my mind. Like, the other Sakali, she's going to fare fine all by herself. Will be rough the first few levels. We could see he did just end up giving up the wave, and we'll be able to pick that up. But even for the side of LGD, the amount of mobility he has is Shadow actually going to look onto Xiaohu.
Might have to burn his flash. Good charm timing. The glacial path doesn't connect as he gets two-man root, but Xiaohu's dead. Won't burn the summoner as it's perfectly lined up by LGD for first blood.
You nailed it as well. Just perfect charm timing coming through for Yeji to make sure they get that one. And now going to be able to get down towards that bottom half, bottom side of the map with Shadow and make sure their bot lane can keep doing what they've been doing this whole time. Is Fearness also proxy farming between Breed's turrets.
And as you said, there won't be much of an issue with that earlier trade. You're right on the nail there too, where we're looking at the replay towards mid to watch that layering one more time.
And we're going to see, right, Shadow being able to get here. The E comes out, but instantly flash charm onto Xiaohu. Shadow able to follow through, and it doesn't matter that Xiao's able to lock both of them down. He will just fall in the end.
So, first blood goes over to Shadow. The Viego we know, a great snowballing champion lyric. That is lost favor in the meta, but still is often picked into this Wukong. So, I'm kind of curious as to how he progresses this game when you've already got that first kill. You've been able to burn Xiaohu, but not burn the flash. What are you kind of hoping here from LGD's early game?
For LGD, I think they have to just keep indexing into having vision around bot side. They have windows where, like now, when you have that wave pushed out, you could potentially look to find roams towards mid for Jin Zhao, maybe try and get the flash out from Xiao. But if not, I think a lot of it's just going to be looking to bring Shadow down and finding these all-in opportunities. It looks like Xiaohu's been able to maintain a strong prio in mid, which could make it pretty rough if they don't maintain that vision line in river, or even just him hovering into Fog of War can prevent a lot of the action that it looks like Jin Zhao has been fishing for.
I'm just looking up towards the top side on the minimap though. Breed able to push out there as cameraman's down here for a reason. Nice interaction from Ming, who gets out with a cheeky dredge line. As Asim continues just farming up here. Remember, Formless Blade lets you hit in that AoE. As Jin Zhao sets up for a dredge line again and sets up for the interaction. Gala and Ming stay safe as we look topside. That's why I was here. Fearness about to go down. Breed's going to be taken with him, though. And that gives Shadow a reset here. With the Shuriken out, the flash now burned. Shadow commits too. On a tear here. Stolen Akali, double kill. And Shadow now 3-0 here in his second game.
And I'm even surprised RNG looked towards this top side onto the Gwen, not knowing exactly where Shadow would be or where he can come from. And Gwen, I think, bringing a lot more to an early 2v2 than an Akali does with a lot of your, all of your damage, right? Being about that single target, being able to get in and execute one target. So might end up being a 1-for-1 at first, but then with the possession, Shadow able to keep going through.
And let's look at what's going to happen now, Lyric, because we've already got a Sheen on Shadow. He's got time to back two with this wave getting cleared out toward the camps. We'll look towards mid because Yeji doesn't actually have flash available. Spirit Rush is there with the Glacial Path, getting out of the way with the Spirit Rush now burned. But as Wade jumps back on in, Yeji tries to threaten, Charm doesn't connect, but at the very least, that's an ult gone from the mid lane Ari.
LGD have just kept up the pressure
level six.
So much.
Shuriken flip, Breathe, has ult, he's already burnt it, but it gets out in the nick of time. Needlework channeled as well. And we are building on action here, Lyric, as Dragon starts meanwhile on the bottom side.
Now, RNG going to look to potentially find a pick in mid first.
Yeah, Glacial Prison locks it down. Jin Zhao ignited, even out of vision. He's so close to dying. Gala's right here, flashes for it. That is a bloodlust. Hard to satiate now as RNG get a kill out of what seemed to be gone and steal the Dragon right under their nose.
Great job coming out from RNG. This is something you see typically happen, I think, more around Herald setups. Is
Asim in with the Formless Blade, feeling confident, but not going to slipstream forward. So Dragon does go down. LGD lose that one. And some of the gold as well. Quelled Lyric from the earlier plays.
But yeah, one thing you could see a lot from when one team is already on objective or starting up an objective, and again, you see it a lot on Herald, as the team will start up Herald, the enemy team, instead of just coming right into River, you look to gank the top layer that is still in that lane, find that pick, and you could easily transition onto the objective with numbers. So RNG kind of taking that route with the Dragon, find the pick in mid, forces the Viego off Dragon, you guarantee yourself the objective. And now also, again, crucially getting some wards down into that bot side, kind of mid-bot side river to then set up to where if Xiao's able to get that prio, again, you can start playing around with Fog of War. Yeji now having the wave push, looks like he'll start clearing that one out. But heck, bot side might not stay the focus for much longer with Herald coming up in 30 seconds.
I mean, you can see that things are coming down from RNG with Breed getting shoved into the top side. Hovering now too, in case Wei gets threatened at his own blue buff. So, love the coordination from the top jungle. While as the wave crashes in a little bit, Lyric, we are close to hitting level 6 on the Wukong. Shadow already with a Heartbreaker. Yeji's ulti will be up and available. I'm kind of just timing some of these ultis because it feels like everyone's hitting that 6 point with 10 seconds to go for the spawn.
And it's going to be rough, especially if we do start getting these fights towards Herald. LGD having first move timer as well. Asum on the Neela can provide a lot in team fights if you can get in the middle of numerous members, kind of pull them all up, and then set up for Fearness and Shadow to pop off. But they ended up going back down to bot lane, so this is actually potentially just a 3v3 in topside.
And not spotted out as Wei right now with the control ward placed by RNG, but at 1k for the Herald, it's smited down and it's gone. The local gold given over as we get it all in onto Gala on the bottom side. Apotheosis great with the Bone Skewer, and X marks the spot. The 2v2 comes in clutch, and that combo was slick.
We see the Ghost popped, you E in, you pop the ultimate, pulls him in, sets up perfectly for the Pyke to be able to follow through. RNG now need to find a win on top side.
Well, it's up to Breed to get the perfect execution, but Shuriken Flip doesn't connect. Breed not getting the perfect lock in, and now Shadow's here as well with himself with a Heartbreaker. Wei has to respect it, and Fearness gets out.
And with now LGD having a 2k gold lead, feels like the perfect time to keep shoving this in the viewers' faces. That if RNG lose here, if RNG lose this one game, they cannot finish top 2. They can only finish at best 3rd. So RNG really hoping to find this one, but with Shadow waiting in the wings, doesn't feel like there's going to be too much of an opportunity presented.
Yeah, he's got himself the Herald, so quick back here. Lyric keeps threatening. Wei also shadowing too. Just hoping that Fearness steps too far forward. But LGD still with a 2k gold lead here in this game. They've got the Herald as well, Lyric, to get some of that first brick potential gold, or should I say a couple of plates. Divine Thunder now, by the way, picked up by Shadow. As we look at the replay, this is the 2v1 bot.
Yeah, we're going to see they start by going in. Asum with the dash straight into the ulti, pulls him in. And then Jinzhao able to follow through. Exhaust comes out. Bone Skewer in. And there is nothing Gala can do. Ming getting there. Sadly, just 1 second out of time.
But we're fighting yet again. Jinzhao with his ult almost up and available. Might not matter as Ming lucky to get out. Now Wei is left behind. Has to Cyclone to get out of there. Jinzhao still angling though with his X back up and available. LGD still bloodthirsty and finding out RNG in their own jungle.
And look at the wards that they've been able to put down, right? They have a ton of information on anywhere RNG will go, completely surrounding Krug and Tribrush down in bot side. So I love that they're just using this to their advantage to hard force into RNG's face. They're going to look to clear out some of RNG's own vision, considering that Shadow might be going towards mid right now, but still towards the bottom half of the map.
Look at Jinzhao's threat here. Still safe because of Wei, but steps up. Gala still without a flash. Bone Skewers have been so good from this X80 carry. Funnily enough, XBLG 80 carry as well, as Wei here to help with the wave, but Jinzhao and Asum are just so confident right now in these picks, with Shadow in the wings as well.
Yeah, it's definitely rough for RNG, because it doesn't feel like a cross-map play can be made on top side. We've seen it attempted many times, but at this point, Fearness, so hard to take down with the amount of sustain that he has in his kit, and you've kind of let Asum and Jinzhao just have their way with this bottom side, so RNG in a bit of a rough position. You can always theoretically try and look mid first, since you do have a ton of CC able to come through for Xiaohu, but once again, Yeji, very mobile. If you aren't just able to burst him down outright, he will definitely be able to escape, but then you're just using so many resources in a place where a play isn't really feasible.
Had such a better game from him as well. I mean, that play mid, all that convinced me that the second game on RE is going to be quite impactful. Is Yeji with the most experience in the game right now as well. We'll keep track on that as he's first going to be hitting level 11. But I want to talk about Dragon a little bit here, Lyric. RNG are giving it away. They stole the last one from LGD. So at least the time has settled down a bit, but LGD still are the team in control. They're still the team in the gold lead. And they're still the team that have got priority all from mid all the way to bottom lane quite convincingly.
And now, especially having Mythics on the board, right? We see Asum actually going for the Eclipse, not the typical Immortal Shield Bow build that comes through. So going to have, a bit more of a power spike here. in the early to mid-game phases, and Shadow as well has a Divine Sunderer.
Okay, here comes Herald, though, so it's going to be a 3v2 in the bottom lane. Look at the movement. Make it 4 from Yeji with the Spirit Rushes. They're looking for first turret blood, but they're a bit way off as Bone Skewer doesn't connect. And it's simply the threat here, the gold given over, and LGD making the smart play and not overcommitting in the bottom lane.
No, but still, just getting a ton of gold put once again on their carries. Shadow and Assam potentially be able to snowball out of control, and RNG, it looks like their play for now is just trying to constantly hover for their bot lane and not let this counterattack come through, kind of banking on some of the scaling that they have with the amount of damage that Gala will be able to do later on, and then the threat that Breathe will be able to put in once we get into full-on 5v5 skirmishes, especially with that rocket belt, right? We'll just have such an immense amount of threat onto Assam.
That one item for Xiaohu getting close as well. I think worth mentioning considering we have another Herald coming up in about a minute as onto Shadow. Breathe tries to threaten from the ward, but he's simply clearing out vision and cannot be touched at this point of the game. Lyric, I was going to ask you a question, but maybe now's not the time. And Xiaohu runs into Yeji. Ultimate is up and available, but he wants to burn that cleanse away. Again, it comes through with a good double root. And now it's ult for the Summoner and the Spirit Rush down from Yeji with 45 seconds towards Herald.
Still, RNG not going to be able to really turn this into anything, especially when we're looking at things like that Herald. It's going to be a lot about either, bot lane prio if one of them does opt to rotate a bot lane. We didn't see that happen last time around, or then just who's able to get the best out of these topside trades. Does feel like it should be in LGD's favor with what Fearness has been able to keep up so far. Has fallen slightly behind in terms of CS, but like we saw in that last 2v2 of what Fearness and Shadow are able to do, especially with the lead that Shadow's been able to build up for himself.
Breathe gears up for the 1v1 on the top side, but look at where Wei is. Lyric, it's always transgressing, isn't it? As Wei goes in for the full-on Cyclone, but hasn't pulled it out just yet. Breathe in with the perfect execution. They're almost letting him get away. Wei has to flash in the end. And luckily so. Fearness got out last time, as now Shadow in with the commit, but Cyclone's still up and available, but a reset given over first. RNG's jungler on the chase and maybe on the run now, it seems. Going into a 1v3, he has no hope as gold's given over. And guess who benefits here yet again? Shadow 4-0-1 Lyric, and RNG are being met with so much hostility in this second game.
And they just keep looking towards this top side, not able to work out. LGD were on their way up here considering Herald and Spawn. This will be another Herald over to the side of LGD, who, again, have had a gold lead this whole time, still sitting at 3,000.
It's so dangerous right now for RNG, getting threatened out by the bottom tier team while LGD are playing simply for JDG's pleasure right now. We already talked about it. You know what's for stake here. RNG need that 2-0 so desperately. But LGD now with the second Herald in this game. Top side, first turret blood, going down to Yeji Lyric. This is going to be a 4,500 gold lead at 15 minutes into the game.
It's rough, and I mean, looking, they just got top turret. Bottom turret was taken extremely low.
Yeah.
We'll revisit the play real quick. Is RNG trying to find their way into Fearness, able to mitigate a lot of the damage with the W. We can see him sustaining up. But most importantly, it's buying time because look at the mini-map. Pike, Viego, and Ari all on their way. No other members of RNG really close by. So Shadow goes in with the items he's built up with that Divine Sunder. One ultimate is enough to be able to find the initial kill onto Breathe. And then with Calvary arriving, RNG really standing no chance. But coming back out of the play, I want to highlight how low the bot lane turret is for the side of LGD as well. Because Neela's Q, remember, does work on structures.
Speaking of Neela, no cleanse available. Going to be taken down. Gala's just ulted as well. As LGD bringing in the TP. They're going for the full-on engage of Bone Skewer. Gala flashes away, but a good depth charge. Ming saves his life as Fearness' ulti starts flying through the rift, but Jin Zhao is on the escape. RNG with a beneficial trade. And then Neela takes her first death in the LPL.
RNG finally find a pick they were looking for. Just the amount of CC that they're able to bring to these fights. Lissandra, Wukong, and Nautilus, so much. That time coming out from Xiaohu and Ming, but they did have to blow a lot of summoners to find that one pick.
Good wave clear, though, coming from Gala, but instead aims for the angle on the champions as Everfrost comes through from Yeji. Ming with the dredge line, good kiting. LGD will have themselves this turret as well if they step on up, and RNG are going to get out of there before they get caught in the process. Gold swings back in LGD's favor, and now the map Lyric is wide open as we're not done, because Yeji has this angle, and Wei's being baited in. I'm scared.
RNG don't look like they're going to fall for it just yet, knowing that they don't see every member on the map, and they're actually just going to look for the cross map. They're realizing, hey, we don't feel comfortable fighting this. We wasted a lot of flashes in that play mid all the way down to bot. We still don't have ulti up for Gala or Ming. Let's play up for top side, get some vision down, and allow Breed some free time with this turret.
So, as this dragon goes down, walk me through a little bit about how LGD push this even further, right? Side lanes are going to be down. You can see Asim on the bottom side is about to get that last outer turret. Map is wide open. They've got dragon stacking now as well. Walk me through how LGD create this upset.
For LGD, I feel like they kind of need to play mid-game as a bit of a roaming death squad until more neutrals come up. Because they don't have the range, they don't have things like the wave clear to be able to siege down turrets, push RNG in, and just take the game naturally that way. It's going to require them kills to be able to turn this into more objectives. So a lot of Jinzhao, Asim, Yeji, Shadow kind of being this four-man death squad, playing out through 2 lanes, leaving Fearness off on his own, and getting deep vision in the enemy jungle. You do that until things like Dragon comes up, and then you could try to pull RNG in, which could lead to those big team fight wins that could turn into structures.
I feel like for RNG right now, you know, getting pulled into that fight, we still haven't seen the apotheosis in a full 5v5, the needlework as well. A lot of good combos there for LGD as Shadow has himself an angle, but is simply just taking away more and more. Look at the CS lead in jungle, Lyric. Shadow up a level as well.
I mean, we've seen Shadow has been able to focus on finding some farm to where way a lot of the time has it to cover for the potential ganks to come that could come through from Shadow or just cover bot lane. He's invested a bit of time in top, so hasn't really been able to equalize that farm. I want to go back to the point about like seeing Asim find a huge ultimate in a 5v5. You got to remember, he has to play those very tactically, because if he just goes in and tries to like start off a fight or even follow up by himself, like you're potentially just jumping straight into a Xiaohu ultimate or a Cyclone coming out from way. So Asim gonna have to be very tactical with how he looks to use these.
You're right, and no cleanse as well, right? Like there's a lot to be punished if this first Neela in the LPL doesn't get the right conditions. At the very least, I wanted to pull out that Jinzhao actually getting Dredgeline here. Never mind my point, because that pike goes too deep and gives Gala a massive shutdown, Lyric. I'm getting deja vu from game 1.
We got to remember that LGD are the type of team who give the opportunities over. I mean, there's a reason why they're sitting at 3-12, right? Able to have these fantastic starts to games. It's about being able to transition in. Fearness now, once again, under threat. We usually haven't seen this work out too well for RNG, but ooh, Fearness not going to fall for it. So nice respect shown so far, but Wei's really committing a lot. I guess there's really nothing else up. You even look at the minimap, he has no camps in either side of his jungle.
Ming might be caught out though. Heartbreaker here onto the Nautilus, trying to buy time. He's got flash available, but goes golden in the nick of it as Yeji comes in with the Spirit Rush as well. Down goes Ming. Lyric, they're on the top side as well, as Xiaohu gets a route on his escape, and that's going to open up a lot for LGD.
It's just one of those things, right? RNG trying to find that pick towards the bottom half of the map, and Ming trying to get control of vision just opens up for the pick to come through, but TP from Breathe.
Okay, one mistake turns into an opportunity as Breathe still wants that angle, but RNG don't go in. Xiaohu not willing, and it turns into nothing.
I was going to say one mistake turns into, I feel like 2 mistakes is a strong word, but turns into another advantage for the side of LGD, because now TP off the board for Breathe. We're going to go all the way back in, and Ming wanting to try and clear out some of this vision. They obviously have an idea that the Viego's here because they see the mist come through, but in my mind, just kind of over-indexing him and Xiao, not on the same page. So you can see Xiao, who wants to finish clearing out that wave in mid before he's able to move. And sadly for Ming, his flash actually wasn't available. It was 4 seconds out from being available.
Good little C there as well. So Ming not having it is pretty sad as it opens up top lane to get pretty well damaged down. Some camps left over, but the Shadow still continues surging ahead with this early game he's built for himself. 4K gold lead still for LGD. The game in their hands. And we're going to wait until this next dragon comes up, Lyric, because Baron's been there for a while. RNG have been able to get some vision down on it. But I'm more looking towards this dragon on the bottom side and see if LGD will be able to set themselves up for Salt Point.
Speaking of LGD, also Asim now picking up the Collector gives us a chance to talk about Neil a little bit more, because she actually has a lot of things in her kit that do scale with crit. Your Q has a passive that gives you armor penetration. You have healing in it as well. Your ult is healing that scales off of crit chance. Your Q damage as well can be increased off the amount of crit that you have. So Jinzhao now getting to the point where he's going to start picking up that crit and getting a lot more strength that Neela can provide.
And at this point, with 2 items, we looked at RNG, Lyric. We also talked about the lack of frontline, especially at this point. Bruiser here for Wei, but At this point, LGD feeling so confident. As Xiao gets a push on the top side and starts walking down Lyric, it looks like RNG are going to be trying to fight this one.
I feel like this would have been RNG's only opportunity. They saw the Ahri catching wave in topside, could have tried to find an engage here, but now I like this. As the Edgy TPing down here first, not going to give RNG the chance to answer, so you can see Xiaohu actually backing off, going back to topside, and now LGD out of nowhere on sole point.
It's a good look. It's a good look for the 15th, 16th place team. Looking up against our MSI champions, our team trying to secure top 2 in a split that has just been, you know, RNG highlights after highlights. Their mid game has been so good, even in comebacks. We talked about that. That's why for LGD, we know they're not secure in this game number 2. RNG have been one of our best comeback teams of the split, as you were saying before. And we are getting towards a 3-item Zeri Lyric. That is my one concern here, considering that, you know, RNG are still getting gold in this game when it felt pretty lost out.
It's definitely not over, right? I mean, like, we've seen RNG find picks onto the Neela before. Same thing can happen for Shadow. They still are a relatively, like, low-range composition. RNG do still have a bunch of CC. If things do go a little sideways for LGD, all the chance for them to be picked off. But you can see they're very aware of this because stopwatches are starting to come out. Fearness picked up a Banshee's Veil. You have stopwatch on both Shadow and Yeji and trying to prevent those opportunities from being able to be given over.
As Assam walks into the mid lane, I was getting scared a little bit there, and you talked a little bit about stopwatch usage. I feel like that conversation's going to come up in a little bit. Jin Zhao with the angle right here as TP's being used on topside turret. Shadow's moving quick though as Yeji with the Everfrost charm, but Xiao has a Banshee's Veil, so that's quickly negated, while LGD have to back away with RNG moving as their own little death squad in here in this mid game.
You can see RNG, it's all just about kind of getting a defensive line down, drawing the line in the sand, taking your own camps, and getting as much gold onto Gala as possible, and even breathe, before you have to have the game-winning or game-losing fight that's going to come up, which, I mean, ultimately, right, feels like RNG probably going to want to look to contest once we get to Seoul in about 30 minutes, so I wouldn't be too surprised if not much action happens until then. RNG potentially looking for a pick on Yeji and topside, but LGD have done a really good job of not overextending in sides and backing off once their waves are pushed past the neutral point.
And they've got so much information in the game as well. Like that Umbral Glaive is so valuable. You know, we've seen it on so many different champions in the past couple of patches, but Lyric, Umbral Glaive is still such a great first item for this Pyke. As Jin Zhao right now sitting on 123 ward score at 25 minutes in the game. I think overvaluable is probably the best way to put it.
LGD just overall, I mean, their composition, if they get ahead, is so oppressive. But at the same token, right, had they fallen behind, I mean, Pyke from behind doesn't do much. Viego, you rely on resets, so typically you need to be ahead for the damage to come out to set those up. And same thing with Asum and the Neela. It's a champion, since it's short range, since it does go in, typically does need to be ahead. So LGD have done a great job at finding that lead. And then, like you're saying, with the items they have, with pushing this momentum forward, they're just able to choke RNG out from vision and maintain the lead.
You're talking about champions that was similar to, like, I think the one Munchie missed was Samira, right? The EQ is exactly the same as Samira's combination. And we know what Samira does when she falls behind Lyric. I know, a little bit more scale. We get ourselves a better angle than Samira, but still worth mentioning considering that Assam hasn't really fallen behind in this game. He's been moving ahead quite nicely with the lethality build. Shadow gets out just before Shadow sets up the engage. And even though Dragon's up in a minute 30, we are setting up around this top side. I don't know how LPL fans are like, where's the action? Why is it slowed down a little bit? But I assure you, that won't be the case for long as Gala's about to get pincered here. But over the wall, never mind. Zeri has rollerblades. It doesn't matter.
I gotta say, though, if this game keeps going, I feel like Gala's just gonna straight up outpace Assam on the opposite side. Assam now picking up the Hex Drinker. Gala really close to his third item. Again, he's going full crit, so he will just be hitting like a truck to where Assam now. Like, you go the Eclipse, again, has the early power there. Now picking up the Hex Drinker, so going more defensive. And there it is! IE now picked up for Gala. I wouldn't be surprised if RNG now feel confident starting to take these fights.
I mean, look, 50 seconds till the Dragon. They've got to anyway, right, Lyric? We know that in 12-14, more value on those individual Drakes, but also Cloud Soul are still a bit ridiculous, especially on a Zeri. Cloud Soul with ulti means that you turn into, I don't know, a fighter jet at this point. You're zooming around anyway. You see the jet, and then you hear the sound. I think that's how it works. I'm not too sure. Maybe the sound, then the vision. Shadow's going to be called out. TP coming in. 20 seconds, Lyric, and you got to take me away. But Shadow actually getting flushed on by Xiaohu. Gold in the nick of time is their perfect way to describe Shadow being okay. No summoner usage, but he will have that stopwatch down. As Breathe now joins in, away from the Bone Skewer, the Charm as well. Everything for RNG to hit top 2 seems to be in this fight. As LGD are in a choke. Xiaohu has the perfect angle with the Glacial Path. He doesn't go in, but Fearness does. By himself, he's been caught out. Pants down, and LGD do not have a belt.
That Glacial Path was honestly so clutch coming out from Xiaohu because you can see it zoned them back. They got a little bit scared. They started to back off, and it left the Gwen all by herself. Now RNG going to get Dragon. LGD, so they are just going to go for the Scuttle. I was wondering if they were going to try and bluff RNG on the Baron, but that would have been risky too, considering you're in a 4v5, so it would have been a little bit crazy. But this is also the LPL, where, you know, the motto, crazy's our game. We've seen crazier.
Like this. Hang on a minute. Look at it mid lane as LGD picked the wing, but Wei gets locked on down. Aston, the apotheosis! He's still alive, and I never knew Devo was playing here today. Whip it, and whip it good. Jin Zhao getting a reset as well as Breathe is running for his life, but Neela comes in for the first LPL game and does that and Breathe! Oh, Breathe! That's insane. He's gold. He's trying to survive, but Jin Zhao gets a reset. Double X down, and it's still an LGD win off the back of the Whipper in the bot lane.
And LGD used the perfect window right when Breed showed on the wave and bot. They're like, hey, let's go in. This is only a 4v4 right now, and we're going to see how it all starts out, jumping right on top of Ming before Asim's able to get in there. Finds that huge ulti that you were talking about. So many health bars low, and it buys enough time for members like Jin Zhao to be able to get in, start finding these kills with the ultimate. Sure, Asim ends up going down, but so many RNG members are such low health bars. Again, Jin Zhao can just keep following up with the ulti, and LGD, it looks like, is, you know, hopefully the screen comes up. Okay, so not able to turn it into a Baron in the end.
And RNG were able to get the Cloud Drake. Let's remember that, folks, as we saw before. So there is a timing yet again that LGD will be fighting for that soul. But the gold swung back, Lyric. LGD now with a 6k gold lead yet again here in this game. And you look at that Pyke in the bottom lane. Jin Zhao with 2 items with 160 ward score, which is just heaven for any support main out there. You know, I'm looking at that, I'm like, dude, I wish my Pyke was that good. As Lyric, I also have to mention, Asim is now 3.5 items strong as well. We also have Yeji with a Void Staff and a Magi's. There's a lot of power on LGD that came through at that last fight too.
And even just look at the level difference coming out, right? Asim, level 16, Gala only level 14. So definitely getting value out from that passive, despite the fact that he's actually down in farm.
True. Is massively. We're in front of Baron though. I want to focus on this, Lyric, because vision has just been cleared. LGD are gonna bring RNG into the shadows. Speaking of which, the jungler dodges away from a dredge line. Ming sets up for the pick off as Breathe now joins in as well, Lyric, and LGD are willing to take this 5v5.
We need to remember, Gala, no flash, no go. Xiaohu, no flash as well. So sure, can still get in the middle of a fight and cause chaos with the E, but if enemy blow summoners, or we see things like the dashes come through, because everyone on LGD side actually has a dash.
Yeah.
They will be able to dodge out from the engage coming in from Xiaohu. So I feel like RNG don't have a lot of great tools to work with right now. That's why they are playing on the more defensive side. But LGD still not feeling too confident of baiting out the Baron. I feel like lending itself to the fact that they are on soul points, probably just waiting to try and get that guaranteed power spike from picking up yet another Cloud Drake as well, which we need to remember, individual Drakes have all been buffed on this patch, so also just a strong pickup in its own right. But RNG buying another day's worth of time is all they're looking for.
It's just crazy to me. I mean, LGD, imagine if they played this well in the split, Lyric. We always say when teams get eliminated, there's just this fire that resonates with them. Against RNG, against our top 4 team that are trying to lock in a double elim, a second finish in the regular season. LGD stand in front of them. It is literally a Hodor situation, but I hope it doesn't end the same way. LGD looking for a pick off the wing here as Jin Zhao continues to skyrocket in the ward score and now control this bottom side with a minute to go.
We also have Asim, who finished up his Lord Dom. So going to definitely do a lot, as we do have, members like the Nautilus or even Wukong with the Stone Skin passive of being able to get that shred in there. But LGD just completely choking them out from even being able to enter their bottom side jungle, which of course gives them no chance of looking for Drake. So RNG now, since they can't walk into their jungle, they're going to have to try and overload one of these lanes if they want to contest pressure.
Waves angle's big. Missing ping is coming through. Jin Zhao hasn't dropped the ward just yet. RNG are hovering around towards the jungler as the Bone Skewer will fly blind just to confirm it. Hattie comes in clutch as well from Jin Zhao. As Yeji now joins in. I'm just waiting for the brink of this fight as he's still so cheeky with his Bone Skewers, but Xiaohu flashing forward gets stunned up. The RNG mid laner with a massive whoopsie as he's now in the middle, but it could be a bait with the shock down from Gala. Bree joins in. It was a bait, but X marking the spot is even bigger as Shadow comes through. And Yeji as well. Look at this Pyke support. Reset, reset, reset. Another onto Ming. Reset. Jin Zhao onto Gala. Reset, no! The Immortal Shilbo comes in clutch, and Gala again! Stop giving this man Zeri! It's too shocking!
How does this guy always end up saving the day? Xiao, who's starting the fight off with a mistake, not able to find a target for his ulti that he wants, and it actually turns around in favor for RNG. It's not really going to turn into anything else. Shadow is still up and alive. It's a 1v2, so he potentially does have to back off from this, but he's still incredibly strong, so RNG gotta be careful, but it looks like it will just turn into third Drake for RNG.
Oh my god. I mean, Lyric, a mistake from Xiaohu. The bridge forward is, I don't know, I need to get my Mandarin in check there. 13,000, I'm going to say kills Lyric. They've been around since 2013 as Royal Club. I'm going to say kills after that. I will find out from production, of course, but let's look at the replay in the meanwhile. That was a fight.
This was so messy. I don't know how anyone can follow this, but it looks like he's trying to flash in to get the to get engage off onto Yeji. Not able to do so as Yeji does end up getting away, but here, keep your eyes on Gala. Pops the ulti, had a really nice W right before that came out, and the members of RNG kind of just playing keep away, and LGD might be strong, but most of their damage in CC still is single target is now.
Way's dead.
Way's gone.
X-Master spot again, we're in a 5 versus 4. LGD creating the upset in our eyes. The Shadow with the great Everfrost. It's Xiaohu, turns it around. Bree jumps in and Xiaohu helps get the kill, but Jin Zhao is on reset city while Gala tries to outplay. There's the ulti there. Almost, the triple kill comes through. Look at Zeri in a 1v4. Gala flashes away. They can't reach him and into the GA. That's good. Jin Zhao with the Bone Skewer as well. And RNG are routed. This is the ace that LGD were looking for.
And this is the ace that can crush RNG's dream of getting the top 2 spot. That would be a bye 2 double elim of playoffs. The safety and the security net that you want. LGD, they have some decent death timers. I don't know if they'll be able to end here, but looks like they're going to give it a go.
5 seconds with the GA available. Way needs to buy time with his flash, but no ulti available. It's all up to RNG's jungler. Otherwise, RNG will be starting in the 3rd round. Onto Fearness, low health bars. GA still there as one Nexus turret. Kills down Asim, but 3 people running into it. LGD to take us to a game 3 in the final series of the split. Fearness and Yeji on the Nexus, and they've done it. JDG applaud you, sirs, because you've done the impossible.
The look on the faces, look at Shadow and the amount of energy and excitement he's bringing. I mean, LGD just coming out of nowhere, bringing out the Neela, bringing out the Pyke. It worked wonders, but Shadow on the Viego. I mean, it all started with him, right? He was the one finding the advantages. He was the one playing down towards that bot side and covering. He was the one making the plays up towards top side and then counter ganking for the Gwen, not letting RNG succeed. And then it got to the point where I think Jin Zhao probably had the flashiest moments with the Pyke finishing off those kills with the ulti, but the amount of damage, the amount of threat that Shadow was providing on this Viego was just so much.
JDG locked in second from that LGD win. You're wondering, why are JDG involved in the conversation, folks? But now, with the game score, RNG can no longer reach JDG. Even with a series win here, it is Top B Sports and JDG in that order with first and second. All off the back of this crazy game with our first kneeler of the LPL. In our last series of the LPL, we also get a game 3.
And now, again, if RNG don't win, RNG end in 4th, Which,
they do.
I mean, you're still in the same round, right? Like you can argue about which one's scarier, but still, the fact that there's still technically stakes for RNG in terms of where they place with this last game, just says so much. But I mean, just kudos to LGD. The fact that they were able to pull this out, they started their momentum in the early game. I mean, they started with their momentum in draft in terms of being able to throw this curveball. I'd honestly forgot Nila was even a champion just from the fact that it got released. And then LPL teams all just kind of agreed, like, it sucks. We don't care about it. Like, wasn't getting banned, wasn't getting picked, nothing. And then able to make it work. Shadow, though, like, think about it. He pulls out the Viego. We were looking at RNG's draft, like, the first 3 phases. We're like, oh, my God, they're getting Wukong, and they're getting Zeri, and they're getting the quote-unquote, like, better side of the mid lane matchup.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, it's looking rough, but Shadow able to make it work. And LGD overall, I guess, showing us why they put Shadow and Yeji back in. Because it has been Haichao and Quay kind of taking the main spotlight over the past few series.
It's so crazy. I want to pull out Jin Zhao as well on this Pyke. 206 ward score in a 36-minute game is beyond bonkers. Like, that is just such a good effort. And this Pyke lyric, the resets in multiple fights, the setup, I think that was the best Pyke performance we have had in the LPL all year long for the past couple of years. Easy to say.
I mean, it was a huge performance coming out from Jin Zhao. An impressive performance, and Jin Zhao is one of these players who is role sought that we kind of are like, he's all right as a support.
True.
Nothing great, nothing stand up, but then having a game like this is huge. And I mean, right, you assume there's a reason why he is on the LGD roster and working with like a lot of newer and fresher players with the wealth of experience that he brings. I mean, Jin Zhao is a player who's actually been to Worlds, so overall great to see him step up against a team at the caliber of RNG. But this also serves as a reminder. Let's remember in spring that RNG lost to a team WE that was sitting at the bottom of the standings like towards the end of the split. So this is tried and true RNG.
I mean, again, losing top 2, people will be like, oh, it might not matter. But if RNG now, where they are, 3rd or 4th, wherever they finish Lyric, if they lose a best of 5 in playoffs now, they are just out. They might go to regionals, but they will not be the top 2 seeds no matter what. So, folks, we're in a world where RNG could be defeated by LGD, but only the game 3 will tell us after the break. G'day again, everyone. It's Hysterics here, your favorite LPL English shoutcaster, here to bring you yet another Speak in LPL. Maybe you guys know the meaning of this word already. That's pentakill. When the enemy finally gets that 5th and final kill, the casters shout, "Woo-sha!" The emotion that comes from it is the build-up of the anticipation. Woo-sha! In addition, words like first blood, 一血, double kill, 双杀, triple kill, 三杀, quadra kill, 四杀, pentakill, 五杀。
拿下了1血，再拿到一个双杀，拿到一个3杀，收获了一个4杀，一比哥拿到5杀。
If you see a play that is absolutely bonkers, then you can type a series of 6s in the chat, the comments, or even the barrage. Can you remember all that? If so, I want you to go 6666666666666666666 for this episode of Speak in LPL.
So tell me, brother, can we make it through the dark? Let's try to be there for one another, though the road seems very far. When the world just falls apart, we are fearless, we are lightning, breaking through the dark. We are fearless, we keep shining, let love be the spark. Look for the clear skies, it's getting better. Just believe it in your heart. Let's try to hold on, it's now or never. We can make a brand new start. When the world just falls apart, we are fearless, we are lightning, breaking through the dark. We are fearless, we keep shining, let love be the spark, let love be spark, let love be spark, let love be spark, let love be spark. We are fearless, we are lightning, breaking through the dark. We are fearless, we keep shining, let love be the spark, let love be the spark, let love be spark, let love be spark, let love be
小虎的话是一个很全面的各方面都做得很好的中单嘛。对线的话就稳住吧。12.14的话，岩雀比较强吧，岩雀的 E 可以在团战限制对方途径。
Lyric, LGD have taken us to a game 3. I don't know how, but it's here, and RNG must be spewing that they are not top 2, because JDG sit back and relax and go, well, we've done it. They now lock in second under top esports in our very last series of the LPL Summer
2020 all over again, baby.
Dude, it's their dynasty with RNG mixed in. Because remember, in 2020, RNG, that wasn't their greatest year, was it, Lyric?
No. I mean, we remember one of the splits they didn't even make playoffs. I think it was
That's right.
summer split, not even able to make it.
Yep, it was rough, right? And for RNG, last game was rough because LGD came out of the bag, came out clutch. I don't know who got MVP, Lyric. I'm not sure who heard it.
It was, wait, you said it. You said it was probably the best Pyke we've seen all year.
Jin Zhao.
And Jin Zhao did end up picking it up. I mean, he was finishing off tons of those kills, right? Maybe other members like Shadow, like Asum, these guys, Yeji, getting the low health bars there, but constantly waiting in the wings, applying that pressure, even just constantly hovering like right in their faces, kind of playing with that invisibility. Bone Skewer always ready, and great to see Jin Zhao. I mean, now sitting at 4 MVPs. When we highlighted Jin Zhao, like, a lot of his tenure as a support just hasn't really been that impressive, but especially coming out against a team like RNG and having this kind of game was huge.
It was so good on the Neela as well by his side. Asim had a pretty good performance debuting here, but, you know, honorable shout out to Shadow Lyric. I think you and I were talking just before we came back on air a moment ago about Shadow being such a big, not supporting member, but big momentum builder in all parts of this game.
He was like buying so much space in team fights. He was a part of like a lot of the early action that did get LGD ahead. And overall, I mean, good performance from him overall. When again, like recently, haven't been seeing as much. I mean, we even saw their Hai Chao, you know, the other mid laner giving the pregame interview. Maybe LGD last second deciding to bring these guys in and showing it was the right choice. And I loved the passion. I love the energy we got out from Shadow the second they won, running over, and it looked like giving Fearness a high five, and we're like, let's go. And we'll get to see if LGD can do it. If LGD can end their regular season, even if they are out, even if they did end towards the bottom with the win over RNG, I mean, that is a great, like, confidence boost heading into the next year.
That's true. I mean, LGD would have so much to talk about going into next year, and more importantly as well, would be able to say that they're the ones that kept RNG from getting towards a
we were
top
right,
spot.
though. The mental gymnastics worked of going back to when Shadow was on Mad Lions, having to, you know, be in that playing stage, which Longxing was in 2. Longxing, former RNG top laner. That means LGD hate RNG, and that they were going to guarantee they don't get top 2 today.
Right, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you know, because if we
Hey,
look
you
at
started that.
Supermassive,
You started it.
I ended at Supermassive. I ended at Turkey. You brought it back here somehow, and I don't know how it all links, but hey, at the very least, you know, Shadow gets his revenge game, especially for the first time around. I think more importantly, we got to see a Neela from Asim with Jin Zhao on the pike. Very inventive bottom lane. Kind of curious about the direction here for the final game of the regular season of 2022. Not just summer, but the whole split, of the whole year, until we get into playoffs, Lyric. And RNG will be on the red side, and I cannot wait to see what we get delivered.
I want to see what they ban here, because they did ban Neela in the second round of bans in game 1, and there it is. They don't want to deal with it. They probably don't have too much practice up against this champion, and it's like, cool, like the Pyke got MVP, we're fine with it. We're just going to take this out of your hands. Now the Viego picked up on the board. I mean, Gala still had an amazing Zeri performance in that game. That team fight was absolutely insane. I don't see a reason why RNG should look to go away from the pick.
I mean, look again, 3 games in a row. Gala was the deciding factor in game 1. Game 2, it was close, and he'll be given the opportunity yet again. It's rare to see the Viego first pick, Lyric. Kind of funny at this point, but after the last game, I have no doubts about this on Shadow, as bottom lane is going to gear up a notch as well. Smiles out as welcome back to the Fiora blind.
Here we go. So this is LGD's official last game of the split, right? Like, they're done after this.
Yep.
And they're going all in on the signature picks. Fiora out once again. Draven now in the hands of Asim, a player who loves bringing out the Draven. And Breathe going to throw the gauntlet this time up in topside by taking the Jax.
Dude, that's what you want to see, right? You've got a top lane matchup that's going to build hype, and already starting to get rid of things that'll build hype alongside Asim in the bottom lane. Renata taking away Lyric. What else needs to go alongside Draven?
I'm curious to see what they end up going for, right? Because when I think of like Draven and them wanting to all in on that bot side, like a lot of the engaged supports come to mind, things like the Nautilus, of course, or anything else they could pair up with. So I don't actually think RNG can really ban out support pool that much, wanting to get rid of the Renata just because of the impact that ultimate could have. And it seems like Pyke just being a specific target ban at Jin Zhao rather than being afraid of the 2v2 matchup that is Draven Pyke, you know, as a combo.
Well, he deserves respect after the last game. Again, well and truly a strong MVP as Jin Zhao, his champion pool doesn't end there. Let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, this is a 13 unique pick support here on the LGD side. So as we have 3 support bans, don't worry about it. Ming as well, I'd say the same, Lyric, because we still have the basics up, like the Nautilus, like some of the engaged champions are usually pilots.
Yeah, and RNG going to save mid for last, not feeling like they need to go towards that Ahri, considering that the Lissandra itself is still open. So going to save that one for Xiao. I wouldn't be surprised if LGD either go towards the Ahri or just lock in what they're showing with the Silas. I do feel like not as many like crazy impactful ultis to steal away from the side of RNG, so I think the Ahri would be better suited. And then I'm most curious to see what they go with in the support role. If they go with like the old handshake that we used to see of the Leona, or if they have a different route they want to take.
But Lyric, is it better to assume that for someone like Xiaohu here in his final game of the regular season, with Silas never open and available, that this is just a nice little pickup for Xiaohu if he can get through the laning phase?
I would kind of just expect him to go back to the Lissandra pick.
Okay.
You know, obviously they weren't able to win that game, but still, there are a lot of shenanigans going on around the map rather than just in that specific 1v1 in mid lane. Other things that we have seen picked in the Ahri, right? You always could default back to something like an Azir, but that really doesn't fit the style that I enjoy seeing RNG play, or the style that they pilot well. So I think keeping Xiao on something that can be proactive in the mid lane and look to be another source of fight potential is good, and here they're going to go. So nothing that does fight into the Ahri quite well. We saw them hover this in game one. You could go toe-to-toe, have a lot of those aggressive trades, likes to play in parallel with jungle. And even the fact that you have LeBlanc, who can kind of zip over terrain, just throw out a Q, WE, and Zeri, who could W over the walls, you kind of have like pseudo poke able to come in if RNG are able to get control of an area first.
Insane burst as well. Run me through a little bit of the deeper play, because we know LeBlanc in a side lane Lyric. We know what Jax does, you know, with extended lanes too. Feels like for RNG, a lot of pivoting room in these, I guess, longer lanes.
I mean, the funny thing is, like, you look at both drafts, and they have very similar archetype champions, right? Both top laners being these, like, split push monsters that love the 1-4.
Oh, yeah.
I'd say Jax is better in team fights, right? You're able to pop your ulti, get those resistances, pop in with the counter-strike, and lock numerous people down. So it could be, like, one area where RNG are specifically more indexed into, but even same across the board. Aggressive mid-jungles. Bot lane, you know, is in favor of LGD, so you expect LGD to play that way, but I think it's going to be very scrappy, very skirmish-oriented on both sides.
Better be, because it's the final game of the split, and LGD get all the props for delivering, you know, not even just in the first game, the second game especially, but giving us something to look forward to. Remember that it came in as RNG favored, as RNG one-sided. We have come into this series, and game one was a bloodbath. Game two was some pretty intense team fights. And now that RNG can't get into the top two, now that RNG are just fighting for a higher seed within the round three, it is a desperate win that they need here to seal out. Otherwise, they'll end fourth. B5 will move up to third. And it is sides of the bracket that you could argue are better here for RNG with a higher seed. But let's get into Summoner's Rift, as we have a Draven in the bottom lane, Lyric. Asum has been someone who's delivered very unique champions so far in this series, and the Draven is a great way to cap it off.
It is a phenomenal way to be able to round out. And for LGD, we said that, right? Kind of expecting them to play down towards that bottom lane. Draven being one of these champions who, like, warps the game around him, trying to get him those, the stacks, then into the cash out, and just be able to snowball a huge gold lead. Mid, kind of similar in terms of the aggression that could come through. Xiaohu wanting to look to take a lot of these aggressive trades. You can already see going with the Ignite as compared to Yeji, knowing he's playing more for the team with the teleport.
But interesting to see double electrocute, right? So at least there's going to be a lot of their mid laners hang on for level 1 for the final game of the split. We're not going to get it. Dredgeline not thrown out, as RNG do not have numbers advantage. And especially with way up in the top side, they just back away for now. Distortion for a simple trade. There's electrocute, and there's the response. So we're already starting close to half HP for both our mages mid.
RNG having no wards down in LGD's jungle. I think you can assume Shadow starting down towards that side, because I do believe they spotted him when they all kind of met up in River, to where at least for LGD, they do have a ward on the Raptors of Way. So if he does opt into going to that, they will spot him out. And surprisingly, Shadow actually pathing up towards that top side, so not going to give a lot of cover down towards his bottom lane, but Way potentially will be set up to try and find an angle.
As stretch line comes through, maybe LGD's bottom lane will be fine anyway, though, as it looks like Asum has already established control, as we know, all Dravens. Lyric, we've seen this a couple of times. It's been in response to the Zeri. And for Asum and Jin Jiao having confidence in the 2v2, let's be real, all series long it's been like this. And Shadow has loved this lane as he once again moves into a respectable position.
Yeah, so actually not going to path towards top side. They did this to use the fact that their bot lane is prio to try to find an advantage on Wei. You can see Jin Jiao already moving over, and Wei's half HP.
And he got him as well. Auto reset with the Q2. Can he kill Wei though before Ming comes in? Flash over the wall. Ming can't do anything. Jin Jiao is level 2 as well. And this is how it begins. LGD not with a flicker, but with an absolute bot lane bang.
And now, even just wasting more of Wei's time, forcing him away from the camp. And just such a sad series of events for RNG. And I'll just, say what we did after game 2, that RNG, towards the end of their split last time around, it wasn't their last game like this one is, but I believe it was their maybe second or third from last game, where they ended up losing out to WE, who are our 15th place team. Yeah. This is definitely giving the same vibes.
It is. I mean, RNG, so many compliments thrown out, yet struggling against LGD is not what we expected, but look at jungle again. Shadow first picked this Viego Lyric, and he's now 20 to 8 CS in comparison.
And all of it just off the back of the prio that their bot lane was able to hold up. It's kind of great, right? They run that gambit with the Neela pick, and it's like, okay, if they lose, they lose. But if it works, they were able to force that ban to open up the Draven to be able to come through. So great to see this stuff come out from LGD. But at least Wei looks like he will be able to steal away this blue buff.
True.
So not all is lost for the side of Wei, but Shadow still having a nice advantage for himself.
As we look towards the top side, good little counter-strike here from Breathe. Trades are great onto Fearness as it's grasp on the escape path, but Breathe is dominating right now. Fearness getting whopped down. Flash is available. Fearness comes through. It's a QW. It is a kill, but Shadow is going to, ironically enough, shadow this play and see if Breathe fully commits.
We can see now, too, Wei nowhere near, but finally making his way up.
Shadow's gone.
Is going to back off, so not going to need the cover to make sure that Breathe can push this in. Breathe will just be will be just fine as Fearness is TP. As we see here, Xiaohu, oh my god, he was actually so aggressive looking for that pick. Flashing in to try to land the chain, wasn't able to do so.
So we saw off the corner of our screens that Ignite you pulled out a little bit before is a bit of a difference. As Fearness is TP'd back up to the top side, but Breathe doesn't want to be anywhere near this. Full HP bar versus hardly any at all, so Breathe has a teleport to come back to lane as well. But RNG meddling with some of the advantages, gained in the bottom lane, gained in the jungle Lyric, by that CS lead from Breathe, by the CS lead from Xiaohu as well, and where bot is quite even at the moment.
That's the big thing, right? RNG's lanes able to start finding some of these small advantages. For LGD, it's been in their jungle from that earlier invade. Shadow's bot side camps are starting to come up now. So Jinzhao, I think, doing the right thing. Clear out vision now. See if you can once again kind of warp Shadow down towards the spot side. They might even potentially be able to look for a reinvade in the enemy jungle and try and start getting some wards down, which Jinzhao doing that right on time.
Yeah, keeping with the same trend so far. Good control ward placement. Wei is back on the Gromp that hurt him, but this Gromp is not a betrayer. It's going to be going down quite easily without Shadow anywhere nearby. And Lyric, I wanted to ask you a little bit about the comps again before we see some of this skirmishing, some of the action. A good trade up here from Fearness as well. There's a Vital there from Breathe, but turns into evasion once again. Breathe's going to be grass. Hang on, this is going to develop. Flash is available. That Vital there, right for the picking as Fearness hits a grand challenge and Breathe has to flash away. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Xiao has made the roam, but this LeBlanc takes Jinzhao on a journey. Oh. That's rough though, as Adoration cashes in. Assam now has a kill, and that's going to be a better trade here from LGD if Assam can survive.
And it looks like he should be just fine. You can see Shadow was hovering towards that bot side just now, but RNG not even going to stick around and try to threaten a dive. They're just going to back off. So not only do they find a kill in bot, Fearness was able to get control of top side. He just got a plate, and Shadow just going to outright start the dragon.
There's a big lead for LGD. Let's look again, Lyric, because it started with the back of mid.
And a lot of it's coming off the fact that Xiao is able to keep that prio on mid. That's what a lot of their win condition is going to come down to for the rest of this mid game. Comes in, finds the damage, gets pulled back, and I mean, I don't know why Xiao ended up going back to that spot. He would have been fine. Maybe like scared of Shadow, maybe waiting in the wings as well, but throwing his life away in the end for the mistake.
I mean, the big cash in, right? So rated Dirk, Sheen now picked up. Assam is massive. And you look at the comparison here for Gala, who only has Berserkers with a longsword and a dagger. So for LGD Lyric, gold might not be massively in their favor, but now as we get a bit of a return from Wei, who doesn't want to go in with the audacious charge, because Yeji's here, forcing the flash over from Wei. Yeji actually follows up. Charm connects, but Ming flashes to save his jungler, and there's no mana on Yeji. That's an overcommittal as Xiao gets himself a double distortion and a kill. Jinzhao and Fearness chasing up, but this can be another turnaround as Xiao yet again has those cooldowns, and Ming with a dredge line onto Jinzhao. That's all it will take. The Titan's Wrath is here, and Jin Zhao is about to be bursted. They give it over to Breathe. That's what bros are for, as RNG with a huge slap back.
What a great teammate. Great teammates, Ming and Xiao, who are being like, hey, you've been winning in terms of CS, but, let's try to make this top lane matchup a little bit more lopsided, give you a bit more gold back in your pocket. And all of that coming from the over-aggression from Yeji with that ultimate, trying to lock down Wei. So RNG finding their way back. They were fine leaving Gala down solo in that bot lane. Of course, having that mobility from his E, his bolt summoners up still to be able to escape any immediate danger. But Wei wanting to be the one to start this off because they have Xiao here, Ming in pocket. And then Wei forced the flash, but Yeji following through with the Spirit Rush. Lands the charm, but like you said, not really having any mana left to be able to escape. And RNG's comp heavily indexed into burst, take him out right away. They are able to trade one back with how low Wei got, but still, now able to buy time, buffer for the spells from Xiaohu to come back up. And then here at the end of the day, being like, hey, brother, breathe. Let's get you a bit more of an advantage in this top lane matchup.
Well, I mean, he's 20 CS up already, but hey, back to the play. We're going to have a hot fight over Herald as Wei comes on in. For the steal, no, Shadow gets it, but now RNG have themselves a credit guard. Zinzao as Breathe is running in. Gala now in as well, not letting them get the eyes. Lightning Crash down is here, and it's going to be a two-man knock-up. Look at Breathe, enters evasion. It's a good grand challenge, but Gala has that movement speed, and Zeri at any stage of the game with space is big as Assam now joins in, but that could be the turning play. Cleanse away as Gala is trying to use that movement speed, but it might be a bit too early. Shadow helping out onto Shadow, gets him. The assassination there is Yeji, can't follow up, and Lyric, the eye, I don't believe it. Yes, it was taken by Yeji, but RNG fighting back is quite skillful.
I'm surprised RNG didn't win out harder. I mean, the knockup that came through, it looked like Breathe was even able to get a two-man counter-strike, but out of nowhere, just so much burst taking them down. I'm excited to see the replay and what it was that edged that into LGD's favor, because Gala even got to the fight first before Aston was even here. You look at the minimap, Gala going to be a little bit closer in terms of where LGD get pushed back through their own jungle. They come in with the engage, one member already down, counter-strike pop for Breathe. You get two members locked down. And then it looks like it's just a combination of Shadow and then Fearness hitting these vitals that had enough damage to pop the Xin Zhao, take him out of the fight. Jack soon to follow up. Because Xiao, I mean, gated by his cooldowns, not able to do much once the chain and distortion go down. And then Gala left in a really awkward position.
Well, LGD having the Herald, that's going to be some good news. And I will say with the Whirling Death, Assam cashed in again, Lyric. He got the Whirling Death from downtown and was able to get himself a second kill, so there is quite a lot of gold here on the Draven of LGD. They are even right now with RNG, who took the gold trade before, where Xiaohu was able to pick up, with Wei, of course, that 1k gold lead with the punish. And Lyric, even though Xiaohu's doing well mid, I have to say, LGD still in a good position here in this early game when we talked about the similarities of the composition.
I mean, I think this one could really go either way as we get through, right? I'm definitely going to kind of favor what Zeri's able to do later on as compared to Draven. You have the Jax Fiora up in top side, which, again, I'm curious to see how it goes. Breathe, as the game goes longer with that Counter-Strike, should be able to do quite well, but aren't you going to have to make use of this advantage that Xiaohu has in mid lane? Got the Sork shoes very early on to give him even higher kill threat, and now sitting very close from that Ludens being able to come through. And with Gore Drinker on way, I think some nice power spikes. But LGD matching those power spikes pound for pound. Divine Sunder on Shadow. Essence Reaver and Serrated Durik already built for Assam. So, again, it kind of goes to different ways that I feel like RNG and LGD can look to use where they're strong. For LGD, a lot of it should be looking to play out straight through bot lane. You don't have to go towards mid or top first. You can just use their prio, look for those invades, or even just look for straight up gank. So for RNG, you should always hover around mid to be able to enter down towards bot lane and look to contest them in bot side river.
Xiao's bodying him as Fearness going to take a good trade back against himself. Remember, has grasp, so playing through the length as well as Breathe. Right now, it's shaky, Lyric. It's so shaky up in this top lane. Love watching Jax versus Fiora, especially on the final game of the regular season. Here we are. Breathe looking for the all-in yet again, and Fearness just dashes away. Grand challenges there. Cameraman stuck up here as, yeah, gee, that's unfair. Lyric, that's not fair. Breathe is going to have a 1v2. It's all about the 1v1 as Fearness almost wins it by himself. You know what, Lyric? I don't respect that because Fearness should have taken it like a pro.
I also agree. Top lane should be a gentleman's agreement, especially when you go this matchup. They have like the exact same item components. It was all built up for the hype, but now RNG have to look for the cross map. LGD, they don't fall for it. Like, goodbye RNG. Shadow waiting in the brush. I wonder what gave them the inkling that they're there. I guess just them playing that far forward, right? If you have 2 members top, there's no way those guys would be pushed that far up. Is Xiaohu? No one's there. I thought Xiaohu might actually be going into certain doom.
True. But the backs come through anyways. LGD still committing to the spot side play. Shadow is there as Ming's going to get launched up. So they're flashed away from. And Asim almost had himself yet another cash in. Nice patience here from Shadow on the bottom side, Lyric, as they set up with Ming's stolen summoner.
RNG honestly might regret going for the dragon and opening up the gold trade on top side, because now, out of nowhere, LGD sitting with the 2k gold lead. Rift Herald going to come up in a minute 30. They can start getting some of these item power spikes under their belt. If they pick up a second Rift Herald, right, that'll guarantee even more structures going down, building up that gold lead even further. And the fact that you're both only on 1 dragon apiece, I don't feel like you feel too bothered by the fact that RNG were able to get that Ocean Drake.
But LGD maybe going to be setting up for a bottom side play yet again here. Jin Zhao and Asim have the Wei pushed out, but look who's shadowing. Wait, gone. Okay, Wei is now disappeared. Shadow's still hovering. And we just keep panning up to the top side in the meanwhile, as it's been a 12-kill game in 14 minutes, Lyric. Kind of like game 1 yet again. I keep saying it's a great way to end this split, but it truly is. Like, as you said, there's a lot of ways to play through both of these compositions. A lot of snowballing elements in our final game too. And we're getting into a mid-game now with pretty big dynamics. It's good Everfrost, but Xiaohu gets over the wall in time. I was going to say, at 14 minutes of the game, when turret plating's now down, when we're getting towards that 3rd dragon, the next Herald too, and some of these longer side lanes, I'm kind of curious as to how we get some of these roams around from RNG and LGD, with the mid laners especially, right?
And it feels like LGD overall have been moving, like more willing to move a lot of these players around the map to find these advantages. Even now, I like it starting to index up towards this top side. You know, Rift Herald's coming up. RNG does have 2 control wards, 1 in flank position and 1 on the Rift Herald outright, so they'll at least have knowledge that it's going down. It doesn't look like they're even going to look for a trade. Looks like just going to keep bot lane down to get that bot side turret, but they might need to send people to cover mid just in case LGD look to get a little cheeky.
It's actually Wei who's covering it for the time being. Gets engaged onto Jin Zhao, but nothing more. Audacious Charge has been used, and Xiaohu is late to the party. He's got himself a Luden's Tempest at this point, so worth mentioning the Mythic because Herald was there, but Herald is now no longer there. 300 gold for Shadow, thank you so much. LGD with a better trade yet again, as Gala takes so much damage. Yeji's thinking about it, Lyric, you can see.
Gala, typically with that fancy footwork, not able to dodge out on the charm. The observers really like this top lane matchup. Fearness now, just great job kind of playing around these vitals up against Breed. I mean, the epitome of a skill matchup coming through, but we're getting the dive on bot side.
And Death Judge comes through from Yeji, buys time, but the Whirling Death helps out as Gala has to get out with the clan. Lightning Crash comes in, but Ming is dead at the start. Everfrost on the way as Fearness has joined in for the play. Flashes over, the Grand Challenge comes in. LGD on the MSI champions are doing it again as Gala has to flash to get out of dodge, but LGD, the boldness is huge as Asim gets clutched out by Xiaohu in the meanwhile. Let blood continue to pour.
Still, LGD are the ones trading up. Shadow even drops Herald in mid. Looks like he's going to be able to guarantee this turret. And the gold lead staying there for the side of LGD. Fearness keeping down to the bot lane has gotten Breed some room with this top lane turret. Doesn't look like he'll be able to take it just yet. But this game still incredibly competitive.
You know what, Lyric? If we sent LGD instead, maybe it would have been a 3-0 in the MSI finals instead. You know? Maybe that's what I'm thinking from this.
No. We are not here to egg on a rivalry between regions. As we're just going to look at this cool play because LGD committing all these numbers down towards the bottom side. Fearness coming in. Yeji able to finish off with the Q. And then Xiaohu. I wonder where the read comes from. Oh, nice. Just catching out Asim on his way back to mid. I'm not sure if that ward on Raptors spotted him out beforehand when he was making his way around, but nice read.
Yeah, really good pick off there as well. And, you know, jokes aside, a trade for RNG.
Exactly. It was a joke, people. It was a joke.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're offending. No. It's the last broadcast of LPL until playoffs, you know.
Don't bring me down with you.
I'm not bringing it down. I'm saying LGD are better than RNG, Lyric. Nothing about any other regions. You know me, I love equality. And you know what's equal? The fact that we are setting 4 seeds to a world championship, and it is going to be bloodthirsty, you hope. And hope LCK, LEC, and LCS
Can
bring
you
their best as well.
Actually, I should bring this point up later because it looks like we're going to fight for Dragon. Is RNG waiting in the wings? Gala has no flash. Asim has his available.
Okay. Breathe is joining in. Level 11 here on the Jax. Dragon is still at half HP as Xiaohu jumps in, but look at that Ultra Shock Laser from Gala. Good burst damage as Yeji's tagged out as well. LGD moving at them in a frontal angle, but Ming is the Nautilus. He's got a dredge line, he's got a depth charge available. Everfrost doesn't connect, Spirit Rush comes through. Asim getting low at half HP, and it's just stolen. RNG just take it from under their nose, the stretch line. There it is. Breed jumps full throttle as another depth charge onto Shadow and Yeji, who are running for their lives. Breathe again enters evasion, and Yeji enters the death realm. 2 kills, a Dragon Steel, and RNG back in this game again.
RNG finding the much-needed pick. I thought Xiaohu was going to go down because he got charmed, and Asim even throwing out the ultimate is what got Xiaohu so low, but managing to find the pick off on Leona and then getting out scot-free is going to lead to another turret for the side of RNG. Look at Xiaohu. He's already positioned down in that bot lane to at least get the wave pushed in, deny some CS, and gonna get a little bit of turret damage down, but with Fearness already heading over, I don't know if Xiaohu will be able to find too much.
We'll be on a ward now. Maybe a cancel back from Wei is, nope, instead it's going to be the TP play. Xiaohu playing with the lane, though, as Yeji, his Spirit Rush is not available, so even with the engage from Jin Zhao, Xiaohu's still trying to buy time. The distortion there, Yeji is over the wall, and you know he's going back, right? Right? No. Instead, they give the kill to Jin Zhao, and it's a large shutdown.
That was his plan, right? He knows he's going to go down. He's nowhere left to go. Give the kill gold over to the support. You're also dragging members across the map, which gave Breathe even more freedom to take that. We see here, Leona not really able to connect onto anything. And Xiaohu with some great damage. They lock down to Leona. Xiaohu gets incredibly close to going down, but that first pick, and then the ult from Ming to lock so many people down by space for RNG to keep running these members of LGD down. Once Gala and Xiaohu get involved in the fray, that was lights out for Yeji.
There's been so many times where we applaud Ming's Nautilus, like, this is his best champion in recent history for a good reason. This is his 12th game on it. 5 is the most played otherwise.
Do you remember what split it was that Ming and Mako were pretty much exclusively playing Nautilus? Oh, wait.
Yeah, you're going to have to pause there. I remember in a second, though, as Breed goes in. Evasion held well. Way's here to help out, but that's fair because Phoenix brought the party last time. This Whirling Death is well dodged. Way jumps in with the Crescent Guard already used. Shadow now with the stun, but a good leap strike. Breed dodges out. Solar Flare there as well. He's got Fancy Feet. His Way is now absorbing the rest, but a double evasion again. Way flashes out. He's alive. He's alive and kicking as LGD spent so long trying to kill him.
LGD committed 5 members down to this half of the map. Yeji in mid, the other 4-member spot. For RNG, I mean, they had Gala and Ming clearing waves in mid. Xiaohu is split pushing in topside. So the fact that LGD couldn't get anything for the amount of resources invested is kind of sad. But still, at least no summoners blown. It really just was a trade of ults. You were able to get waves flash. So ultimately a bit of a trade up. And Xiaohu, he gets the wave pushed in. Yeji gets back in time to be able to catch it. So at the end of the day, LGD not really losing anything.
Well, maybe losing the bottom lane turret after all said and done, right? We're going to get the 1v1 again. This time around, no one's here to help out as Breathe is running low on mana, and Fearness almost has the grand challenge up and available again. Looking confident here on this Fiora lyric, but let's be real. That matchup all game long has been trial and tribulation.
It's rough. I mean, typically in this matchup, it's about who can get the stun off. We haven't even really seen Fearness trying to riposte. We haven't even seen Breathe a lot of times trying to go into that Counter-Strike. It's been a lot of Fearness kind of dancing around with those vitals, getting short trades, and managing to get the hell out of there before anything comes through. Is Xiaohu.
See how this goes. Yeah, grand challenge comes through. Fearness chasing this up. Under turret Ignite is there. Back on the distortion. He survives for now, but Xiaohu is 1 tick away. That's just
Don't do it,
bonus.
Xiaohu!
Oh!
Don't do it!
Fearness flushes into him. Get Fiored.
Just Xiaohu wanting to go for it, wanting to test his mettle up against Fearness, but it didn't look like it was ever going to be able to work out. Breathe. We'll see if he finds him.
But is Fearness backing away? Observers, I need to see. And thank you very much. Phoenix will get out of there in the end after the solo kill. Xiaohu means that LGD can threaten the Baron.
This might just be it. This just might be it. I mean, Breathe nowhere near doesn't have TP.
Wei walks in. Flashball commits. Solar Flare, he can't ulti. Assum gets another cash in. RNG's mid laner. The core carry has opened up a window that's so damn large to climb through.
This is a 5v3 for RNG. I don't even know what hero play you could go for. You don't even have a smite to try and go for a steal. RNG realizing that you just have to back off in the end, and this might be enough to seal the deal. Good try by Gala, but my God, RNG losing so much off that play.
On this LeBlanc that's been doing well all game, that has been caught out a couple of times now, yeah, but still a pivotal piece of RNG, Lyric. They're going to come back and get Dragon, but LGD now with Baron. LGD with a lot of gold in their back pocket with third items coming out, especially on Assum. Lyric as well, and Death comes through and almost steals away the objective. RNG now move to Salt Point, but LGD is still poised to strike in our final game, ready for an upset.
I gotta be honest, coming into today, even after last game, us saying, maybe LG could do it. RNG have dropped games and series of teams like this before. It still didn't cross my mind as the fact that RNG actually could or would probably lose. And now, really hitting me, LGD in this position, able to get the big wolf, which is the true mental win and emotional win in any series. The silver lining for RNG is at least they're on Soul Point, stacking up these Fountain Drakes. And so much of this damage is burst-oriented, kind of barring Fearness. Maybe another
Wei's going to ulti though. Yeah, G almost poked out here with the Ultra Shock Laser. Watch Gala yet again, even though he's only 2 items, is still Azarian with part of the hope in Game 2 as well. Shadow trying to pivot for a bit of a pick-off as Baron continues to do its work, but RNG defending okay for now, Lyric. And with Solar Flare down, with some of the tools down, it seems like that'll make LGD back away.
I mean, I feel like a lot of it is on Gall at this point, which is kind of weird to say after Xiaohu has been having a good game. It's just that one pick that opened up so much for LGD. Like, look at Xiaohu. He's been involved in all 9 of RNG's kills. 100% kill participation on the LeBlanc. Is Breathe?
He's got Flash available, but he's in a 1v2. Dodges away from the charm. Yeah, G, unfortunately not connecting that one. Means that the top laner gets away unscathed completely. But LGD, Lyric, we talked about this a little bit going into the mid-game. Now that we're firmly in it, it does feel like LGD all game long have been the team moving better.
I mean, they've been moving as a unit, right? We've typically seen them commit more resources to a play, even when it doesn't get anything. A great example is the bot side play when 5 members committed down and Xiaohu was still split pushing up in that top side. So they've gone for these types of plays quite a bit. We'll see how this one comes through. Xiaohu getting a good chunk off onto Fearness. I'm surprised he's willing to follow it through because, again, as LeBlanc, you're gated by your cooldowns. He used his full combo. And then here, it looks like he's thinking he could be sneaky. His cooldowns are going to come back up. He could try and one-shot him. But I don't know in what world you don't assume Fearness is looking for the exact same play.
True. I mean, it was so easy to take, and you made a crucial mistake that led to the Baron, that led to Wei getting caught. Xiaohu, it hurts to say it, but bit of a liability after that, Lyric. We have to see, though, if RNG can climb back from a 5k gold disadvantage, because we've been highlighting their mid-game. But in Game 2, it was LGD who sealed the deal so well. And in this game, yet again, even though they're going up against a potential Mountain Soul, they still have the gold. They've still got the advantage here with the map under their wing and still trying to siege through, even though the Baron's done.
LGD have been getting deep vision in enemy jungle, choking them out, trying to take away some of these jungle camps. So they've been doing their due diligence in terms of trying to find picks. RNG have really just been accepting playing out through lanes and not even attempting to go into their jungle. So not too many opportunities are there. And looking at items, right? The big advantage point for LGD is Assum, sitting on 3.5 items. Gala only on 2 items and 2 longswords. Where for RNG, the big member, surprisingly, is still Xiaohu. He's actually sitting 50 CS up over Yeji.
Sure.
3rd item in pocket, but Yeji's not too far off from his death cap. So definitely indexing towards LGD and seeing the gold lead at work. But with Dragon coming up in a minute 30, it feels like a lot's just going to be down to maintaining vision control on bot side, as teams have now traded vision back and forth a few times.
And I want to also point out before Dragon, Whole Break has just been picked up by Fearness, Lyric. So committing to being in this side lane, we have seen the trades going a little bit more favorably towards him. But now we know with that item advantage up there too, that this Whole Break of Fiora, it looks like he's going to join up for now, but I still feel like he's going to be impactful as... Yeah, okay. Dravenov comes through to stop the backs in the meanwhile. That's what we saw on the bottom right.
Gala still managed to get off his back.
Oh, yeah.
So
Okay.
RNG feeling pretty successful. But now, again, we're getting teams contesting around this Dragon Pit. Rabadon's now finished for Yeji. Taking stock of summoner spells, flashes up across the board. For RNG, when they have control of space, they can do a decent job at trying to dissuade you from coming in. We can see now no vision, only on the flank for the side of LGD if they want to try and look for a TP in with Fearness. But they can use things like Zeri W and Shahu's ability to weave in and out of fights to try to chunk them out before they can come in. But if LGD can brute force their way in like this, we've already seen what they're able to do with the burst coming out from the Draven.
They're in a choke here, and with the chain CC, Jin Zhao's Solar Flare seems worth mentioning. His charm hits Wei. Wei has the ulti. Venus jumps in, and that's the Crescent Guard down. Remember, this is RNG's soul. But now, with Wei having to back away, it's gone, and LGD will pick up those stats. Solar Flare and Xiaohu. It was a close call to get the Banshee's Veil, I guess.
RNG always fine with some of these trades in terms of trying to buy more time for themselves, fight at a later break point, and luckily them stacking up these early dragons has given them that wiggle room to where they're allowed to do this, move up towards top side, allow Breathe to push us in, get some vision down, and just start getting set up for that Baron to make sure that LGD don't look to sneak that one out from under you.
So then I'm going to ask you questions about like ultra late game scaling. I know we're only 30 minutes, but we are getting towards the 4th item category for some on Summoner's Rift, and I wanted to ask you a little bit about how these teams will progress and if scaling just is even in a question at this point, especially with the Zeri.
I don't feel like it is, just for the fact of, again, like there's so many like
Should I be asking, Lyric? Maybe I shouldn't be. Maybe I shouldn't be because with Grand Challenge, with Spirit Rush used, LGD is still angry. You might have about 10 seconds.
Again, these comps are kind of indexed in such similar areas. Like, I think Gala will be able to be the premier damage dealer as this game goes on over Assam, and that could be the difference maker. But at the same time, Fearness already having this lead might just be able to choke Breathe out of the side lane and just come in and delete people.
I feel like side lane has been all the cameraman's been watching this game, especially. RNG.
But look at Yeji. Yeji isn't going to let the 1v1 happen yet again. And you know why, Hysterics? Because they both have TP up. So if they get this kill, RNG can't even threaten a Baron.
I was going to say, RNG are getting threatened towards this inhib turret. I mean, Gala having to move down. Right now, LGD not really doing anything with it, as Yeji is also backing away, but it is that threat here from Fearness that continues off. 3 minutes 30 till next Dragon. Lyric, we've got Baron that's just sitting there and waiting. And as you said, Vision being choked out right now, apart from that one ward that will now be spotted out.
I will say for LGD, I like the play that they did, even if it did give control of topside back to RNG, because LGD are trying to exploit the fact that they have double teleport, right? So you can commit 2 members onto bot side, because RNG can't do the typical thing of trying to turn to Baron, because if they find the pick on to Breathe, both members of LGD can still make it to Baron and make it a 5v4. So they might have given pressure to RNG for that time, but now that the reset comes through from Yeji, you could see LGD feeling confident in retaking this vision around Baron.
Moving across, and yeah, the to and fro for the time being. I'm still watching Fearness in the bottom side. Breathe managing for the time being as he's picked up the Kempunk Chainsword for his 3rd item, but so deep, so confident. LGD, meanwhile, getting the sway of RNG is... thank you very much, cameraman. We're back, of course we are. We're going to get a fight towards mid lane. As Wind becomes lightning yet again, Solar Flare onto the jungler. He's got his ulti available, lightning crash down from Gala. Watch this Zeri, who's now a lot stronger as well. Assam running up as RNG are kiting back with Fearness, running face first. Grand Challenge activated, and RNG have been debated. RNG are relying on Gala, but a stolen depth charge, a dredge line from Shadow won't be enough. Fearness now on the escape path as Gala tries to do Zeri things, but LGD fine too, and are making this last series look red hot for them.
And LGD still have potential to turn here with the fact that they have the Leona, but RNG once again not even going to contest, just trying to find ways to get more gold on the Gala. And here we are, another Baron to the side of LGD. They're going to at least use this to be able to maintain prio and maintain vision on the map, if not push down and hit turrets. And we'll see here, Wei wanted to go in, and it exposes him, gives LGD the opening to look for the engage. Fearness TPing into where Breathe actually isn't opting into. They try to drop a ward right there, but that would be too dangerous of a spot to go in. So LGD managed to run down Wei after chunking him out low. And this great job by Yeji and Shadow to keep following forward. Vitals being propped by Fearness. And yeah, Breathe not really having an avenue to join the fight.
Yeah, true.
No ward, no minions set up for him to TP in initially. And once the ward got dropped, I mean, you're right in between 5 members.
And I know right now, Lyric, who I prefer in the top lane. Fearness has had such a good game on this Fiora. That was priority picked yet again. No fear, no worries. It's LGD with the Baron off the back of that pick. 7 to an 8k gold lead now picked up. RNG facing down the barrel of finishing 4th. V5 also laughing at this point. Is now for the engage. It's a pick onto Asim, who's been isolated. But look, Ming's been targeted. Shadow gets a reset and it's onto a Nautilus. Oh, dearie me. Breathe going into the back line is a heartbreaker yet again. Shadow, double distortion. Asim is dead. Jinjiao getting hit by the Zeres. The charm. Max range was close. RNG from the brink of despair somehow even it out.
I mean, we see Fearness not there in the play, and then LGD blowing so much to pick off the Nautilus ends up having them clumped up, which allows Gala and then Xiaohu with this full combo to get damage onto numerous members across the team. Sadly for RNG, not going to be able to turn this into any objective. Fearness now here with the Baron to prevent any push from coming through, but still RNG buying some time, getting a nice bit of gold injection in their pockets, and might have some wiggle room with Asim not being up for 13 more seconds.
But at the very least, I mean, the back from RNG Lyric, LGD is still going to get this Dragon. They will be on Soul Point after this as well. And I have to say that, you know, we've been talking about Dragon and RNG being able to delay the game for a while, but those are still strong stats from LGD they're getting at this point in the game. And now in a position that equals up to RNG in 5 minutes' time.
With the fact that they didn't contest the Strike, it spells to me that they're waiting for Gala to hit his Infinity Edge.
Okay.
Now sitting on a pickaxe now, right? That would be a huge
Way's
spike.
caught, Way's caught. Everfrost doesn't connect, but doesn't really need to. Fearness is in here as well. Way with no flash. This has been a horrible Xin Zhao game from the MSI jungler, and LGD know it.
LGD just punishing him consistently. Way having a terrible game. Xiaohu had that one big moment, which just resulted in so much for LGD with that initial Baron. And now LGD going to be able to just barrel down mid and take an inhibitor.
Look bot with the Baron as well. RNG using 3 members to defend, but Fearness, ironically enough, has no fear. As LGD with their 5-man are going to commit here as well. RNG got half their HP down on this turret, but inhibitor is broken mid, Lyric. This is LGD's final stand in the split, and I'm loving every minute as Breathe gets caught, and RNG are meant to be the chosen ones, but with Jinjiao getting into the back line and the ult from Asim, this could be their final breathing moments. Speaking of which, the top laner is alive with Flash, and it's Jax, so you always wait for those multi-man stuns, but RNG get them out of the base, but the base is in tatters now.
One inhibitor down, so there will be pressure coming RNG's way. They only managed to get a flash out from Jinjiao in that last exchange, so not really anything to ride over the moon for. As we see here, RNG wanting to start this up earlier on. This is the fight where they actually came out and did quite well. You can see Fearness on the minmap nowhere near. All these cooldowns being blown onto the Nautilus, and then they clump up. Xiaohu able to get in there with the double distortion. Not only deletes Asim, but look at those other health bars.
Okay.
Oh, Breathe.
He gets, that was just a weird interaction.
That
Luckily
was
enough,
such a close Everfrost.
Yeah, that was a death door here for Breed. Lyric, that could have just been the series. That could be the game with Breed caught out like that. We didn't get the context, but his TP's down. Breed has to go back to base, and we don't have anything available for him in a 30, but LGD is showing us that this game should belong to them.
Look, Hysterics, as much as I'm up for like a 50-minute bloodbath,
you got somewhere to pee?
My headphone just did the thing where it means they're gonna die eventually.
Oh,
They're going,
no.
wee-woo, wee-woo. So hopefully 2.5 minutes when this Drake is coming up, we'll actually finally get the last stand.
You know
Because
what?
if not, I'm just going to guess what you're saying.
All right, well, that's going to be hard to hear. At least put your speakers on or something. Maybe we'll sub you and we'll pull someone from the audience, Lyric.
Yes,
we'll bring 'em
let's
in.
do it.
Let's get
I'm
the
in.
audience
I'm
to
in.
try cast, and you can talk to them, and I'll just fill in the gaps. That sounds pretty pog. That's
Maybe what we do is just replace both of us with chat.
True. They would be the better casters, you know, unbiased opinion, right? I feel like that's sucking up too much. Sorry, guys. At the very least, what we're waiting for, let's cue you in. Because if you, chat, are going to be casters, you need to know that this next Dragon is sold for both teams. You need to know that RNG losing this will go down to 4th and V5 go to 3rd. They're in round 3 regardless, but it's a different side of the bracket, and right now it would be such a disappointing end for RNG for the split, but such an impressive end for LGD who have just been playing, I think, one of their most explosive and exciting series of all split long.
And we got to highlight, right, heading into this Dragon fight. I mean, Asim's full build. He's been full build. Gala does finally have his IE, so, right, that's a beautiful power spike for the amount of crit that he's been sitting on, but still a full item down. For LGD, even Summoners back up. Asim was missing his flash for quite a while, but it just feels like they're able to maintain so much pressure from the Fiora winning out against Breathe. You already highlighted the hull breaker that came earlier on, but has just been able to keep up in stats. And now for LGD, I feel like it's just about choking RNG around the spot side.
Soul Flare again.
Flare.
Xiao Hu, oh my god! LeBlanc energy, but the Whirling Death is even bigger. Breathe now only just joining him, but Fairness, again, no fear on the Fiora. Somebody get him away from Wei, while Shadow does the same. A double for the top laner. And RNG may have expected to be top 2 coming into today, but they're leaving in a body bag with Lao Gandier taking him out in swift, explosive fashion.
Shadow trying to prevent the backs, but Breathe is just going to go down.
He's trying.
In this oh, wait.
Hang on, Lyric, he's
okay,
still going to die though, Fairness.
He's gone.
At the very least, all I can leave you with is this. As Breathe runs for his life, LGD the Thorn in RNG's side. It's our final series, our final game of the split. Jin Zhao is elated, and so are the rest of LGD. I can't wait to see what they produce in 2023, because that was beautiful out of our 16th place team against an MSI champion.
LGD already doing a solid for JDG in the last game. Now even doing a solid 4, victory 5, pushing them up to 3rd. RNG now ending the regular season in 4th. Great win for these guys, even just ignoring stakes or ignoring standings. It's so nice to see when our lower tier teams pick up wins, the smiles on their faces. Fearness once again showing why he is so feared on this Fiora. And it just certain mistakes by RNG, being too much Wei, constantly getting picked off. Xiao Hu opting in for that 1v1, giving over the first Baron. Just kind of numerous small things building up to give this gold lead, right? Because we saw in the early game, things like top lane matchup were going tit for tat, and actually Breathe was building up an individual CS lead. Mid lane, Xiao Hu building up an individual CS lead, really just in bot lane where LGD were winning out. But once some of those errors in the mid game were coming through, that's when we saw, oh, Fiora now has an item advantage over the Jax. Oh, Yeji, who was behind, is keeping up in the mid lane, and Asim was a full item up on Gala like the whole time.
I think the top lane is where I kind of started with the crazy tradings, but Lyric, as you said, you know, Asim's early cash in, the item advantage throughout the whole game, Gala not being able to do too much, and importantly enough, like Shadow having 2 back-to-back stellar games on this Viego, jungle diff, top diff. I mean, I think the only role where RNG were that convincing, probably mid. But even then, Xiao Hu struggled a little bit and got a trade kill. But
it sucked, right? Because Xiao Hu, over on the second game, was performing decently well. You just keep thinking back to that one crucial mistake of him wanting to test his mettle up against Fearness's Fiora, and it bit him, and it bit the whole of RNG. Just a lot of moments in that game that I feel like Kenju and RNG are going to go back, look behind and be like, you know, why did this happen? What are we looking for here? Just what is going on? There were good moments, but still, LGD stealing the spotlight at the end of the day.
But that's what I love about it, right? The LPL ends with an upset. RNG not even getting top 2, but now locked down to 4th. Now, for anyone wondering what that kind of means in, you know, our playoffs, it means RNG are going to be on the other side of the bracket. It means that RNG...
Same as TS.
That's right. The exact same side as top esports. Meanwhile...
And EDG.
because of that, V5 are probably saying thank you. They have to verse Weibo, LNG, or BLG. And let's be real, that's probably the more predictable side of the bracket at very least, Lyric. I just think that's just crazy that RNG...
I gotta be real, like, in terms of teams coming from round 1, I don't think either side matters. I feel like you're kind of looking at maybe EDG a bit more threatening than Weibo in the sense they're consistent, but Weibo's highs are still high. And then out of TS or J2G, I know a lot of people might be on the TS hype train right now, but I feel like both of those teams are terrifying, right? So... the RNG potential EDG meetup will be interesting. Most recent world champion, most recent MSI champion, but, you know, we'll have to get there. Here's the gold graph. Here's the damage. this was like really a team effort from LGD as well when you look at these damage numbers. Seriously,
Agreed.
21,000 for Asum, 22,000 for Yeji, 26 for Fearness. Fearness really able to keep up that pressure. Again, what was kind of not falling behind, but the matchup was even. When it started swaying was when RNG went for the dragon, and you were really cheering on that 1v1 at top. Yeji comes, he guarantees that turret for Fearness. You've now kind of given him a little bit of injection gold. He's a longer lane to be able to play off from. And then once things like the Baron started coming through, it's like, cool. Now the team has a 5,000 gold lead. That's turned into an item lead for Fearness. And from there, especially with the Hullbreaker, right, giving you those enhanced stats when you are just by yourself isolated, he was able to keep up the pressure and constantly win out against Breathe. So for LGD, Fearness is a player who kind of slowly over his tenure in the LPL has been more exciting and was one of the exciting elements to LGD. Asum being brought onto the roster, even early in the split, a lot of us saw a few games from this guy and we're like, hey, this guy has potential. Like, this is a player I'm excited to see going forward in the LPL. And for LGD, at least showing that, hey, this roster has the foundation to be able to find these upset wins against top teams.
I think LGD in the next split, like, yeah, they're going to be super exciting. I'm curious to see how it develops because Shadow is stuck with this roster for a while now, since coming over in 2021. And all I can say, Lyric, is that for LGD, sticking with Fearness seems to be the go. But also, Asum and Jinjiao have developed as a pretty good bot lane. I think Jinjiao had an insane series as well on the support. The Pike game was great, but even the Leona there, really clean stuff too.
Yeah, I think I remember him only missing one ulti, but every other ulti looked like it connected, typically onto Wei, sadly, which is why, LGD doing a great job of catching him out. Constantly invading the jungle was something we were hitting on in the game, was that LGD were doing a great job of constantly roaming around as a unit. Even think about Fearness. Fearness and Breathe were constantly in a side lane together, but Fearness was always the first one to a play, whether it was TPing first, just moving from the fact that he had the push and can look to move, and Breathe really struggled to be able to find ways to impact. Not always his own fault, right? When that one fight broke out and made it looked like the call was from the TP, but there was just nowhere for him, and by the time there was, it would have been a really awkward position to go. But point is, LGD moving as his 5-man unit, oftentimes were fine dropping things on one side of the map, and they were able to benefit from it.
They were. And for LGD, the finish as well, just a side note, they were able to go over Ultra Prime, but unfortunately it looks like not over Rare Atom. That doesn't seem right, Lyric. That doesn't seem right. Rare Atom don't have the game differential. So LGD should actually finish 14th, because RA actually have a worse game differential, so it doesn't matter about the head-to-head. It needs to be said.
Wait, so you're saying 15th, the only thing that's important is progress. So in spring, they finished 16th.
Yeah.
Step up.
Well, I mean, they finished, look, 14th is 2 steps up, actually. So that's
you said
great.
14th. I thought you said 15th.
Originally, that's where they're sitting right now in Leaguepedia. However, that is wrong because Rare Atom have a worse game differential. So 14th is where LGD finishes, right under Invictus Gaming. They get a props. RNG finished 4th. Again, we talked about the side of the bracket they're going to be on. And you were kind of highlighting before, like EDG on the same side, Top Esports on the same side. That's what makes it so wild is...
Here, wait. Also, I'm going to prepare our MVP for us. I'm going to do this myself.
Is it going to be... Is it Shadow? It's Fearness. Well, it's Fearness.
No.
I don't know why I said Shadow. It's Fearness.
I'm drawing the sword now.
Okay.
And then we got, the envelope I used to pull things out of. There we go. We got MVP Fearness. I hope my envelope goes. Oh, it's too bright. It's
nice. We can see it. We can kind of see it.
There we go.
Don't
there
worry.
we go. I called it before the MVP came because let's be real, that was one of the most obvious MVPs we were ever gonna get. I kind of wish my beautiful art was what was up on screen right now, but Fearness rocking the Fiora. I'm sure by 2023, people are going to forget that this is a champion, leave it open, and they will rue the day.
Oh, they will.
Fearness.
What a
Fearness
gangster. Look at this, dude. Like the whole game charging into the whole of RNG. Breathe, an example in comparison, was nothing here on this Jack. So Fearness, a well-deserved MVP to finish off the split, and that's it. Folks, that is it for our LPL summer. That is it for the LPL regular season for both of the splits this year. We go into playoffs in a couple of days, but we can talk about that after this. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Wendy, whose birthday it is, by the way. deserves a happy birthday in the chat, is standing by with Shadow for our post-game interview.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview. And now we have Shadow from Hangzhou LGD with us. Congratulations on today's win. And after the game, we can see you guys all so excited from the camera. So how do you feel? And definitely RNG was on a winning streak. They're a very strong team. So is there any special preparation made by the team?
There wasn't any special preparation from us. We just wanted to have fun on the last game, and we just gave it our all. And actually, we didn't expect to win, but it actually feels very good to win a strong team like RNG.
Yeah, it's definitely a good end to this summer. And also, I want to talk a bit more about today's game. In game 2, you guys have chosen this champion, Nila, and to give her the first experience in LPL. How would you comment on the strengths of this new champion? And what's the background of just picking her in today's best of 3?
I don't really know much about this new champion, actually. It's just that our AD wanted to play it, and he actually liked it a lot in solo queue, so we just picked it. And yeah, I didn't expect that much damage from this champion, and yeah, it looks pretty strong.
Yeah, definitely a very good performance from this Nila. And also, game 3 of Virgo definitely performed so good as well, together with the Pike. You guys have a very tight whole game tempo, controlled vision so good, and have shown the very high level of macro. So what's your focus in game 2?
I think we just had a lead in the early game, and we just pushed forward to get control vision and just pressure to just 5v5 us. And yeah, I think we did pretty good on the second game.
Yeah, a very smooth snowball from the game 2. And also we can see for today, LGD, you guys really played quite aggressively from the very beginning. And let's talk a bit more about game 3, because game 3 started with the invasion to interfere with jungle passing. And after that, you guys have so many skirmishes from the beginning. So what's your early game strategy coming into the last game?
I mean, on the last game, we just gave it our all and just played without regrets. And yeah, well, we played a little bit more aggressive than we usually are, and that makes me proud because I like to fight a lot. And yeah, it turned out very great.
Yeah, without regrets. I love this. And also, you have played more than 100 games in LPL after today's best of 3. So, do you have any words you want to say to all the fans who keep supporting you and definitely keep supporting Hangzhou LGD?
I just want to thank all my fans and LGD fans for all the 100 games that I play, even though I don't really know how that I played so many games already. And yeah, thank you. And I'll try my best next year to get a good score.
Yeah, definitely. We're all looking forward to that. And congratulations again for today's
Thank
win.
you.
And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Shadow. It is the first time we have had an English interview, Lyric. I know, I don't believe we've actually had Shadow on the broadcast before, but it's so interesting because we always, wait for the translation, hear what the player has to say. There are always going to be things lost in translation, but I feel like Shadow is happy to be here. He's now played 100 games of the LPL, and what's most important, you can go first.
I was going to say, I agree with him, though. It's crazy. I can't believe he's played, 100 games in the LPL. And his energy, his excitement, like him saying we just wanted to leave it all out on the Rift and do our best. Like, I love that. That was seeing the end game screen of them jumping up and down. And, like, I loved it. That energy was infectious. And LG, like, man, coming to today, you did not expect it to be such a banger. That was amazing. Congrats, Shadow and LGD.
Well-deserved, honestly. LGD came out of the gates rolling, and today was just such a fun draft day from them as well. And remember, this rolls up the end of the split. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it. We'll bring up today's results before looking at the standings, and then hopefully having another look at that playoff lineup as well, because now it's all confirmed and locked in. Lyric, today didn't go the way we expected at all. That's wrong at the end. All right, hey, I would have put that in as well if I was working. Be like, it'd be a 2-1. Don't worry about it.
They were ready for it, but yeah. Here's where the standings end up going into playoffs. We hit on it. RNG now 4th. They are on the same side of the bracket as EDG and Top Esports. JDG and Top Esports locked into that double elimination already.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, playoffs going to be exciting. not announced when playoffs is happening just yet, but, LPL playoffs always right around the corner. But who knows? Maybe we see you guys in a few days. Maybe we see you guys in a few weeks. You don't know. The mystery.
We'll see you very soon.
Not
mystery's
leak
there.
soon.
It's not a leak. It's just soon, Lyric.
You don't know if it's soon. Worlds isn't until what, like October? It
could be
a long
after
time.
Worlds. You know what? Let's just not send any Worlds teams. Let's send WE and LGD.
Let's do a spinner. Let's use a spinner to decide what 4 teams are going to Worlds, or go whatever last 4 teams found wins.
Oh.
So here we go. We'll go back.
That's our bottom tier teams, at least. They're in there.
Wait. So LGD, Ultra Prime, Top Esports, and Rare Adam. Congratulations.
There we go. That's how we decide who's going to Worlds. But look, in the series discussion, all that will come up. We'll give you the full information.
Oh, wait. There's no tomorrow's games. I'm waiting for tomorrow's games to come up. There's no tomorrow's games.
I'll wait for the bracket to come up. There we go. Filled in.
Oh, we have dates.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is why I said soon. It is 15th of August, midnight for me right now. In 1.5 days, we will see you for the start of LPL playoffs on the 16th. Be there, put it into your calendar. We can finally announce it here. OMG and FPX will be kicking it off.
Yeah, it's going to be great. I'm really excited for this playoff series, starting with OMG FPX. Again, we talked about the implications from even spring FPX knocking OMG out from being able to make playoffs, or if it was vice. I don't know. So much has happened today. LNG, BLG, the stacked rosters. It's going to be fun. We're going to be there. You're going to be there. Who isn't going to be there?
And no one's not going to be there, right?
The Rock might be there. You don't know.
We're going to pay for Dwayne Johnson because you know what? He's worth it. Let's get Dwayne Johnson on the LPL. Oh, my God, dude. We'd get Skarner coming out. Captain Flowers comes in for a guest cast with him. Both of them casting the Scorpion King. That's what we do, man. That's what we do for one of our casts. We're going to make sure it happens. That sounds like a good way to end out. But, Lyric, speaking of ending out, that's it for the show for the LPL Summit. Thank you to everyone for tuning in for such a glorious split. Remember, August 16th. So no broadcast tomorrow, but we will be back the day after Lyric Final Word.
I want to do the thing. And, that's it. Goodbye for now, but not forever.
Nice. I had to say it.